this morning for futures as we head into big earnings week. We're getting into the biggest of as far as earnings reports Tesla to come. We get Alpha during the week. We get Tel later in the week. And numbers to go through this morning on this front. That's where we're heading right now. Back to the downside, numbers slightly played, but on to a nice gain yet. Domino's among those, Verizon as well this morning. Their earnings reports, we'll touch on those coming up. Just keep them on the clock. Really only economic number this morning that's going to matter the conference leading X. Tomorrow, however, we do get a conference from Fed Chair Powell at 80. So right now, make sure you're with us this time tomorrow morning. We'll bring that bud. All eyes on Tesla, all eyes on Sundar, and we'll to come to kick off big tech earnings as we head into season Tuesday, Friday for Tesla, gapping even higher than some of the crypto-related names I saw. Coinbase among those backside for the afternoon on Friday. What a wild day that one of these crypto stocks, IBIT. Overall, if you just want to look at coin right on to a slain, but has given back that gap already. We're going to look at a bit kind of grinding to the downside here. Palantir, the upside, lots to add here on the Monday.
It's the ETH show now, Brendo.
I guess.
Yeah, well, the tailwinds of a lot of these stablecoins are, built on the block.
It's
so exciting. I couldn't punch in, so now I'm seeing the whole thing. There's a lot to talk about today, Brendo. Block XYZ getting added P. That'll be today. Up almost 10% here to start the morning. And NVIDIA, they're allowed the H20 back in China. They just don't have enough of them. And Taiwan semi-make it anymore. There'd be a lot of production capacity. That's going to be a bit of a problem. Verizon reporting this morning, and as you mentioned, Tesla going to report later in the week, and Microsoft. Hacking.
Yeah, a little bit of a security breach stuff. We'll get into that, I'm sure. Tesla going to be interested. There's a lot of people's thoughts on what to expect for this. I mean, the delivery number will continue to be down here going forward. So, I don't know if she can say or do or talk about it in this report.
Silver lining, probably be good news on the road tax system, optimizing as well these higher margins that were, as we know, the car business is suffering at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, to offset, the other way, and there's no comment. Like, he's been known to not talk during things during earnings calls and focus on the court. So we'll see for Tesla coming up here this week. Yeah, you mentioned this one. XYZ holding on gap up on Friday after the close going into the S&P 500 this week. Bit of a think.
Yeah,
no one was really expecting that.
I love these mid-quarter additions, Brendo, and a company that's been acquired is replacing Hess. We'll get to that in the rundown. They're kind of wild for anticipating.
Yeah, still well off the highs, obviously, for but Dorsey with the win, guys, finally. Morning.
Good morning. Win for Dorsey. You flooring here in Axe. So, you guys probably can't tell who was great for, but
they were going to be fumes.
No.
Literally.
Okay, that's true. Not the other way. But you know what's spicy, everybody? I know we talked about block up 10% in the net. I know Robinhood shareholders. Con. It was supposed to be us. I know, and we don't. I don't know Robinhood, but I feel for everybody out there. But it was just this little DJT. It turns out that DJT is related to Bitcoin and Bitcoin-related equities. Securities, I should say. Securities. 3 points today, right as we came on, just caught a little bit of a bit. Drago, a few others just came well with the blogs there, not GT. What's interesting is, with this, and then an announcement came that block was going to go into the S&P. My first thought was, if they sell Hood off on Monday, it's the easiest to sold. It's going to be a buy the dip on Robinhood. If that gets down, and then Robinhood doesn't, in fact, get down. Well, it doesn't matter, just look at whether those space, whether it's going to be Tesla later on this week. Certainly today is going to be lots to watch. I'm happy. My J abs blew it out. punking in San Francisco. Great weekend, so that have a lot of fun. We went to Minecraft experience on the day of my daughter, like losing her mind.
Where's that happen? Okay.
It's a lot. You know what? Honestly, it was a lot of fun. Like I enjoyed it. Go again. I'm like, yeah, I'd probably go with the voice. Like,
You play a lot of Minecraft?
not like I played with her before. Like I'm not like I suck at it, but like this, it's like playing the game. Not really. Like it's an immersive experience. You go like room and do different tasks. They have like touch screens and. It's really cool. It's cool. So I don't know if I don't have it everywhere, but it's always just good to have. You know, you gotta have fun. Fun to do with my daughter. And the other thing the point is though, they still haven't figured out when they get to see the Supermaid because everyone is telling me it's really good. And
so I told you my one of my sisters over from Chicago this week. So on was it Thursday? Because I was like, oh, I gotta come in on day. I can't go. Like, well, too bad for you. You guys went and watched it without me on Thursday night. I was like, oh boy. Didn't get a chance to see it over the weekend, but I want to deflect you. You know what I heard though? I heard F1 is definitely worth watching in D-Box. So those of you are the seats that kind of like they move along with the movie, giving you kind of like a little bit more immersive experience. So people told me that F1 800 worth watching in D-Box. So that's something I wanted. The funny thing is, I looked up D-Box bookings for F1. All the goods until next across all the theaters are pretty much gone.
see the F1 yet? The show, yeah, I've seen the trailer. Looks good, man.
Looks good, yeah. I think so.
Yeah. Just shake this coffee,
That's why is he being added to the S&P 500.
Instead of everyone, and it's going to be block instead.
Your last, I have a little bit of water.
Oh, that's right, we did say that, yeah.
So I get a fly fell into my coffee literally as I was about to pick it up and eat it. Drink it.
Do you in the backstroke?
I just picked them up and put them on the side.
There's some water off here about half an hour. The water tank maker is full.
So we have coffee.
We will do it on.
Yeah.
Done.
Add me to Tim's.
Not
Unnecessarily
I do it for, yeah, I know what you want.
you know.
Randy.
Oh, by the way, everybody, Obi's 25 on Saturday. So if you weren't here on Friday, everyone wish a happy belated birthday to Obi.
Why you gotta do that, man?
What?
Thank you.
I'm just saying.
Thank you. And it's God. We're over it. So it's not like,
That's you just can't believe you wanted to go see Superman. Your peeps decided to go without you birthday week.
Yeah, because they were like, because she has a limit, my sister has time here. She's, actually we're leaving to Chicago together. So.
Nice.
She was like, I have a limited time here. I just need to get something to her. Some of her friends were coming too. So I was like, sure. You guys go ahead. I don't have to be there. I will be watching. But right now, I'm watching XYZ off the open, Coinbase Hood. We know some quantum as well, not QS right now, but ONQ, and we had a Rigetti move. So IonQ strong move prior in the already clipping priority highs with the 4 a.m. candle and a little bit above the close. I like that. I'm watching it for continuation, and then. Rigetti as well, RGTI, full sector chain, and wow, look at that, poised for a bit of a breakup, a little bit of consumption, and strong close into the end of the week after that Wednesday. But we're going to be watching some of these quantum names as well. I heard some QS as well. Yeah, there you go, a little bit of a push on quantum at the same time, and of course, IBM and Honeywell last week. Yeah, look at that strength that came in. I'm just remembering this as I'm saying out. That IBM also caught a bit of a bid here, and don't forget this is part of that section. So we got quite a few names this week. TSLA, Webull, That was one we were missing. Well, another one I think had an offering, so let's see how well these stand up. But another wrong closer to the end of last week. I'm going to see if that bid is going into as well. So.
Offering for people who brought them down.
I'm
getting guy this week. Yeah. I don't know what look. We learned the lesson with the quantum names, and think to be willing to go wherever the strength is going to be. Like the triple top for the last 3 days of the set, 3 days, and a chance to break it out right here. But remember, we stuck with. It was QTS, I believe, on Tuesday. Like, where it was strong one day. Forget then QBS, and then Ion Q. Like, they spent different day. One that was a strong one, and Q instead of not the QB. QB was another one. This was the one that was strongest first. And then it set it out. And today you go, you can pick and choose any of them. QTS break almost looks similar. These pure $13.5. The Quantum's going to be in play, no question. QTS on the daily. $20 on this stock is going to be spicy. And when it gets it, I don't think it's a matter of if at this particular point. So lots of action, everybody. Whether you like Quantum, whether you like crypto, there's tons in cryptos. And more, we will watch this out for you. We should have Michael Moss coming on throughout because the morning we look for the same with yesterday. Certainly, I don't know that we'll be happy about the crypto move we've been having. It's all about ETH, baby. All about ETH.
On Apple here, a bit of a downtick right now, but keeping pull up nicely here in the pre-market. There was no doubt early on. 17% of global iPhone sales now coming out of India. Sitting to 17%. That seems higher than I would have pegged.
Well, that's great and all, but all the components being assembled are still made in China. That's something Joseph and I have really gone into a window, and that's why I've been a little bit bearish, despite the fact that my biggest position continues to be my position. I kind of feel that decoupling from China in the component manufacturing a lot easier said than done, and not just because it's hard to set up the infrastructure, the technical expertise to make a lot of these products exist in India. It exists in China. So
if they can get a headline that isn't there in English, then I guess it's a win for Apple. But a couple of weeks ago, they were, as mentioned, Michael Moss standing by here on Monday morning to get us. A lot to consider here. Michael Moss was just doing well. Yields down across the board. We were talking about that a little bit on Monday, helping this move to the upside ahead of. I don't really know what to from this earnings. See, from a technical standpoint, all of these stocks, as we've been talking about, ended at this one of them. However, the Apples of the world, as we were just talking about, need to politically catch up.
Yeah, and I think rates, I think rates are everything right now. I'm just looking at the TNS on my screen here, 0.44%, which is pretty big. Because we know that that's kind of the tail that wags the dog, that every time we've gotten up to kind of 4.46 in the 10-year rates, that's when there's been kind of off of tariff, things like that. Because, I remember I gave a presentation here about how people don't understand how big the bond market is. It's in the quantums, it's way bigger than the overall world stock market. So that has to be our focus. The more that comes down on its own, I think the less fight with JPOW and Trump and all of that, and the more covered the market. But rates here is super important. And like we talked about, important for techs, for regional banks, a lot of these small cap players, which I like. So I'm excited that if we're going to get this continued leading rates to those smaller stuff.
All right. You brought an interesting question along with you this morning on the side of things, specifically about from a short-term time frame with that day trader term. If you're, an intra-type of, or maybe 1 or 2 days, length as far as selling. Give us an overview here as far as how you approach.
Well, and I think this first tweet, this is kind of the tweet that retweeted and said, hey, us wants, we're going to win this day, and this happened. You know, you were saying you don't like the term kind of day trader, and that term is going to be obliterated soon. So essentially, the tweet just talks about how more and more across the world exchanges are applying for longer sessions or 24 sessions, some 24/7 sessions, which would be way crypto trade time. And I think it's absolutely going to happen. I think that's the line between, you know, what's day trade, what's a swing trade, and I think important than anything, it's important to start thinking of, even if you're not doing now, how to approach the market in more of a kind of a systemic, qualitative type way when it comes to this short-term trading, because now we have this arbitrary point in time where we say, hey, we have to close all our positions by here. It won't overnight, but I think slowly over time, we are going to start to push this kind of 24-hour market where it's just going to be about trades, day trades, or investments. These are the day trading systems that we have over at Stat Trading. I wanted to show that, right, if you look at the overall chart, it looks very good. Then I quickly want to go to the next chart, which shows how we are to do that. So each of these, it's a spaghetti chart, so it's a bit ugly, but each of the colors are individual strategy that we run. And you can see sometimes they're all working. Some they're completely, you know, one or two of them is kind of just completely down and falling apart. But the gray shaded area is the combined strategies. This is more or less how quant looks at the short-term market and how we're going to, I think, doing very well. Because all of this, at the end of every day, I have each trade that I can potentially take the next day. I can set an alert, put it on order, trade it however I want. But I'm not really kind of packing intraday anymore, because I know that if I stick to strategies with a 25-year backtest, then over time, right, should be the return that I end up getting. And the point of this is just that if a system right now, and a lot of the conversation I had over the weekend when I kind of that tweet was saying, okay, well, what will happen to gaps? Because they won't exist. You know, gaps in currency or the crypto markets right now. You know, what will happen to, when it comes to earnings? Well, earnings won't be happening after anymore. It will be hours. It will just be during the day. So in these goes, you have with some sort of framework like this, some sort of plan where you're able to not need to decide when and where you're going to exit well ahead of time, have it forward and have that confidence, because at some point you're going to have trading kind of while you sleep, because, you know, if NVIDIA is reporting earnings 3 in the morning, you're going to get burnt out really, really quickly in it super early, then being in the market super late. We're all not just going to add these in which there's an open and a close. And again, I wanted to just kind of prep for this now. It could be tomorrow. Probably isn't even going to be in a year, but now seeing this, I mean, 2-3 years time, it's going to be 24/7. Always, I'm going to bring you guys some ideas and some examples from 2 of this that we have to start you guys thinking a little bit more about this. So what we ended up doing is no idea what's going to trigger, because again, I run all these the night before, I ran all these on Friday. So no idea where the price is going to open up on Monday. I have no idea what, if we're going to hear. So what we ended up doing is we look at a lot of symbols. There's around 40. We look at each potential trade ideas. Now, you can set alerts for your, I'm not at 40 charts at once. I'm only being alerted when they trigger. You can serve out for advance when they hit there. But this is just one idea of how you can have a daily, long-term chart for day trading so that you can set these in advance. So this was CRC yesterday. This is a company. And what we're looking for when we're running our data in this particular set is massive move yesterday that potentially could come in, and we see that from the top detail that happened yesterday. So we decide our event entry using this candle the day before, and we do so looking at the next chart here, which is the interest chart, the 15-minute chart. So we already know tested this particular strategy has been tested over 1,000 trades, 25 years. It's not going to be right every by any means and a 51% win rate. And when you're right, you make about 3%. When you're wrong, you 2.5%. You can see those very thin margins of win rates. You know, I'm going to make 1 million% a year and Lambo and all, but the idea is if you have unused capital, so over time like this will make money. So we will set up 10 or 15 of these orders. If we can get roughly halfway into yesterday's range, then we're going to look there, we're going to put low of yesterday's range, and we're going to sell it at the close. I mean, many times throughout the day, exploiting that very small edge we have. And the next chart is simply one that's a revision to the mean place. So S&P had released yesterday. You can see the massive tone candle at close, medium lows, and a big red bar yesterday. Well, based off of these, if we overextension move based off ATR on this one, and that's down to roughly, I think it's $11 give or take today. And we know we have, I think this one's about 5% accuracy with about the same 1.5 hour kind of return. That's great, but you can see how I have no idea if these target to these prices. But if they do, again, I can have an order out, a limit out already, have an alert. I could do something like that where once a day I'm setting all of these orders or alerts in the market. I am not glued to one when these things occur, so that I could systematize this and exit and this based off daily charts and then again exploit a slight edge, very small over and over again. You're talking 5, 10, 20 trades potentially every day. Again, it's a small edge. So just, again, something to think about. I just kind of strobing people periodically saying, hey, the trading market is going to change pretty dramatically coming up soon because I think going to happen for more discretionary trader is you're not going to be trading based off of 9:30 open at 4 o'clock close. You're going to be trading based off of news events. If you systematize your trading in some way based around those news events, orders, alerts set up and ready to go, I think you're going to be way better off trading the person who started trading at 3 in the morning and then try to trade till 9 at night. They're going to be greater than I am pretty quickly.
I think I'll go further. I mentioned maybe 2, maybe 3 years out before we do this. I would be surprised if there was some form of what you're talking about by the first next year. In that much of a hurry, even. And one thing, all of this happening in such a hurry is it gives us a reason to be with you as long as the market is open. So expect them as well. A lot of great information and a lot covered in that talk there, Michael. At Michael Moss CMT over on X. Anybody has things, go ahead and I'm up. Very active on X. Have a great Monday. We'll see you after.
See you after the close.
Thank you, Mike. Important points. When Michael talks about the burnout of Triangle Towers, I can tell you for an absolute fact, when it was years ago, when here first got European trading, and it was still in the London market, and it turned out that the Open in London, anybody that's ever traded the Open in Europe, you probably knows, but the Open in London is one of the coolest opportunities for like this clean momentum trade. If you got it the right way, you were just good, and you make your morning in the first 10, 15. And a lot of the traders that, and us included, we open our floor up with this whole man, and we would trade the European Open, and then come in, trade Open, and go home, get a little sleep, and then come back and trade it. It lasted, and after a week, we realized we couldn't do it, couldn't pull it off. You want to have something in place because you can't win those 24 hours. You want to have something sleep because you don't want to get stopped. That was terribly. You want to be still getting good actions. But on one of the stock-specific names mentioned, there's no way we're not looking at Sarepta today. No wild from, hey, we're cutting jobs to we're refuting an FDA request to stop. Ooh. It doesn't matter what Sarepta knows. Freaking sure that's what it is. It doesn't even matter. When Randy's telling me the goodies. It's an apple fritter. Wow. Which I'm going to make fun of. Not eat it. right here, waiting now in front of you. I'll wait until the camera's off me, and then I'm going to wolf it down. It'll work. Oh, it'll work. This time, I'm going to eat this whole thing, and you're going to see it. We're going to go to the upgrades and downgrades, and we'll be able to screen see created who, and then I can eat my apple first.
Stanley, you're weighing in on some of these app and tech-related Etsy interests, both getting the nod from Morgan Stanley. You're the Pinterest on our TV Live watch list. Dollar Tree actually up 2% with the bar upgrade, and Robert W. Baird upgrading Blocker XZ this month. Of course, as we know, Block was kind of shockingly added to the E500 with the index as of Wednesday morning. I guess that the index number was looking like Node and Apple. And the number side of things, Neil just talked about this a little bit to therapeutic. Another thing to read more about on our TV Live watch list. The big Morgan Chase raid today. Lots of, I guess right now, headwinds involving this. The Nubo Lib looks like up on the day right now, but getting a Robert W. downgrade. Airlines reported earnings yesterday. They're going to be, or certainly yesterday, they're going to be downgraded today. TD Cowen, and last but not least, Target. With a debt from in a price target of $91. Back to you.
Thank you. See that Neil was busy with his with the Alfred. You finished the Alfred?
Like half, maybe.
Dude,
Maybe.
the Alfred was in
A
it.
little more than half. A little more than half. We're getting used to away from it. I don't need those two. Which one of those? I could syrup or no.
Yeah,
A lot goes without saying.
of course.
But of those, outside of those two catcher interests, I see we have the same screen.
It looks like it's getting hit with right now. Aggressive selling to the downside. To the 9 o'clock. Out of those names, I like Pinterest. Pinterest gapping up greater and gapping up above this strong consolidation been having over, I guess, a decent chunk of July and a good chunk of June this past couple of month and a half. Roughly, so a little higher time frame, where we're coming into and get a lay of the land. $40 here of a resistance and 43 high from prior earnings, not the previous earnings, but earnings report from February Q4 of last year. Earnings report. That's coming in. Let's see if this up and Pinterest upgrade and take us to $40 breaking out of a multi-month consolidation here in Pinterest. So I like that way. And catching a tailwind off of this prior earnings as well, holding, stepping up. I think everything about this chart looks relatively in the shorter term for an extended up move. Let's see if that actually comes into fruition. I'll be open to us names. I like Pinterest.
Yeah, I have the same one. I think we'll talk about the other two. They're going to be Sarepta, no question, Block with the S&P 500 inclusion, which, by the way, is going to be Wednesday, which tonight is a little more interesting when it comes to close for Block. But can't even say I have much to add with regards to pins. And it's a trust stock. Like, this is something like in the days it's in play, whether it's earnings. Usually, it's in this particular case an upgrade. It's kind of an all systems go. I don't know if we play at any point back in the prior, it feels far away. When you want continuation long, it's going to have to be trend joining. If you can catch like VWAP or something along those lines. It looks like Verizon on the call.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
this is warning. This is a warning. Verizon look pretty good. And this is the thing, if a reports in AM, remember what has happened till that point A, it's on pre-market volume, and then B, the calls need to happen before the open. So unfortunately, here they must like what they are hearing on the call. You've lost 200 average. You're right back into some key support at 41. This seemed like to be a breakaway play if it could have gone to 43. I don't want to stop my list, but certainly going to have to look for Refrain here on Verizon as a Christmas tree. Traceman is on the call. Not to get to still, of course, we're going to go right through the watch list, and we're going to pay 80 for the trace.
There's no two of them. I don't know.
No,
Chocolate and...
doesn't want Timbits either.
Don't worry, it's not pie flavored, bro.
Do you eat it? You eat them. Oh, he does eat cookies and you know. So Johnny, if he gets it, he wants Farm Boy. Fair enough.
They make their own in-house.
Those are legit. I'll get on this, dude. Farm Boy is legit. Let's go back up to the desk. We gotta see what the future is. We can get into the lottery, but I think. And I want to eat more fritter too. That's the other part.
Not for Tim Hortons, but
Not at all, Brando.
that was good.
It did look good. Yeah, go for it. P330 guys. That's where we closed out Friday on the September contract. We're still in that range, guys, that we've been talking about. I think for the last couple of weeks, 63 as support. In fact, 63.29 is the overdose with that same area, 63.54 as resistance for United High. So 6300 is support, 63.50 Brando as resistance.
As you haven't done, so you got a couple seconds here. Jump down to the description of this video, top link in the middle of that. All you need is your email address, sign up for the watch list. There's absolutely on it that you need to know in the pre-market every single day moving around. Why? Just keep my eye on DJT or starting to go again. The volume coming to DJT, holding $20, which is kind of, if you zoom out, 2 billion they reached in their Bitcoin purchases or their treasuries. So just keep that in mind for DJT today. One of those stocks saying Bitcoin, if it really wants to, as well. Let's talk why Jack Dorsey's block going into the S&P 5 hedging most, I think. There wasn't a
Throwing myself in that, Brando. Shares jumped almost 10% here to start the morning after its conclusion. S&P replacing Hess Corporation, guys, following merger last with Chevron. We know that, Exxon and Chevron going back and forth for who majority that's been done. The inclusion boost, Brando. The institutional interest index are required to buy. J.P. Morgan here is estimating about 4 million shares could be added via index fund. So keep your change reflects takes effect, Wednesday with the S&P those indices. It marks major milestones for the fintech sector, how digital and financial apps have really kind of gone mainstream. It validates blockchain where into a broader blockchain company with obviously adding on to its feet. JP Morgan says Block deserves a higher multiple brand of strong product and marketing success. It sees the inclusion as a catalyst sits at the convergence of traditional finance and crypto offer. As I always tell brother-in-law, was up and down by this thing, retail POS systems as well as services.
Yeah, like all our retail situation, like our uses it as well, and same thing by a mode ability of walking over to the customer instead of them kind of. That being said, guys, in the past we've seen these types of events for people to profits typically.
Yeah, 100%. With Datadog was the most recent one. I'd say the biggest was obviously in terms of what happened. Like it gapped up and then every single day, which was only a week, trying to get to where it got. So it wouldn't surprise me if we saw something for a block. Like, as a matter of fact, my first reaction to this was, because Robinhood didn't get in, it was going to be easy to buy on Robinhood for whatever Robinhood was down. On the suit, that did not happen. You have to do a different time frame to be able to see sort of what we're dealing with to a week chart. Here's our daily chart. It changed this it's kind of funky for us. If you go to a weekly, you can see the prior support at about 80 to 81. Right in here, they busted it earlier in the year. So that's the clearest spot for me. And as long as we are unfounded, like you gotta wait for me one to convince me on data logging it and fill the gap. It's gotta get to that $81 level. Otherwise, I think we're looking full back here. Next way is that tomorrow at the close, if stock good, that means we'll see some early looking bounce data. We'll get an ID playing out, and then I'm going to try to follow the data pattern.
Yeah, I think the last name, Datadog was big. Remember Desk as well. The Trade Desk was the one that was slightly different gap. I remember this just from last week. I was like, all right, S&P for ad, let's look what kind of opportunities can come in. And oh boy, lowered off of the absolutely beautiful as well, kind of creeping a little bit past these pre-market and after hours supports, and then progressively going into the trading day as well. And that was trade desk. So it was that was the 500 ad from last week. And then XYZ today, one of the top names on the list. So the first thing I'm here, Neil, is shout out to Mr. Pension once again for introducing me to the Anchor VWAP concept. So right here, so VWAP pretty interestingly, a bit of an anchored orbiting in the pre-market, so just trading in and around some of that core. With pre-market after hours highs from yesterday, 81.45, and then some of those from the pre-market coming in 88.50. So now that range is a bit, we're pretty coming into the open, even with the volume increasing and the volume coming at about 15 to 16 times daily traded volume market. Hey, we're holding this about $1 range. So I think that's going to be coming in off the open. What we do with that range, and if we have market tailwind, but the block is hot today. Block is hot.
Yeah, gone.
Tesla and Google coming up. We're getting into the heart of earnings or big tech earnings season. Anyway, big day on Friday for Tesla. We're coming back into what has been support so far this morning. I can't believe it's 335 already. Tesla. We'll see how the work goes. One of the up 10% or down 10%, I think.
So we're talking about the most volatile of the mix, Evan. And also, the Bank of America today giving them the no. We're going to increase to 341 from 305. Really exciting payer cash. Don't forget, Tesla does report this week, and Wall Street expects. We're expecting about 39 cents earnings per share, revenue of $20.6 billion. Just to give you an idea, they posted 52 cents on revenue of $25.5 billion. That was back in Q4 of last year. To keep an eye out, obviously, what moves the needle, at least initially, will go to delivery and whether it aligns with expectations. Deliveries order were 43,956 units. It was down 10.5% year over year on the quarter, so it was a miss, obviously. And Bear Diallo is sees downside risk, especially the full year estimates due to slower out. Other cost EVs, and the expired brand of the U.S. federal EV tax. Bank warns that tariffs may weigh on margins, especially for energy storage. So to keep an eye, last but not least, the loss of federal EV tax credits could impact Q4 demand, and Bank of America expects certainly Q4 pullback. And just to give Tesla sold $955 million worth of EV credits in Q2. But key California waivers could affect this, so look out for that'll eat in margins.
On the Google side of things, not as excited about it. We're nice gap holding so far this morning. Just keep in mind the Pixel coming up and later on in August 20th. So still some time to go, but we'll hear about it.
First, can we just thank Eddie Sarkeesian in the chat, super chat. Somebody get some coffee. He says, I know we both coffee. He's like, yours has a little bit of extra protein.
I changed my protein out and got a fresh one, so we're good.
Well, it's fresh. And we'll earnings later on this week. We still have to, we'll navigate them and get to them. We already had some disappointing sales earlier on in the year that we're going through the positive catalyst of Elon not saying in the last couple. I think it's good, and of course, I think it's all automation. Where we're talking about automation, only myself, and what it means for the world, just as we're a fresh show, and it's a big deal. But that's another story. What's interesting to me are two things. Because I think we left different resistance spots this week. Fine, 50 period and the 200 period got held going into earnings, and is this little resistance at 330 to 31, which held on Friday, So I'm going to play the short is the 40 to 45 for me. What's closer is the highs. So it's the close at 330, which sets up like a 2031 version area for myself on Tesla. Getting good dip under the prior high, like basically the dip under the prior high on Friday for the same for on Tesla. And it's not Google that I'm looking at. I know I'm on the list. And Alphabet later on this week, obviously they're in a matter, certainly had a strong week. But Amazon will be. Amazon on Friday, the entire day, up until ounces came and it printed the 226 through. If you were watching the show, you know there was a brick wall seller on Amazon at 226 and gapped above it. So a little bit of overhead resistance. So I just want to over under 220 on this play. Obviously, there's no catalyst to it in particular. Instead of Google, obviously Tesla's getting involved for me today for sure. Looking for that 329 to 31, but over under Amazon 220 just simply means if the seller emerges and I resistance there again, I'm selling in front. If we hold, then I'm looking long into this breakout. I need to see something like that for as long as we did in the afternoon, that price becomes significant.
Neil, I definitely like Google a lot. As you can see here from where really easy to read. Again, something that is when price reclaims abundant anchor. So yeah, it's a lot of that are just pinned to a bunch of events that Google may have over the few months to a year, and you can see that it's reclaimed all of the accelerated upside now. So taking all of it off, so we can see a little bit clearly higher highs and higher lows, and every week it seems like we're printing a highs. So getting into some of these lows from earlier on this year, very strong quadruped froze 209.03 on. It's coming right back up in some of those levels, so I'm definitely watching it pretty much every day. We've seen it over this couple of weeks, or I've noticed it's aggressive coming in the opening session. It dissipates by midday to end of the day a lot of the time, but that strength just stepping up higher also, so I really like that. Let's look for a continuation coming into the day with a bit of a gap up of prior day's levels. Still broken prior day's high with any sort of distinction, definitely going to be on watch. Tesla is, of course, gapping up. Prior day's high is coming in at 330, so it becomes, are we going to break this really tight range and do a bit of a gap fill reversion back into the yesterday areas? I have both those questions at the front of my mind, but with the market, so let's see what Tesla actions off the open. Bigger picture, though, we've kind of been in the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, before we go back to this, we got a couple more super chats. Team D, Sense Sleep on PMN. Energy fuels as well. I have LMFA coin treasury aim. Don't remember what it is. Also, they do appreciable super chats can go LMFA. This one's gapping. I understand and look even way better than Bitcoin. So you'd expect those type games to be a little bit more, but it's a squeeze potential when you look. What I would be at least remotely concerned about, A, the last time it was remote strange, we pulled back pretty heavy. B, Bitcoin is not really anything, still the team level, more or less what we love guys on Friday. I think you could add the juice to retest that for the lower area. That's the first thing concerned for me. When it comes to energy fuels, real volume, did I see news? I think I did. Real volume pre-market, but it's a nice trend. And what's interesting about it, and we talked about this before, when you get these rallies, sometimes you have that consolidation day, or the consolidation type day, where you stay inside and you don't really break out the hot, and you look at continuation. Sometimes it's the day after, but in the afternoon is the last dividend. Currently, it's gapped above that resistance. It's trying to do now. this is the confirmation day that you're not in that condition still for the foodie stocks. And we've seen time sit it up for 2 or 3 days and then zoom. But this is a big day. It's gapped up on absolutely no sort of volume market. So I'd be a little bit cautious. I do like the trend here. It's pretty extended. I do want a confirmation day today here on UU. And I'm more interested in the more traditional equity name crypto space for sure. One of which, Webull. Back at
The ugly here. To start things off, if you're paying attention after the close on from that happened in a hurry after a huge run into $17. We're closed at 10 on Friday after the close with this 70.16 million share offering takes this thing right back to 15 share today.
There's not much more to add other than what you just said there, Brandon. Kind of very lightly read about what can be used for or any of the details. But I'm sure the boys will have a look. But I just wanted to point out that Bull defended the hell at $10 all of June, break below that one. Don't forget that this one was a SPAC prior to de-SPAC in April. So keep your eye on that dollar area. But 75,115,236 shares, ordinary stock offering buy, selling, Chevron.
Definitely one that could see prices today, guys.
true, but like any day after the offering, the first thing I want to see is what happens when we come. You know what's going to be gap down. We know the gap down. We know the selling that happened in this particular situation. But what happens at the open when it starts to come back into it? Like, do we see what we had on Friday, or immediately there's buy-in and step up, and I'm just a joiner at that point, waiting till a key level in the mid-13s. This is a stay away from it. If it breaks $50, then down SSR, down over 10 cents, and I'll just be looking for the turns. A bit closer to 1384. If we hold got maybe it's prior support 14.5. But it's hands off for me at the open. The swing is still just fine. For our buyers there in front of the $10 level, we look for some profit out when it gives you a 50% return or something like that, or 40% makes sense. I know I took out, but I'm just looking for a play back in. And day one of the earnings, the jump back doesn't make any sense. It's not really done all that much relative to where it came from. Really panicking, willing to trade. As a matter of fact, I'm looking for a place to be an adder. It's going to have to be a little bit, I shouldn't say a little bit, significantly more than we are. Like, I'll day trade reverting if we get down to 14.5 for the 13 area. But as far as the swings, sit it out of guys.
Yeah, I mean, I like to look on Webull, get and sell off of the offering there. Something interesting we want to know is, I think that you just asked, is when to kind of start recent, and I think right here, sure, a couple of weeks ago, but the bid that kept going into buy today started relatively, I would say around Wednesday, you can see some selling coming in and then buying back up on Wednesday for a push, sure, anchor to the beginning of the week as well. But I'm just going to give like this where buyers that came in on Wednesday. We extended off of these in the next as well. So coming back in, Neil, I'm going to be looking at $14.70 area, well within range of days prices as well, so we can see. Looking for buyers, I think I want to look at this area. If they do come in around, then we'll have stronger confluence, potential continuation of the coming in the end of last week. So that's what I have for Webull. Expect that to come in, but it is what it is. See if we can get a bit of backside move. See if that continues. But like Neil said, I don't know if that bit is still long, strong. We have some levels there where we can potentially take a look as well.
Right, Corby, another one downside here. This is keeping my Tesla here. This first off handler reiterating their weight on to the $400 they started this morning. That's a little bit more positive ahead of their earnings report. Let's go CRWV. Back above a 126 off of what happened both Thursday and Friday. Notably, especially on Friday, versus overall market here. But another note before we.
Definitely announcing a $1.5 billion senior note offering. It's going to be due in 2030 via private offering and subject to market. It's going to be issued a senior unsecured debt guarantee by an wholly owned subsidiary of the company, so they're guaranteeing their actual company that they own. The proceeds from offering will be used for general purposes, including repayment of outstanding debt, fee, costs, and expenses associated with it. And the offering is available only to qualified institutional buyers under Rule 40 or non-U.S. persons under regulation as into what that means. Those are not registered by the U.S. Securities Act, meaning they cannot hold public without specific exemption. So a little
yeah, I was just going to zoom out a little bit. It's been a tough couple of months. There we go. On the daily, you go to a higher frame. This thing's from 188, 187 on to 120 the balance here with the swing, guys. But I mean, it ran out a long way. Definitely due for some sort of pullback, maybe a consolidation.
Yeah, I know, and benefiting obviously by some of the growth seen by video, but it's been a while since this was in its upward. Relatively speaking, I guess it hasn't been that long, because we're just talking about 1 month making on and pulling back. But every single bounce has been rejected, including breaking the support here from mid-July. So I paid faith to this morning. We all have actually be able to short this name. Continuation on is a lot of things. But it's already at first resistance at one point, and it's trending to it. So just the notion of sitting there at the open doesn't really, to me, is much. And the next level, which is somewhat obvious, is about 131. The latest is I'm going to look for a bit of mean reversion on quarter. And when this thing broke in trend, on the way up, it's been absurd. When you're looking at things like these trees that I like, maybe you can get a double top like in your level. But if we do trend break, that's our one that happened. It's not always going to fall all over itself. This one pop, obvious level here at 131, and then we're at 27. So any mean reversion that happens within that range, I'm all over a wave.
Yeah, look on core, but for that big news for Vietnam's green mobility shift and a major win for VinFast. That's the DAG ticker VFS starting July 1st, 2020. Hanoi will ban gas-powered motorcycles in its city center, getting off a nationwide move towards electric transport. VinFast is in prime position to benefit with major investments, EV tech, battery production, energy networks. It has a strong head start. While there's scramble, VinFast is ready, and this plea only sharpens its edge. So check out our ad. So yeah, before I let a little bit of a pullback as well. Some of the strength that we've been from the beginning of making see here. So before we've on the pullback down lower highs and or lows as well, are we going to see the same? You guys saw I did have a bit of trend resist that's been holding quite well on CoreWeave. Let's see if we can find some others in and around the areas that they continue to step it down a little bit there. I also have AAPL WAP. Incurred VWAP operator in orange or gold, whatever you call it, at 740, so still about $20 away first. So we've got a couple of defined on CoreWeave. Let's see if we see more of the same we've been seeing over the past couple of weeks. Sure, the sell doesn't come in every single day, but I think if it can get up to some of these trend resist areas, look to see if sellers step right back and carrying it a little bit lower. It is very up from what was it? A low of 33.2, high of 188. And Brando's definitely right on, looking for a breather if it's going to continue.
Wrapping up here with this daily chart. First off, looking pretty good. Continue march higher here. We're getting this nice up today on this note from Oregon.
Good upgrade here from Morgan, but as you mentioned, boosting target from 37 to 5, and upgrading it from weight to overweight. It implies about a 20% upside from where we closed out on Friday, and it kind of like confidence in the accelerated growth and the margin expansion. They've earned about 28% year to date, so it's kind of a good investment for Morgan Stanley. Models 17 to 18% year-over-year revenue growth in the second half of 2025, outpaced Street by about 4% for a full year 26. So be on the lookout for that. Growth margin sits at about 80%, a little bit less, within 12-month revenue growth at 17.8%. And Morgan expects Q2 to be a strong Q3, highlight faster top-line acceleration.
If there is a trade, it's thin here, guy running as far as liquidity goes, but I mean, if there is a trade, maybe downside.
Pins could fill the gap. If it does that at 37 to 30.5 is where this was before, and that's where I was expected back up again. But with the volume what it is on pins, like you're necessarily going to be, I mean, whatever, like if you wanted to do, but like almost 10 cents spread, depending on the size that you're looking at level 1, I wanted to play it pretty simple in that if it does look poor today, until at least it gets underneath that 8 level, a bit of a reversion, and a trend, it's big enough that look for that weighted average price is generally allowing them to retreat. These quickly go to balance for everybody, still past 9.25. And I wanted to show you that we have open, now remember open, mover, obviously 2 million to the high side and bounce BBAI 800,000, that's also balance, QS 700,000 cares, ETHA 400,000 bonds, NEO 50,000 buy balance, Block 360,000 buy, so mostly buy balances, but a lot of the small caps in here open on watch. I guess what I'll discuss pins, and then we can talk about them going into the open.
Sure, no, I have pins on watch. Like I talked about during the upgrades and downgrades, we are getting a bit of up Friday's levels. So yes, the gap fill coming in at 37 and change. I have here specifically 37.25 is that high from after, I don't know, into Friday. So the open market will be that high, gapping well over that right now, trading at 78 to a market high of 39.12. Again, let's go a lead chart. Higher time look, I find is always a good idea on any sort of trade idea we're trying to form. You can see a push, a little gap up higher into some of those prior. We talked about that fuller being interesting. What is prior high of this structure? You man, it's 40.90 in and on that wick. Okay, prior to take this, don't really need that anymore. But yeah, that little structure high, you can see from per earnings is when that was, and another maybe stop at 590. Before, I don't know if we're going to go all the way back to this 80-90 highs. We're starting to step a little bit curly on our way there. Let's see if this breaking bids and through, so we can take something through 40. That's what I'm looking for. Interest.
Yeah, 2 minutes to go till the open. As I mentioned, open both they had investors from it was less media attention for open, but also investor interest from Eric Jackson, EMJ. It was super long, although it kind of frustrating because we looked to try to get Drake. Went long for it to burn in the afternoon on Friday, only a little bit in the aftermarket and now gap. $3 already ejected multiple times, and I'm talking exactly $3. So whether you like breaks or you like shorting from guys, $1 is a very, very clear level. The other thing I just want to reiterate, if you weren't willing to show on Friday, 226 on Amazon about lost, and 226 was absolute brick wall the entirety on Amazon right at the open, and then holding for the whole afternoon. Everybody was shorting it and scalping it out. You're now underneath 26. Underneath 26, stay short until proven otherwise. And the last one, on watch for my, it is always on watch because the video is in video, but specifically Wednesday close at 170, right around 171. All week long, the last 4 days of the week ways, 171 ended up being key pros, dip support or supply zone at 71. On any dip looking long, that price. Also the 169. If we even get it, just going to check the imbalance here, see if anything has changed. Open is now gone. That 2 million imbalance is no there. BBAI is still 900,000 by imbalance. QS imbalance of 740,000. And I see NEO is still on 500,000. It's been a strong last little bit, NEO. Credit to NEO. For sure, better than you think. Tesla going to get a lot. The open here is it's gapping. We got to dare lift that bell.
Wow, that's the XYZ block dropping it. It's hot, like I said. 78, so we flushed almost a dollar off of the open. 78.30 the bid. 78.90 as well. That's a nasty. I just stepping right back in. So yeah, this spread absolutely a lot here on XYZ. Just trying to make sure, yeah, the tab is still moving. I see the chart is still moving, so it's open. Yeah, that's yeah, the tab is still moving on this one. Oh, 78 now. Crazy stuff. So we're seeing a little bit more of what the trade desk did off of bin on S&P 500, which is sell right off. And if you're more of the same like Datadog, then I definitely didn't get that with trade desk or with XYZ, but get it. IONQ ripping to the side, pretty much highs as well prior to these highs coming in at 57.7, currently trading at 57.40s, 47.40s. If that can and push a little bit higher, the quantum space has been getting the bid. And guess what? Market also averting that selling that we were about in the previous session. So right away, I want to add Tesla to the upside. Alpha, Google, we were like, oh boy, Google might actually push Google to the upside, coming in.
Amazon over 20 as well.
Oh boy, yeah, Amazon just held really right off of the open. So we saw that earlier that Neil was talking about. That offer, iceberg at the 2.6s on Friday. If you take a look at some of the protection there, you can see a nice little barcode, flat top action on that 2.6.
I grabbed it, but I didn't.
Where's the next trade? That's what I'm asking. I don't see anything as of right now. I'm watching my in-play stocks at the time, and sure, some of them are doing what I'm looking at, some of them definitely not. Fuck. One of my top ideas is the idea, so I would be a little bit patient for this one man here. Current day low sitting 77.88. That spinel is nasty because sometimes it's 13, 14 pennies, at other time almost 80 pennies instantly. I don't know what's really going on there just yet, but let this settle down and see where we can potentially look for continuation. But yes, market is going. Is that a slam?
Oh, it was on that. Just got I was in on market high and then rejected 36. Got right back in 35, and it just ran. No, it didn't break 334. I got filled. That's sneaky. I got filled 34 on 334 stop. Means it didn't actually the level. So it has not broken. It never passed 334. I gave there was a double print that went off. Now that low is intact on top, but it's gonna right now. It's running it as we speak. Right back in. I want this to close the initial break at you as far as $338 on TSLA. Easily the strongest of the long one settling itself down a little bit. You hear rattling in the background. Of course, human innovation to go on. Not sure what that sound is. Thon held at 226. That's where the big Montello was all afternoon. It gets holding some strength and holding them up a little bit. That's the pull. India pulls back as well. The other thing is happening, the NASDAQ out to break the high of their OB. So NASDAQ going to the highs, overnight highs, probably. I want to get this Amazon too far away from here.
Yeah, watching this XYZ. Current day 76.80, so holding these sevens all right for now. So did get a little involved in this one. Let's see if we can get a bit of a bid. Why will you may ask? I mean, I'm very sure in terms of the per hours or the pre-market prices, but in terms of tape, maybe some buying that being in here. This is going to be the low, but I wanted to take a stab at this. Tailwind down on our side here, VWAP coming 78.9, I think, 78.61 I have here on the chart. So let's see if we can get the VWAP as of now. Currently still chopping around this Vindy, high 70s, that 78 area on XYZ. And Q, oh boy, that flush was absolutely aggressive. Evans all the way down to 45 and some. So for that one to see that can potentially come to this market, oh boy, we ripping to the upside. That's Apple. That is Alphabet. That is Amazon. It is a little bit soft, but oh boy, TQs and the Spider variant off of the open today.
The Amazon one is looking very strong. What's interesting, I finally finished my Snyder cut of Justice League, which I've been working that through. It's ridiculously long. It's very Amazon or I'll explain that one to you a little bit later. Amazon holding 2.6. I thought maybe get it if you've seen Justice League. What the Justice League is?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Well, I don't know.
I'm not a huge, like, I like it. Not the, I guess, in tune with the minutia or, like, the lore thing like that of the user.
But you're in tune with school words. Amazon is now breaking out above last week's highs, 27.25. So remember, over 26, held 26 in an absolute 10, and is breaking a big way at the same time for that opportunity. Tesla does lose the 3-4. When it's not, I got a yellow bit. I don't know if they're me to just find, but we'll put on the back. Tesla loses that 34, coming right into prior lows. At 3.33 with prior high, support down around 29. That's the area I'm looking to reverse. Initial break would have got you, but you just scalped it out. Congratulations about that. And we're getting a bit of curl here on a zoning one. Because you're at resistance up here, I'm going to take the product from last week's high. Our trade off the 26 level, I didn't get the perfect price. But if we're going to smooth thing underneath this high here last, I think that's Tuesday, the jump out can still have a break 227, still like a long dip into 226. Amazon, hey, if the big resistance hole, like we saw on Friday, gets broke, then you want long over it. I'll add a dip one more here in Amazon if we're able to get it. As that gap's flying, now I can take a slow look at it blocked. Is it gonna fill that bin too? It's the real question. Oh, it's already turned.
Yeah. I'm trying it a little bit here. As it is a little bit higher. Yeah, I haven't had the reversions, already, but I don't know if this is going to be right. That's the thing. The market tailwind. Sometimes I'm like, I'm long block, see if this will go, and then the market is ripping off all of it from the morning session. So sometimes you can't be in all places at once. Talking about this last week, it's like gotta pretend look at the application I'll go for, because I'm just like, there's so many trades, and I am busy unable to access all of them at once. So definitely becoming hybrid would be beneficial when it comes to that here. Potentially coming into a bit of VWAP as well. See if we can kind of piece off that one. But reminding me, guys, don't forget. We got this race fading. I'm not with the name just yet. The leaderboard. The stock leaderboard. We're going to call this stock leaderboard. And guess what? You are the participants who get vote on the leaderboard. So as of now, since this has been open, 20 mentions of open, 11 mentions of NVT. Throw up what stocks you guys want to take a look at, and we're more happy to do so. So throw it up in the chat. Don't forget the deadline. If you throw it up, I'll throw mine up right now as well. And guess what? It's going to be XIZ right there. That's an example of how it can be done, just check. And if you can't get in the chat, make sure you subscribe. And make sure you like as well, because you're putting in a little bit of work here. We'll be right back from the day.
Here's an NVIDIA, no news on NVIDIA semiconductor today, but really nice push here up in near-red candle to be seen so far today for NVIDIA semiconductor, about $8, kind of a solar cap semiconductor play. Back to you.
Just one thing, release not task. The thing in my mind, I don't even know why. It doesn't even make any sense, but it makes sense. So you saw that bottoming of a wick on Obi's chart over in black. That's just trying the same thing. Bottoming tail on the 3-1. Black jumped in, a break of the prior bar, 832.5. I want back in the winning weighted average price. If we're able to get that, that'll be right at the 334 level. This is different from just buying it right at the 3-1 level. To me, something, this candle rejection, like this little candle we got, the thing that's happening in Amazon doesn't want it for me. Amazon goes to, looks like VBOP's gonna hold. Gonna shift targets here on Amazon instead of 26 again. I'll look at the volume average price here on the Amazon just to get back in as the market continues to go. Tesla on, hold on. And this is one thing that I want to do more of when trading more is have a really stop and not hold it all the way down to, I think, to support 31. Why could $1.50 when the settling I can risk cents here trying to make that $3? Just keep it a little bit tighter because you know it can be big. And if I think we go all the way down to like 329, then be very, very patient on our entries. Trend up is absolutely undid here in the stack, and the ES also break as well, but I see NVIDIA's head, as you see that's weak. So the strength is coming on other places, especially Amazon just high of the day too.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh yes.
No. Well, I missed out. But the thing is, like, where's the next trade? I'm looking for the app to get slapped here on Block, and it's only happening on the peer market, so obviously not in the right place, but waiting now if it's gonna everywhere else. I'm gonna wait now for a potential version here. Maybe on the TQ have eyes on the TQ watch and that XYZ chopping around view up I was talking about earlier, holding a bit. Well, now we were talking about 78 at 60 was that view initially, but as we dropped a little bit lower, that view up came much lower into the 8s and some change. But currently still hold. Let's see what I have as view up by chart here. I have 78.45, so holding it pretty well. Oh boy, this continuing to rip upside, Neil. And I want to see one of these beasts is strongest out of so we can infer a potential reversion as well. And Apple, we talked about that Apple 226, and that is a blasting upside. Sorry, yeah, that was Amazon. 226 is currently 270s. We're just ripping those pre-market highs. So more strength on these here market. Where is the VIX at? First question I'm asking right now is the VIX could be a little spicy as of right now. So see what price is at 60 to 73. Okay, all right, not too crazy, but a little bit of a push to the upside with the VIX filling lower off of those pre-market level ways. Softy as well, man. Softy heavy. Last Sunday, Amazon straight up Apple.
Amazon having is okay, but Apple's got the program on it right now. This week, double checking bids to get back in Amazon, but there's nothing specific here on Apple. It's just Apple closed above broke that 212 resistance. That's the first thing you got to think about. And on the 15 minute, you got a nice roundabout. I think as long as it holds above 213.5, this one is good. But when you're at 215, right at the open, I think you're looking for an inversion trade. Kind of like what Palantir did off of this and crazy bounce on PCR. We'll get that after we come back from there.
This is a review, so now at the very least it's ending. So I looked into this on Exit. It's a little bit 40 minutes ago, so I would have been around 9. Currently, Tolly, who would of course course, analysts he's on CNBC a lot, apparently CNBC, saying that he thinks Apple is going to surprise people with AI. That's what's Moody's, but I think the other news and Tom Lee is tremendously watched, so the bullish opinion on AAPL specifically, it's often underlooked eye coming from Tom Lee. Just want to remind you guys as well, there isn't a massive attempt, but we do have a leading index change for a month. I'll be covering that for you about 10 so tuned.
Thank you very much.
Thank you there, I appreciate it. Just so, well, I said we're going to look at pounds, we'll look at version on the 15-minute here. Pound here didn't even waste any time. The last session, there have been gifts where trend down and you take the clear version, which essentially every time it's presented itself, I tried to do it last week, the full time. Looks like it's not even bothering me of that here today for my little trying to get back to square one, which is, come on, like, please pull back, give us a dip to prior high. That'll be around the 27 and now the 26 is gone. I don't want to ace Apple. Oh, wow. The NASDAQ.
Wow. Red.
Do you see this now?
Yeah, I'll do the tape.
Yeah, like the NASDAQ is still like an elevation, huge elevation. Meanwhile, Tesla down, Nvidia down, those two doing anything for us.
Yeah, no, crazy. I got slipped pretty aggressive there on that Apple. Did take a bit of a short in front of the fiend. And my stop was on 8. I got slipped to 0.07. So yeah, that rip is coming out aggressively here on Apple. That buying pressure, oh boy, aggressive. That's an aggressive slip for something like Apple as well. But that's what it is. You know, some better stops as well. Rip through that 250 so aggressive, Neil. We're already at 215 studies on Apple, so that's absolutely low here. I want to pull up a chart and see if we're pushing up into some levels here on gold. So let's take a quick look. We're already on the weekly chart, so let's quick look at that's a lot of stuff. Take all that off. All right, so the price coming at 216 P3s, Neil. Aggressive through the 250. Yeah, maybe a bit of a breakout, but didn't really reach that weekly breakout level yet. That's coming in at 216. 23s, and that's from the 1st of July. So month high as well, within range of today's action here. Apple was hit aggressively pulling back and with a bit of a pullback now, Neil. All right, I see. Let's see if this can potentially come in.
Well, I can tell you now, just for a quick here. Circle. I'm on the bit of we'll get that wake up. We get it. My goodness, Circle did a bottoming tail at the same Friday at 222. You've got higher lows and potential, but here on Circle 228 and change. Remember, you guys know all of the stone names. They were a big reversal and all off last week. No disaster after a good strong push. So looking a little bit of the bid to start to come back in out of these bad boys here, especially Circle. If we can get 222, that's the clean break. But this higher low at 224 also going to be on lock for myself. Amazon, really? I didn't get that fill. They're telling me. I think I missed that about a couple of cents. We're pulling in here. I think I'm about to pick this one up either way. But I want to shout out to Open to you by Beta Pro by Globex Group. It is a place savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure. Now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 with Pro 3x daily leverage ETFs. They feature built-in FX. This aims to amplify short market moves, minimizing the impact of currency. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, ETFs for active day trade, ready to take on the market. Full risk assure in the prospectus at beta.ca before investing. Scanning the QR code in front of you, link also in the description. But look, if you're trading live on any of those ETFs, you'd be laughing this morning. It's mostly led by Apple, but Amazon's going to go along for the ride. holding on to 26, now hold 27, and volume weighted average price. So I want to see if we can get it to 28. A little bit like Chenier, which is absolutely fine. Looks like market wants to go higher and higher. It's definitely the green morning here, Obi. Oh, even NVIDIA is starting to participate in them. NVIDIA was weak, just Tesla weak. And NVIDIA was weaker. You can see the participation happen there in NVIDIA. Doesn't matter where you look, everybody. We showed you Apple and near the high. The Meta up 1.5 points. It's absolutely blasting the upside. There is one name I get short though. It's CoreWeave. I forgot all about this. I'm not blindly sure Weave anywhere. It's a bit of a market. It's on a bit of a, and you know how
look at these slap up so hard. What is he just slapped up like 29? Absolutely wild there. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. That's crazy. That's in there. I gotta take a look at the time frame on that one there. That's absolutely wild. And Apple as well, man. That flush is only 250s. We got the 250s, almost 16s, and just as aggressively as pushed higher and squeezed, slapped it right back into 215s, and I'm like, oh, all right, if you're gonna do that, that's aggressive kind of action there. So even more reason for me to be like, okay, things are a little spicy. I'll take a look for potential reversion here. Don't know if it's going to come in, but that action on Apple is absolutely wild. The way it slapped and then slapped right back down. Okay, take a little bit of a pull here. Let's see if we can kind of read there from this aggressive bid that we've been. Tesla may be catching a bid here, Neil. Amazon, maybe a breather. Out is the strongest of the bunch, I would say. We'll continue to print some friends at Apple, but it makes it a pullback for now. But we'll see further. The action will take us. So I'm watching. Bull in the XYZ, man. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I thought Apple was a strong one. Maybe it's not. All right, Bull in Amazon 9. But as was mentioned with Corp, I wouldn't just short it anywhere. It did a trend reversion that was when you break a trend quickly off here, then it can be tricky. Grab, quickly, I missed my opportunity at the 120 level. But I'd rather, in an uptrend, be really picky with where we're getting forward. One thing to sit while up and on the bid and just get picked on a stock that's ending up because the market's strong like Amazon. With CoreWeave, I want the formation we're putting into lower high. I still think it's a weak stock. In just daily charts, as long as we can hold down underneath, this gap. That's the reversion that we're looking for. That's forward action. But I want to see it holding up on CoreWeave before I pull a trigger. Let's go up to the desk. Darryl was
Keep an eye on AAPL. Remember this, it was a pretty small mover on Friday, didn't do much today, pushing high open. MEI Pharma case missed it in Friday and announcing a $100 million placement to help fund her life course strategy. So you get another small cost, a bit of a day two day for MEI. Also, just be aware, not sure if this is going to be market moving, but I think worth knowing nonetheless. Apparently, Iranian media supporting a large fire at the oil products factory east of Isfahan. So just be aware, apparently, a fire reported at an oil factory in and around Iran. Back to you.
Treasury stock. Everybody got to do apparently is be some kind of Bitcoin or Treasury, or in this case, Litecoin, and you are absolutely good to go. Your stock will fly. Whatever it is that you did before will no longer be relevant. Joking, of course, but that's at right now. All the rumors out there, notions that, like we said it time to time, I'd be careful with the smaller company that just announced that the Bitcoin treasury, whatever it might be, get it a couple of days worth on, and sometimes they sell off rather. I'm just careful with those names to the upside. NVIDIA didn't get down to 170, barely broke 172 before, but this is a stock that I want to hang to the long side, as long as we're holding that level. EWAP is generally the way you should play. That'll be pre-market lows, and we're equals to 172.40. Amazon's just fine. CoreWeave starting to back to a high, so unless we fail with the weighted average price, CoreWeave up 0.5% is something I want to feed. Short. Scotty 8 will break 3. open breaking freeze week. There was a seller on at $3 in the pre-kid, and they're trying to battle it as we speak. It's going back and forth and there two here or there. Gotta club up that $3 before I would get too interested in joining that party. Three big time resistance. If you're seeing it fail right now, I'm not that eager to this one unless I see the buy start going above the dollar level. But it's a good look at 31%. A lot is going to be the gap up. I saw what it could do on Friday with its valuation. Just remember, the opening push got sold off into the lunchtime. Then it got the valuation. Be willing to be patient with these small cappers like this.
Oh yeah, to be a little bit patient, and guess what? XYZ definitely needed some picks there. It continues to chop up and push a little bit higher as we move on into the first half of the trading day. Almost just 5 minutes left until some of these 15-minute candles finish printing, and a spider continuing to push higher. Wow, absolute strength in this market coming in. Funny enough, on Friday, I think we're going to have a really strong on Monday coming into this, just seeing how we push to the end of last week. And guess what? It's coming in starting a couple of buddies that potential move, and guess what? We really have it. But XYZ is definitely right now a little bit there.
Then RX for pharmaceuticals that's pretty closely watched by retailers. Sometimes you can find any news on RX. They did share a social media post on Friday, but I aired an article on, the system, either way, RX. I think we do explain this. Tons of social media attention, no talking, mean levels of social media for this morning. Back to you.
Mean levels for sure. I can do that. But a lot of the small ones out there doing some moves already. I see the super ad from Volcan in there, and I want to get to this. First, I'm going to actually try to pull up XP here. We have a couple of ETFs that don't do a lot of volume for RP, so appreciate you and thank you for chat. We've talked a lot about even what's going on over there. Is the strong rating Solana also a big power move side, but is XP breaking resistance? Honey, of course it is. Better believe it. Look at the daily chart away. Consolidate, it's not through the highs, but consolidating above the prior at 340. That's what you see. Consolidation into a breakout at 340 bottom with a 65. You're inside range now. You're certainly in breakout mode over there. So you're 100% right about it. If you're loving it, just got the T8 top Amazon, so right back to the high. It's kind of just doing this dollar thing. 226 is held, and it goes from there, kind of curls around the pre-market guys, bounces off 27, right 188. So I guess this is just taking it a dollar at a time. And if we can continue to just buy it and trend it on Amazon, then let's power it up for Amazon. Super strong name. We'll see it get back into the volume average price. That's my nice line here on the Amazon. So curls, 2.8 held perfectly, essentially. I had it getting 99 pulling back. So essentially got even dollar and pulled back with the fluctuation on the volume average price. It has broken it, but that was in the opening rush. You get a little bit more. But so what else you guys are watching? I got Solana Core up. Obviously Amazon looking for VU up. Circle did break resistance. But it couldn't get in 30. I'm going to buy this one on the volume weighted average. See if we can get that trend to continue. And the only one I like will be still require a bit of patience because Core Week is really setting up a grower at the volume average price yet. There's still a little more weakness here. But when this one moves, like a couple of at a time, like if we break 127.5, I guess I'm not shorting 4 weeks to up to the high of the day.
Yes, sir. So, just checking this watching below Apple as well. This is actually on Apple pretty aggressive, like I said earlier, that bid. And then it's so squeeze type action to 215s, and a little bit of a clear default of 215s, perhaps maybe coming in. The morning bid definitely debated. VWAP I have at 215.94 is currently trading top of 215s. Just that quarter, 2014, 25 is 214. I guess 24.85 is right now on the 1. The market taking a little of a pullback here as well. Let's see if we get a VWAP push. I have on my people all the way down here at 230.60. So quays quite away from some of those prices. Those are going to come in. But that XZ, man, that thing still continuing to work so well. Did not reload on this pullback to 78. That's what I'm thinking about, right? Potential to reload was definitely, and lucky enough to catch that curl when it did in. But about 10 seconds for happening now, Neil, and numbers coming up. What's up there?
As I mentioned, we do have a bit of a number coming out of the leading index change month. Not too closely watched. We're expecting at negative 0.3, negative 0.3. So what we get here of 0.3 is exactly in line with the S of negative 3, slightly lower than the previous negative 0.1. There is the NASDAQ. It's going to try and consolidate here near top highs. Nice push here off of these market lows. So good look here for it so far. Here's the S&P 500 looking fairly for both of these indices really strong. Of the index, congratulations to XYZ block. OB was just talking about the sticker involved trade. This being the latest company to release, or I guess be added to the 500 index following an acquisition, has to be cleared here by Chevron. So XYZ will taste at the opening of the sun on Wednesday. And we have Verizon, busy earning VZ, the few that reported this morning with DPZ Domino's, Cleveland, CL after this week. We'll get into the sludge like Google, Intel, others. So we're earnings week on March 8th. You can move to 13 before we see back to the guys. Take a moment to take reference at top 1 futures. Today, futures like the NASDAQ Spire coin futures are one of the fastest firms out there. They give traders the advantage up to $1 million in capital. Pick your path. Instant funded balance or pro account. Start trading your will payouts even on account. In 90 days, a low day traded over $10 and they over 1,000 5-star reviews for traders. Just scan that discount code, use that discount TTV, save on any account in the QR code, or at futures.com, top1futures.com, or trading your way to your next payout.
Thank you very much. The market is continuing to push 30-minute candle, and we're putting green after green on here. So Google, definitely the leader of the pack, comes to strength. Tesla, definitely not. Straight with the bounce back to back red candles on that one is a 15-minute, and that I guess it seems like Neil Tesla hit a supply zone right off of it, and I just want to put that out there. No, even when we put break, it got 38, and you saw how hard that stepped right back in. So if I'm a seller, and I'm like, okay, I'm willing to get bonuses from myself. Why not? It's just interesting how some of the certain types of market mechanics work. But oh boy, XYZ slap back down to the downside, 79 all the way down to 78, Neil. So gotta be wary of this one here, and maybe piece off some of that as pull back into one of those morning session off the opening ring airs here. So Apple did get a bit of off VWAP, so we came all the way down to 2 fiends that said VWAP was around 213.90s. We're a little bit of a chop on top of WAP here on Apple. So the question becomes, if buyers are in control on a day like today where Apple is showing some crazy strength and we have a market tailwind as well, are buyers who step in on top of VWAP as well? Couple of differences here, depending on how you're calculating, depending on the data set as well that VWAP is using. P Pro, we can see our data starts off at like, and then it's
someone was saying that Amazon bounced off. I don't know. I was like, no, it didn't on my chart. I refreshed my chart, and you were right. I'm going to show you the chart. So when I look up the charts that I'm looking at, I'll show you guys again, but yeah, it absolutely did just all the following. It had it on my chart, but it was a Saturday refresh that I saw it, so that's going to be this one I'm going to set to the minutes to get Amazon third time. And then I am in this full trend. Before we just also just short, I'll get to that as well. You can see the number 20. That's a card. Circle trending up and buying and go. Buying it off the wick trend line. Obviously, these are candles, so I'm not going to sit there and tell you that the support, you can get it exactly at the bottom of the cap. It's been sitting off these and buying it out of the trend line too, and then it break the trend and had at least a decent underneath the 225 there. So my stop at exactly 225, but it's at the 212 level there. So I don't want to add to this unless I see O's again above the trend line and scalp high. The 27 has a dollar seller reference. It did the time war, so I want to take them out there, or I'm able to get the reload. But I'm having a little bit of a shine here on the 3-minute on the school to be a bit of a joiner of that. I'm going to get out into the 230 because that's how I roll. Stock 25 down into 230 makes a heck of a lot of sense to me. And or we've oddly enough, being long one shorter, sometimes that happens, but they're big companies. They can, the group can squeeze and that. But when it held VWAP from 27.5, which is what I was for, I missed this wick where it rigid underneath, and I put her in, I just left it, was able to bill want for sure out in front of the 126. Still 3% is this name, but it's relatively strong. So I don't think this being up trade into the dollar or a buck, and then just go back to square one for sure. Again, Amazon still trying to pick back up that good. Circle is definitely flying, while CoreWeave, the only name that's short, is heading back in, but I want to take this 26 out if I'm able to get it. Ooh, that was faster. I mean, Google got to 30 faster than Brother could eat an apparator. Pretty fast.
Pretty fast. I mean, that was more of an inhale, if anything.
Look, man.
I looked at the last week, I looked to my 90% of it was gone.
I'm just saying this. Joey Snud is the undisputed, fast eating amphibian.
Well, I saw the hot dogs, yeah.
At first, I can't watch that. I can't watch that. When it comes to eating an apple,
nobody's eating
him. I'm him with an apple. I'm just letting you know.
Yes.
Trust me,
Who you think you are?
I am slow because I don't want to be
We're
burned.
eating, and can we get that started on TV Live?
I'm trying to keep my youngish figure. We don't need nonsense. What you need to say.
Thank you very much, Derek.
There you go.
Thank you very much, Dara. For sure, but hey, it's blowing it. I keep scalping up the lungs of the high fine. Circle, what's that trend line? Whatever. It's not going to be perfect. I drew that trend line per first time. I didn't hit save. It doesn't really matter because you're breaking through the top. So we did it in front of at the bottom of the average price. Quick. My best bet was bucks there, but I started getting it out in front of 230 level for sure. So Amazon's probably, let me get Amazon again, continue to watch the trend. Amazon right back you up. I don't know how much this is going to be, but I'm trying to go stage to stage. Really well. Long, does it one more time, great. But in the market's eyes, this is still holding back. Let's be a little bit more patient with this. And good, circle good, but that does CoreWeave, the only short, took under pressure. Yeah, it's didn't quite get the dip in 1.6. It's coming right up. We break this 127.5. Just get out, man. You can risk that lip
On market.
on CoreWeave. Fantastic. I'm looking fucked still on this. But look, at the end of the day, Scotty, look at open at 330. I did try to grab it, able to pick, able to get the fitter on circle to get that long trend. But at the same time, I just threw order on open and hoped to get that one. But I will circle it and wanted to make sure I got that long. And you're not going to catch them all. There's so many levels in there. And I got and filled in front of Ray. Great, congratulations, Steve, for that. to everybody that did get open once the buses emerged off the $3 level. That's all about here. Let's see what we got. This is a super channel. We got a few Vaughn Park, NVTOB, what's happening? And Vaughn Clark and NVTS is no one in this.
Okay, all right.
Well, Vaughn, I know you're seeing it. 1D NVTS Novartis Navitas. Oh, yes. I remember this one now. I remember you because this was in break on Friday. Trend, I think this came up and we're like, oh, nice little break of the trend on not $9 where it's, oh my goodness. How is it every single time I pull one of these up? It's like it's all right at resistance level. It's right at bag level, although this is not long call at a bag level. 30 points is fast stick. Right there that wants for this. Look at the 15-minute chart. Mild. It looks like it's trying to get up at 9 and maybe consolidate for a potential breakout here on us. Good looking trend. This is not typically you'll see when we pull up these small caps time of the day. I mean, this doesn't matter the time of the day. A lot of times we'll show you a chart that's pretty much hash. This is broken trend. Pulled back, pulled prior highs, broken back out, pulled back. Held another level at $6, broken trend, broken out again, like it's stair stepping into that. It's like it gets built a little bit differently for Navi. So congratulations, Vaughn. Hope that's yourself a good winner. I don't chase guys like this. One thing when you get something like a little bit earlier, I cancel my order, but $3 level, wait, it confirms it's gonna hold 3 right about here, bottoming tail, and then you break it on out. There on open. And as school giveth, Corey might take it away. It's like it's gone. It's hard to push, and they might get back circle, but Corey ultimately breaking out sometimes takes a little too long to indicate that. Broke that trend, but also breaking through that VWAP resistance. 22 short, just 50 something or whatever it might have been. You try to keep it small if you're going to the grain, and don't stop off the hook if you're going trend. So keep this as small if you can. I don't let these off the hook. If I want to get into this again after birdie, I like to take the stairs up, which is either the average price, the trend line. Sometimes it's the prior high here, back around 28 as well. Whichever comes first, and I see it along you. You see them back in the circle and or the Amazonian.
Here's the Sterling Labs. AAPL good news on this one today. They get a pretty increase here stifle on Friday. I want to mention open door as well. I did talk a little bit about this during our recap, but we've been trying all of the last week to make a catalyst. What looks like an individual by the name of Johnson, who runs the fund that's bullish on over since 2022, losing money. I guess on Monday, last Monday, Johnson posted on after to pump open again, and his goal is to get to an over $1 price target. So that's a pretty large, attempt to pump the stock over the last week. I'm going to look more at the story, but either that's some of the details there. I'm going to open door, which we're wondering what the list on that was. From the week or so. Back to you.
So I was waiting for a bit out of this apple here, but this apple bottom right here, I'm waiting for it to drop it down through that VWAP. 14 is holding quite nice right now. I've been churning some shorts after that 215. Oh boy, that 215 failure through. That VWAP holding quite well, like I said before. If this big market continues to stay aggressively strong, are there buyers on Apple? There are buyers off of the open, but holding that up as of right now, the average participant sitting at that 13.9 right now on at V1 and Apple, and so there you go, getting stopped out as it pushes a little bit higher, so not dropping down on me. I gotta come back to you a little bit later. But that flush back through was absolutely aggressive, so I'm gonna continue with this 15. And yes, Neil, XYZ way it moves around. Oh boy, actually moves definitely got me feeling some type of way here because that hold is nice. The shakes that are happening in book here are absolutely wild. There's about 30 to 40, 50 pennies and dips, but bigger picture, hold higher lows on top of the VWAP Pro. As of now, still holding on to the last couple of crumbles that I left on this
You just did the shakes and then you didn't do it on a shake or shimmy. You gotta get some. You gotta the shake.
shake and bake.
Shake and bake. Shake and pins, by the way.
Potentially. Look at this, it's so nasty. Watch it drop from 79 to 70, no, XZ. I dropped down to 79 to 8. That was aggressive. I was like, all right, well, if we're going to slam it up like this, that's some aggressive thing. I take off a dechunk there, and it's right back up to the consolidation. Like, all right, fine. It is what it is. I'm not going to argue with that one in a show strength view on it being added to the S500. I don't want to argue with that. Sure, aggressive sells along the way, but bigger is what we have to keep in mind here. And Apple, it seems that 214 holding quite well. Finally get a little bit of a pullback here as well. I'm going to continue to keep watching this Neil. An initial sell that came in back through 215, a little aggressive. But I was still short at 215, guessing around putting my son, and I wanted to see if stops get hit right above that 15, only trading a quarter from that. The market fresh 15 windows now. Let's see where we go here. See if 215 holds as a bit of distance. Maybe a curl shell here on as well as it starts to potentially catch a bid and curl off that selling the barrel that came in off of the.
You know what else is kind of a curl? I mean, this morning there's been all kinds of like reversals you could join. Cool was a good example of one. Amazon's initial and then RIP is gone. AMD, like I'm looking over at NVIDIA, and NVIDIA is kind of, okay, let's show you what's happening in NVIDIA. First, the higher low, trying to higher low, but also lower highs. It's a bit of a wedge. Higher low and lower highs, a bit of a wedge pattern. AMD reminded myself, goodness, remember time AMD has trended down a little bit, reverted, it's been fantastic. And if you look at where it broke out Wednesday, AMD, right at 157, held on Friday. AMD, great look on the data chart. We've been talking how this is broken out the trend. Big way going earnings season. What did it do? The open, move up like normal, and then instantly started settling into a trend. It didn't take all day to break that trend. It just did it at 10 o'clock. Look at those lower highs. Look at it holding it. And then it's broken out. So the next one can't get back into the Amazon goal, which vertical doesn't look as it did before. This makes some sense here in AMD. I don't want to be ignoring NVIDIA, but I like one NVIDIA price. I don't want to chase too far, but I like this little trade that you've got. Go back into VWAP, but I'm going to roll NVIDIA out, at least for the king. Going back to some of the strength we saw earlier, and now doesn't really want to get right into some of those, like he can't get 227 anymore. So it might be 227 and a quarter where I jump back in. You say Circle doesn't look as good. This was more of a squeeze. Like Amazon, when a seller at 226 is gone, the market's wrong, and it's going to follow the market. Sort of in theory doesn't know what the market is doing. This is a pure stable play. So it's a momentum play and the squeeze game more than anything else. And I start to see it hold on to the ball average price. That's a pretty bad return at 230. But this today, I want to be a little more cautious with our entry. I got the bid here, and it happened to work. Like I bought it way down instead of catching it on the up. First time in Circle for the win. So if I did it again, I want to get it into the upside, like on this side of the bounce on the 3-minute chart. So still the names that I like. What else you guys will watch here? For sure, Sunlight, I do a note in the morning. Pretty much everybody does. Has a look around here. I do a little line. And I know Obi has watched this, and that's what we go over in the morning. And a lot of times we'll throw things out there, reminding everybody. I don't put Amazon on my plan note. So today, on Friday, 226 was a must-have. If you're watching the show, you couldn't ignore it. If it holds 26, I'm on. If it holds under 226, I'm sure the first thing it does, the open is holds 220, so what do? We're long about 2 decks. If it does the same thing, I would have just gone it. So as long as you have a plan of action, I think it would be okay, and ultimately it gives you something to work with. But that's why we're pretty transparent. I'm not anything right now because it's been songs and games for me. Circle is on, and I did try, but one which was on my list was Core. Still don't mind. This is more strong. Ooh, silly. And why fighting too hard here? Say, try to fight this short. It was looking pretty good, but why try to fight this short? It's just going to go easy on you. So as far as I'm concerned, you want to jump into some long trades. Purdue, Perry, whatever, Rigetti. I actually canceled my breakout order. It's pretty simple to get it. If it broke, and I'll take this any day this week. Break out this consolidation high, I'm taking it. Once we're underneath, setting it again, I cancel my breakout order. It's just the rule line that I have. I don't want to be with an order to break out it when it's too far away. That just means you'll have like a couple of percentage points and then break it. That can get you trapped in a bad ache. I'd rather consolidating or to high, but I still like relief for this breakout. Think about a breakout trade as a plan, meaning you buy every single price. Because I didn't break resistance. I stay Rigetti if it can do it. Once we get all the way down into the ocean bottom, add this on the Friday into 6 minutes, then I'm waiting patiently for the always have a action and don't hesitate to the sideline until it sets up. Most of it so far there.
Here is the item to start off our small cap recap. Not doing anything too crazy this morning. We basically opened, push up our market, a little bit of a double top right now. We're kind of coming back down. So this is very, very different return from OB compared to what we're seeing in the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 pushed off fairly strongly at the open. From here, I mentioned earlier, RX costs no news today for recurrent pharmaceuticals. On Friday, they shared this post here, a feature Wired it and basically talked about, I guess, as a company, they're trying to find ways to develop things. Today, the additional post going back to Friday, no news, but a 35% shortfall, which is certainly notable. GPO, this seems a stock trading just under $1 level. No news, but I want to test shortfall. Last but not least, I alluded to this earlier, but open PE actually did have the catalyst that I kind of just covered. Last Monday, we get Jackson, who is, I guess, the leader of EA Capital. It's a fund that out of Canada. He posted about how things that OPN could 100 better to use this over the next few years. He's getting an $84 price, and he's comparing it early Carvana. So Jackson apparently has been involved in this stuff for several years. He's trying to pump one higher. Open Door did its best weekly performance ever. Apparently, last week up around 109. So PE and very much still odd. Now we actually are releasing some widespread interest and a lot of social pumping here for Eric Jackson. For the record, that he made last Monday that this spike has over 70,000 views now on that site too.
Well, good with that one, Eric.
Thank you very much, Derek.
I gotta use them a lot often. I gotta get quick with using it there. Apple back above 15, alright. I was like, stop was, where was my stop? Stop was at, what's the thing, must have 80, 87, I think? 87, 80, something like that, in the 80s. And I lived about almost 20 pennies, 15, 20 pennies on a name like Apple, right? That's exciting stuff. So let's move on to the next trade here.
Is the stock coming to a level one?
Oh yeah. Ooh, okay. I see that's looking a little there with how clear that level is showing up. So let's take a look at that one. Thank you for pointing that one out. Apple, I'll come back to you. You do that 250 how you want and print those highs and lows, so we can get into a little bit later. But LID, let's take a look at this one here at $2.80. Let's put it up again. So selling aggressively with the open, getting it back. Catalyst came in a tweak of taking a bit of a partner with there. So that was pretty good. Initially was pretty good. Let's see what we printed over the last week. So I didn't have a period view up in this one, so I'm pull that up. Here it should already be on it. There you go. Boom. Wow, look at that. Nice little rejection of that period. We're coming in right off of the open, kind of show that maybe seller in chart on the day-to-day. But take a look at this. That low, I think, was 80, if I'm not mistaken. 83 is that low. He trading at 86 is be patient. I'm gonna do anything until that 83 eventually comes in, or something happens here on top of it. But wait and see. Definitely coming into his prior level. Seems like softy is for a bit of a version as well now.
A lot of things poised for opportunities, and where you can take advantage of maybe swing trading opportunities is Trade Pool's swing trading program. You can get access up to $40,000 in buying power to trade shares, not EFTs. You can position overnight, over the weekend, and enjoy limited risk. That's thanks to a one-time evaluation fee. One payment, no cost. Take incentive J, for example. One of the Trade Pool's swing traders is already locked in $23,000 plus in profit. His top performer was NMA Max. He shorted it from April 20th to May 1st and pulled in $6,700 gain. The pool is giving swing traders the tools, the time, and the capital to thrive. Scan the QR code and more, and check it out. Enjoy 10 off by scanning that QR code. I think the pool for that. Speaking of opportunities, right at Amazon, I want to miss this gets. The open dip confirmation to 26 held did miss dip here at about 10 o'clock into the volume weighted average price. Starts to heck in. I want to be able to grab this again. The old 226 is good, 227 and a quarter, where volume weighted average price is super stock here. Is Amazon. The other one, looking up Circle. So might have gotten away with this here. Amazon will probably get it back into is for the AMD. Cancel that view up. When it was back in the volume average price, what ended up happening on AMD is it held 158.5 exactly. It's just about $0.50. So if we pull back, it just seems stronger than it. I mean, NVIDIA is strong too. NVIDIA is up 0.3%, he's up 1.4%. Days where AMD is stronger, I want to be in that one. I'll divide it pretty quickly if that's going to be the case. So still haven't gotten back at Amazon said, hey, we're happy to have. You just can't be missing those V-rays when we get there. Get my AMD bid. Circle on back to Circle is something that I do not ignore when I see a lot of people talking about chat. Another all-time high. Don't read about that. Oh! Okay.
Not yet.
I got a little ahead of myself here. I saw us above 165. I actually thought pound made another all-time high. In fact, got 50 cents made to go till it breaks another all-time. But the trend is your friend pound here, which is to the upside like it is with market. So yeah, hopefully I didn't jinx it. If it doesn't break it today, then feel free to blame me on here not getting to another all-time. That'll be entirely my fault. If this is being the high of the day on Palantir, that'll be my face.
I mean, yeah, I think we should wait for it. But last week, I was saying, it's a fresh high almost, like a fresh more often than not. That's what I've been doing for the past few weeks. So you saw me one of those where I was like, so we wrote this on Friday as well, and a lot of to find, I guess, within in market noise to identify mispricing.
Yes.
Right? And sometimes that issue with looking at mispricing on the wrong time frame when you're day trading, that can be a disaster, right? For example, that period trade where I have very, very strong conviction that this is putting some fries today just based off of how the week and the hourly is setting up. I bought every single base from 149s to 140, it's 140 and some change. Because in my I was like, even though I know as an indic, I'm not like, I'm executing effectively, in the back of my mind, I'm like, all of this is priced. It's sense based off that I think the value of this asset be later on in the day. So it's like figuring out. So like, okay, that's a great idea. Sure, it could come to fruition or not, but the exit at the end of it is the only thing that matters. Going back to that, it's just like sometimes the time for looking at moves have been, sure, they're high probability, but if you're looking at it, if I'm on the alley, why am I expecting it to push and work in the first 15 minutes of the day? That's
especially because Palantir is notorious for selling at the open and then trending later on. Like that's what the kid has done it so many times. It's almost like one to anticipate that it's just going to happen. And it doesn't. That's kind of stock does something 4 days in a row. At the dip after counter reverse 4 days in the 50, you lose. Who cares? Because ultimately it's been just great for you. Now when NVIDIA wants to go and those highs, okay, if we're not going to get view up any, holding that 150, and we can jump into that. There was still a hold now on P and what does it say? Promise Science. We got a dollar stock halting. Was 180 mid shares, up 100%. It hasn't broken out today. It just bounced off the defense. So dollar defense, higher, lower view up, halted side of this week to really halt on EMN here. Should be open in about minutes. So like minutes, it should be open. 134. So it has to break 145 in here. What looks like the big resistance. Call 50. Big resistance. So it's got that to go, which would have to take over the day. This guy see. If this stock can get through the 150, I think it's got some serious juice. It still has over 10% go, and in 4 minutes we'll be able to check it. NVIDIA strong on doesn't let me back in, but it just predicted 228 again. That was our exit. There's the rejection of 28. This should head us back either for a view or it's going to sit there. But I'm just going to sit up fundamentally left up. Plenty of liquidity ends will be fine. Or just going to hold highs, take a shot. If we don't end up pulling, just take the week of the high that they can Amazon back into the trend. As long as you're willing to sell that thing along one way or another. Dara's got money. So Owl's on the opposite 040.
Whoa, on Amazon?
Yeah. Dara?
In the PM and review, guys, there was actually some news on this morning that we received FDA fast track designation for one of its drugs. That's the demeaning. Asher always says it doesn't necessarily matter with these small caps, but context. You have a positive FDA-related test in addition to this move to the FDRs, so still the pre-market highs. Back to you.
Thanks to Dara. So right as we're Dara, there was a seller on Amazon at I think it was a little forcing, whatever price said. It was above 228, wasn't at the dollar, for 100,000 shares just sort of sitting on the book. What that'll look like look at this. You get a few hundred shares here and there. It was what 1,000 on, so 100,000 shares just sitting there and got fit one time. The second it was on the level 2. I hit in the second that happened. I'll give it to the prior here, like this bar works this prior level, that's 227, about 85, so we're risk quarter, not even a quarter on top. I prefer dip buys this time of the day into a stronger market. Like I'll always much rather be long here, but this is breakaway on Amazon. I'm waiting for this to actually give you that big 3 or 5% type of day, just run up, so retest the high. And I won't playing the longs as long as this continues on Amazon. But with a break instead of a dip buy, very big stop for me. And if we get to up, I'll take another at it one more time. Amazon looking strong, AMD, NVIDIA looking good, NASDAQ is absolutely churning. This is what we look like 15 minutes in the queues. And then the queues. On the NASDAQ is less than 1%. But there's been no real slowdown. Yes, that's the same thing. only points to the upside. I'm sure we'll have a few minutes there when we do sector. Why exactly we're lagging a little bit. Big earnings coming later on this week with obviously Tesla. I just because Tesla wasn't that strong this morning, and of course Alphabet and Care and Intel as well this week.
Yeah, I think once Devon's to watch our, oh boy, there goes XYZ back down. So I have a barely any left. Gonna keep on the runner to see if we actually hold that day or not. But the Apple, everything kind of goes to the side. We went up, now I think what's happening is straight up. And Tesla continuing to watch as well, Neil. So, yeah, Tesla, I gotta stress myself even more. Some of the indicators, some of the strategies that the company have, that's coming in so beautifully right off of it. Singing, only selling. I was thinking about this pre-market range. Sure, off the open, we break highs, but grab all of those highs, pushing it back in 3-minute can, breaking not only vehicle from the pre-market, but the 4 a.m. low at triple fees. So E33 is that low, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just make sure what that. The low candle is 328, so pretty much triple three. And pushing even more aggressively to the side right now. The omen in the 7, I'm going to look at Meta. Okay, Meta is really long. Okay, here we go. The only one in the Mag 7 that is selling off aggressively. Everything else is put up the Mag 7 as of right now. Tesla, completely different. Here's the spot coming in with the selling. We've had back jacks when it comes to green 15-minute candles, and oh boy, has it beautiful to the up. So if anybody is long right now on these here features, let us know that. And oh boy, I would love to conversation with you. Yeah, no, Meta very strong. Let's see, what do you guys think? And yeah, that's the dollar break, right? Oh boy.
Totally crazy. But the numbers of the TMS broke the one and instantly to the 150. So remember, the thing about these cheap ones, it doesn't have to move very far before it goes into a halt. With a little bit of frustrating a trade. If you're trying to get long in this, breaks and then instantly, you can get the whole base on the bid, he can't hit pass basically when it goes at a halt. It's indicating a 53 on non-PMS, so a little bit of it's indicating a flat opening here. What do we have? At least a couple more before it goes to the before it opens. Another small capper is NVTS. Really just, pummeling the shorts. As we see 7% upside, and what a trend this thing is on. It just broke out daily, so now through this distance to the 9 and change on an NV test. This one continued to churn. AMD was on. They didn't give me the 10, ended up taking the top break. And they wanted to be in simultaneously at 2 of the day breaks. I might sit in D1C and look for the dip if it failed to break. I'm already in Amazon high of the day. At a time when we're usually looking at even reversion off the top.
Yes, sir. So another great place to potentially look for mini reversions. E-signals. Listen up, first month free straight. We are waiting feet. Trade harder, not harder. Upgrade to elite. Analyze strategies. Catalyze. Our platform is everything. Infinite data, instant, lightning market insights, game-changing, it's predict with that reliable, real-time data, global market at your fingertips, all in one form. Don't know. Execute your best trades now. Ready to allocate your trade? Scan the QR code or check link in the description. So check those out at eSignal. Potentially finally coming in, man. Smart. I'm looking for that tailwind. Apple's super strong, consolidating. Market is strong. Let's see if we catch a reversion on it. Here, as Apple pulls back into VWAP, up is where we've been finding there's long, strong per desunk of the morning session. It's about 10:38 almost, hour and minutes of the open. Oh boy. As well, Apple been pretty crazy here. The volatility pool has been absolutely wild. Seen anything like last week. So yeah, it's gonna continue to take some shots off one as it showed me more and more of what I'm looking for. That 15 area, that was definitely the spot. That was the spot. Apple came in to that. I don't know if it's going to pull back yet, but I'm watching the spider, I'm watching news as well. I'm watching some of the Mag 7s, see if and when some of those may start to exchange hands with the buyers who've been in charge. But you know what you guys are trading in that. Also, don't forget, you guys, where is that thing, right? So I gotta pull it back out. Does it? No, it's right. So the leaderboard, don't forget, we're still keeping track of what stock you guys are mentioning in the chat. Currently, Open Door still leaders, so we can take a look at that one first. NVS, NETS, Tesla, Galaxy, that's another. Galaxy Holdings and AMD. Oh, let's see how that might be short. So make sure you load it up in the chat. Tylerverse. The motorcycle is definitely to the upside right now. It's pretty bullish on that. But let's take a quick look at Open Door and sort of to take a look at some other names you guys are continuously voting on in that. MN, oh boy, opens again, $1.50. Something's coming in at 57s, breaking those as of right now. Market taking a little bit of a pullback. Look at open, up to open. Okay, you didn't get that continuation of people looking the same as last week. King that dollar level, stair snob, aggressive push, pre-market low, holding prior day's highs. Definitely a little bit of strength, and oh boy, the strength coming right off of the open L. Bringing that trade into fruition. I'll check out GTS as well, and then I'll put it over. And yes, oh boy, look at this deal. Navitas, semiconductor, it is insane. I am drooling because guess what? When and if those sellers are going to stop, I definitely want to get what's up there.
What's up, folks? A lot of vectors. Refrain, really strong. Walmart, Amazon, and Home Depot all to the upside. We have lots of this volatilization. Verizon still up this morning after earnings. It's like dropping a little bit pre-market. Then we also have TOS and AT. All three of these tickers are reporting for some point this week. So keep that in the sector. He's really strong. Transportation strong. Process industry strong. Non-energy all strong. Finance down a little bit stronger. We've got Visa, MasterCard, and America to the up, and Coinbase actually percent here. Now let's get to these sectors. Qualcomm, weirdly one of the strongest of the bunch of electronic technology, though Apple, and Amber also to the up, NVIDIA only slightly green. The technology side of things, Google up to within 2%, preparing for its earnings after the bell of the day. Meta about 1%. Palantir, Netflix going on the day also. Definitely some mixed performance here across the board, but generally sectors are going to be trying to put higher back.
Thank you. Healing in pain naturally. Oh boy, indeed. That will flush. Fine coming in, guess what? I had the most on my entry, and then I had it pretty much the same on the back through 15, and then I started sizing it, and then when I had the least, that out, I'm finally dropping it down and bringing that 215s. Oh boy, we're coming back in. What a few percent retracement now of this leg that we've off of the open in the market. Seems it's taking a wee bit of a back. I'm watching spot, I'm watching TQ. Do want to get involved, but like I said earlier, if at all, did you guys get involved with it long this morning? I don't know. Throw it up in the chat. How did you get long this market? Stock, Waker, throw it up in that. Let us know. I'm just continuous to this Apple because boy, I was like this is something.
It was anywhere.
Yeah, anything. Tesla was. I had to stick with Tesla with my idea. Like I looked over Neil. I was like, I would be short this pre-market.
It was true. It was not a short market. If you were you probably saw it.
That's fine.
The needle break was good, and then once it got up, we tried it again at 332, but like, that's the only long that didn't work today, in general sense. Like, got out of the Amazon on that. It's just, the break I waited at time of day, it didn't really go. I think give them the money, maybe 15 pennies at the most. We give the 1-1 out. I don't want to rejoin it up here. It's way dip I like we were doing before on Amazon. CoreWeave might have put it out. Oops, that's the ocean. CoreWeave went right to 131. This is pretty exactly where the opening range folded. So when I saw that, I tried to right through the one that you wanted to go. So the places I wanted or right in here. If we got in at 27, 28, which we did have the VWAP at the time, unfortunately did miss that push. Leaving that orders in if I can't get picked up, saw the prior bar as the market just incredibly strong, but it's everywhere that's participating in the name the same way here. Do you want to go back over? I can, the circle. I say if I can, because I'm going to try to do better now. Yes. So the circle. Earlier on, to give you an idea of how I was looking at fixes. Yeah, it's way better. Earlier on, circle holding trend. It's now wing VWAP. I treated it once, essentially just one dip line. It's now holding it on top VWAP. Looking pretty lower highs, lower low. It's forming a bit of a wedge pattern. There's your low highs, there's your low lows. Winning this. But I don't want it sitting long inside of the wedge. I want it to break up. Long, one more time, 3% up. No, the sucker can squeeze. Having another. The other thing when I look at it, I want ETH to be strong because I can circles. It's just a squeeze play on stable coin stuff. E-course, that's where the stable coin is beneath the platform. This is strong. The long is a heck of a lot better. It's sort of a bit of nothing, I won't say nothing, but more of a sell-use type of event on Friday for all of the related crypto weekend. But that just means that's going to go. But I want to just break this web before I get back in. ETH is breaking, so I don't know why. We can't wait for this in here. And everybody, I know it's, you guys can get instruction going on behind this. A lot has to get done before we final products. So just bear with us here, of course. And at the end of the day, why can't it have evenings? So Churchy Live, we're in the ground floor condo building, which you live in the condo and know. There's certain times you can't do Christian. Nobody wants to hear upstairs when coming home from work. This is when to get it done, and we appreciate your patience. So I'm going to try to get circle now breaking as we speak. See how I'll go like yelling to hopefully quiet, so it's not singing your eardrums. Circle's now breaking, so instead of just being long in front, it's now broken this little bit of a wedge. Don't run bar. I don't want to chase this part here. All right, let me just 60. Let me oh, give it to me. Not gonna chase any further. And then here is break the wedge of my stop. There you go, it's got 63. I'd have to get it more than underneath the bottom edge. So chasing it too far up to 2.5 just doesn't work risk reward. I hear just open the door just another high. So I'm going to get my stop in. We lose this completely. I can go ahead and write it by way average price. So my stop goes under. We end up closing above the wedge. We do. I can sing to it. I like this trim break. I'll see if we can get to 232 and then even higher. You guys know how much the stock could go if this actually holds this break. You could easily see 240, 245. But I'm taking it one step in here on the circle.
So yeah, definitely watch out for is that. So the market taking a little bit of a pullback. So did get involved here on the T to see how that went out. First sign of success is really stepping in here. Got a bit back, got candles now as well on the 15, giving us some more confluence. But again, we could get a higher low continue. That's absolutely aggressive all the way from 23 200 monies, I guess 32 200s way to 33 400 pennies, so almost a $200 push here on that NAG futures, and similar kind of push on ES as we pull from what is it, 640s to 370s is on the day today on ES. XYZ still holding up pretty well. I'm on Google or Apple, or I think somebody's Pan W as well. I didn't take a look at Pan W, so let's pan over that one and see if it'll come in. And wow, NBTS meal seems like I might have the ideal sells on that one, but let's take a quick look and at the same time. Alto, why was it most familiar stock? Like we traded it last week. I know, but it's as of when I feel like I did, or might have missed flush here. Just a sell off. Yeah, day two continuation, but holds and then starts to revert in 200 holdings of right now is a bit of a risky. 290 is the day high on hand W. So yeah, good stuff. Getting long hand W. Some of these names absolutely aggressive. Let's take a quick look at what did the most volume in a way. It makes sense why everyone's thinking about it open, because the stock that's done the most volume in the U.S. market as of now is Vendor, coming at 406 million.
It's going to do a billion.
It's not even 12 o'clock yet. It's an hour and 20 minutes off the open. It's very likely to do a bill shares at the end of the day, even a half day on close to $500 million right now. Lucid Neal holding the 3 really well. Has not reverted just yet, but we'll continue to go through this list after we're back from here.
Every time it seems like the dollar is going to turn things around and revert back to the upside, it decided to. Did get actually decent performance last week, then we ended up having topping levels around the 99 level on Wednesday and Thursday respectively. Friday, pretty flat. And today we are back to the downside. Trying to actually take out of day from Wednesday. However, Wednesday low day could be interesting. We've now based it around this low twice at 97 level. So if we can hold that 97, this could potentially form a bit of an inverse head and shoulders OS dollar. That is, of course, if you're in target patterns, we'll see how that best. But it is interesting to look toward the DXY. Here is the CME Fed level. 90% of participants are still not seeing any kind of rate change in July. The meeting now somehow only 9 days of time. That really does fly. 55-60% of participants are expecting a cut of 25 basis points to be ahead of the meeting in September. So if you're seeing if you're added to the Fed, more pressure being applied by the administration. You'll see who's, of course, leading Fannie Mae and Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac is continuing to apply pressure to the Fed. We actually have the Fed apparently they have a video website and everyone through their renovations because their building have caused a lot of upper. I guess now the Fed is trying to guide people through expectations on the web to try to get some of that backlash. Fed related, still very on watch. Let's see though if this from actually results a change from the July meeting. It seems like we're still not that cut till September. As you said, you guys, make sure to go and subscribe.
People actually drink a lot to know about observations at the Fed. Should we each their own, man? Whoever floats your boat, and I understand. Yeah, anyway.
Do you go to the same building with the Fed?
It's just like, who would? I don't know. I guess if you're in the, well, whatever. I'm not even going to try to rationalize one. To each their own. It is odd because of the whole fire for cause thing. Certainly, it was the first notion of that came to this whole, like you said, this is what's going to get spent on, and this is what's going to be building, and this is not, and if you're lying. At the end of the day, the Fed doesn't use Publins, technically speaking. That's the big technicality, by the way. Being is something they get print money, so technically speaking, they are when they Fed.
Well, we need some renovation, but they're just printing money. So we gotta.
Anything that the Fed makes is off the money printing at the end of the day. They've been in power print money, which is what causes inflation for everybody else, because essentially, if they go over budget, they're just taking it in your pocket indirectly. Like tax is tax. Okay, so it matters. Anyways, Circle had a slap fail on the second circle. As it tried to trend, but did not want to. It still could do it, and it does. I still think there's room to 2 feet. But when I see it lose that edge, I gotta bet out and wait for the next opportunity. I do see what's happening for an ETL. Like it gets holding the high, it's starting to curl a little bit. Oh, CoreWeave just again. CoreWeave, it's the second saddle we've on a trade. CoreWeave broke trend, got in, and then it took out it was the prior round, like 15 minutes, but now that's going to go. So from CoreWeave to CoreWeave to the upside. Right now, the market is kind of pulling back. With a lot of sense for me, the market pulled back. I want to take a shot at the short cage there. A little 5 minutes to go in here, but it's still on Amazon. For now, Amazon still been stogged for me, but now it's not really doing anything on those highs. Waiting for gold to start squeak again is going to make a lot of sense. Johnny, 1, 2, 3, anyone who happen to be tuning in now knows. Of course, we get some construction going on as we're renovating the studio. So the cutting through pipes just needs to get done, and so we're getting it done. We appreciate you guys sort of bearing with us. Through all of that, we do appreciations, and it's kind of one of the things that has to happen. They're gone. Like the pipes are gone already. Like the massive lights, or like the big
relocated.
They've already
on the screen though.
Yeah, you can
sit on that shiny edge right over here. There you go. That's one of them right there. But yeah,
nice job.
These guys are playing music all over.
Sure, we literally listening to music. What song was that?
By the weekend, I heard it. I hear the weekend. I still love the weekend. I was actually listening to.
I love the weekend too.
I had Wanderlust on playback on the drive-in today. I was like, Wanderlust. Oh my god. You know what's funny? One minutes on YouTube described the weekend absolutely openly. The voice of an angel, the lyrics of the devil. I think the voice of an angel, the lyrics of the devil. I think that's a great way to kind of describe his abilities. So yes, what's going on right? You listen to the weekend at all? The artist, yeah. Every now and then.
Yeah.
His old stuff definitely a lot better. Definitely a lot better. He had the whole he switched up his kind of style when he cut off his hair and pulled the hair up. Because he had the distinct hair. Remember under the weekend, he had the distinct hair. Beautiful by the lights. Can't feel my face. That's a good one. He's an absolutely amazing artist, and the message is use some music videos and they build a big story. He's an artist, definitely an artist.
Best track out there right now is Drill Baby Drill TV Live.
Oh yeah.
We're coming. Boom. Drill Baby Drill, which is 35. The mix is in full effect, everybody. That's what it's all about. Oh, it's insane. It's got a nice beat.
Yeah.
You probably don't want to do it all day, but it's kind of nice to it.
It does.
I don't know. I'm trying not to eat it all.
I think 3 so far. 3.
What do you mean? They're gone, are they? Well, that means I'm trying really hard not to them all.
The way you nailed the critter, I'd be surprised if I look back and they're gone, and then it would be like, oh, I don't know, the fighter or something. I'm like,
There is a stock drill, by the way.
yeah, there's
Demeaning Corp. Oh, wait, no, never mind. Must be delisted. There used to be a name drill. It doesn't matter. The only stock. See what's happening. I just was gonna make a pun about open doing to short sellers. You know, word drill, and then I realized what it would do with that. Said it out loud. So you know what I was going to say, but I stopped. So that many opens at 370 still going. It's an absolute freight train. It is breaking short stacks from the stock. It is absolutely fine. Let's go over to Arrow. We've got some breaking news.
I just saw this coming through on XQN RDT. Apparently, Reddit COO, Chief Operating Officer Jennifer L. Wald, $4.6 million worth of shares between 139.15 and 45.90. She apparently sold these shares. Looks like a while ago than the price, but either way, just keep an eye on RDT. Looks like I guess filing that shows a share sale from the company's COO active.
So that was that old pun you were saying? Something about we're openly getting what?
See, you said, not me. Don't try to put word in my mouth over me. Who said it? I did.
The longs are opening up. Like, no, I mean, yeah, they're opening they were opening their positions, I guess. Buyers is a push some fresh highs. 218.9 is the high today. It's currently at 228.19. Currently trading at 228.5s. With the market taking a little bit of a breather, I'm asking, is Amazon really just that strength? That 226 hold, absolutely beautiful. Prior day, I stayed on top of the on the ask on 226s. We finally reach out, hold that resistance, turns into poor. Classic example of that phenomenon, if you want it. Yeah, so I'm looking at beautiful here. All right, guys, forget. It's about 11 o'clock. Continue voting because I'm seeing open continue to be the top on the day. And a dollar sign in the chat with the 3-4-letter ticker, or sometimes 2 in the case of S or AMD. They go, hey, open deserves that spot as it is the highest volume rated on the day, so it makes sense that a lot of people are voting on that. A lot of people involved. So we'll reset this some point so we can take a look for the evening session. But as of right now, this is what it stands. In the morning, Oaks mentioned twice as more than any other stock. I guess the two our second up runners are NV and MVI.
It's a small cap versus kind of more. Well, I mean, the market's doing great, but the small cap has been absolutely ridiculous. I somebody who already in a couple of the weekend bumped up. It's Presser Sharif and Louis options. We'll be back at 2. But let's kick it to small cap trading and some talk about crypto. Sure.
See you guys.
Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the show. That right there is your boy Joey Options. I hope everybody had a fantastic weekend. I am Chief, and where are people? The people are here. Joseph, shut up. Kurt says I don't think I've ever said your name before. Shut up. C596 Glade. Jenny Eula started your last name. All is one. Monty G. We got Drew Chow. Drew B. Bang. Drew like that. Your Huckleberry After Star Holt. I'm looking for new names, guys. So throw in your name at is new, or if you haven't said hi, we have Games, Frank Streets, I see Papa Bear, King, Essex Hammer. Essex, that looks like a Wham logo in your name. You're going to get blocked. Mike HATS, I'm no buddy. Everybody's welcome here. Ricky G, D Curve, you got Desi Junction Media, Applesauce, and Trump Quo. Peter Wannabe, I like that one. Shout out to Tariq. Monroe, Uncle Shiner, Mike Peter, I said it's a name that I haven't seen before, but always such a good vibe, my man. We got Yadon Womack, then Satic Sports Card, Nick, come on, Costa, Silly Mama, get it, Silly Mama. So we got Enriquez, Stock Jock, okay, T Bull, Beacon Lemons, Z Fox, you guys got a lot of new names, baby. We're not gonna say any old names. Eagle Palon, I've said him before, but I happen to love that character. Yeah, well, you know, I like it, Joe, so whatever. Everything's good there, my man. How are you?
Yeah, I'm alright. I'm doing okay. What's the red down the color? Sawbucks? Is that what it is? Sawbucks. I mean, like a famous five, I'm pretty sure. Sawbucks 10, I believe.
Oh, that's gambling we're saying, right?
I have no idea. No, my piece to say it to me, though.
I'm pretty sure. The only reason I'm so uncultured, I get my culture from a high society.
Okay.
Right, there you go. That's kind of the situation over there.
Alright, guys, what's going on? Hey, let's go through the trades that we put on. This is QBTF. It just went there, and this was my primary target on it. This is the stock that I was looking to trade. This is pretty choppy. I mean, we haven't actually found a direction, but we take it up there. And you know what? Wasn't going to be anyone breakup. And I'm just going to leave it alone. But then we get a nice move from Bob once again, head right to that $20 price. But why would I trade this? Look, opened up, and heavy resistance right there. So it's the continuation strength. So for me, it's like I realize that these stocks don't move as well. Sometimes it makes sense. So you have to in them from good durations and have the ability to dominate through the evidence. And then we took a short on Tesla this morning. That worked out in the silly meat side that I put along and we got stopped up. It was pretty okay, but it cracked this get low, boom, there's head in there. Decent size as well. I flip about that side and got started at the break of the low. But this has brought me up this thing. And I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. So it's time to stop. So entry 1, start, entry 2, stop, out, go ahead on the third one. And then we get stopped out. So I'm not going to be shorting this market, especially when Amazon and Google have completely other plans. That's what I got to look up. My eyes are XYZ. I know Obi's been trading that. So we'll keep an eye out on that one as well, too, because it's starting to form a compression pattern. See that displayed. We are putting lower highs consistently through this. So there we go. Which way is this going to take? So we can call it descending wedge, whatever you would like. Price really starting to condense. Let's see if we can get volume spike and head to the top. So like the long here, XYZ. Sure.
Here's the deal, guys. We have a trade here to start on EMN. This is a dollar stock, but it's a respectable, very respectable 182%. It does have the double top of note at the 150 to 160 area. Be in the lookout for that, okay? I've scalped up position. We got in a little bit lower than the dollar at 123 at the B cup and 40. I'm keeping my eye on one. Reason I got in, it was a V retracement. I was alive to the double top, but I looked. Is that VWAP here, it's putting area lows because these are the area lows. So give this one a try, and then it drops below the $110. It's all shoot. So we end up scalped. Well, on this one, I'm keeping an eye on it. Let's see if we can extract some more. I'm also involved in another trade. BSGM. It's not up near as much, about 19.8%. Right now, I do have off low there, taking a couple of scalps. It's showing 58. I'm 46 on this spread up. So it's 610 spread, 70 spread right now, tightening up. But it is going filled. You can see went all the way to my 58 order there, and 2 order that it crossed. that are going in as a result of the spread. So be look out for that. So this one obviously displeases a little bit. In full disclosure, this one is a rare trade for me. Not even done without a million shares. 121 shares is what it's done on the day. Let's see if we can get a nice little move there and then take my orders. It's crossing them, but two of them are going on. So a little annoyed about that. Now, let's put your friend open because he is the Kenobi. Didn't mention this thing, and this is all gas, no fucking brakes right now. 375. How we're at 360. Mika schmuck. I'm an idiot waiting at 340. Thinking, oh, this is gonna come test premium area of resistance. Nah. Hold on, now it's not too many buys here to allow it to drop into the order area support. Yeah, you guys know, obviously we've got construction in the ground. Shout out to the guys doing an absolutely fantastic job. Hopefully done soon, and we won't have too much noise to share with us, guys. I'm trying to make the place better, and we really do appreciate your understanding. In any of that, to open over keeping my eye on the 65 cent. Thereabouts, it's 2 pennies the highs. This one has got a lot of gas tank right now. Pick it up off keels. Let's see if we can get above that 375. So it looks like we definitely got some buyer ahead of the half dollar, Joey. I was in 40s, maybe 45 now. The market was exuberant. The buyers here are just too exuberant, picking this up above degrees of technical support. So if we get in here, we're going to have to be kind of, I don't want to say sniping this, but I'm really accurate with our. I'm going to keep my eye on Joey.
Take a look at that momentarily. Alexandre Emerad, what's up, Big Al? Real member from Ottawa. Get a shout out from Shrine. I hope everything is doing a good run. You're having a solid trading, so that's shout out to Big Al. Now, yeah, let's look at that there. This is going to be some interesting stuff. Do you know that we see open interest at that point? Now, we got to see if it's rolled over this week. It hasn't, then who was necessarily going to happen? Oh, yeah, nothing. It's literally gone now, buddy. So whoever was just got absolutely destroyed as those did close in the money. So that was not a good time. That individual, because there's only 203 earned open contract at that strike price. Last week we seen tens of thousands. So yeah, that one didn't work out for individuals. Yeah, I wouldn't look too much heavy into DJT, but we are in some XYZ. Shout out to OE. Yeah, using this nice graph at the bottom. Now we're starting from this price compression pattern. If we can sit onto this range, I think that's going to give us a good opportunity. We're really giving this big answer, so just due to how TR has expanded on the volley and the gap that we've experienced earlier this month. So there is XZ slow grinding high for us. Couple days in the money, but we'll take that one, and we're most going to be looking to add it into this position and make it as big as we possibly can. And then take markets to give us here on this one. Microsoft was strong, so we started to short this. What are we going to do? We obviously got to look at the mag, and then we're Amazon. I was in prematurely. Amazon buzzing. Google was buzzing well too. And then you can't forget about Microsoft. I mentioned the stream. I'm like, I kind of got why this is just continuously running and run. But I was a couple, and calmly being one of them, said about 20% of unregistered or unaccounted for revenue from the commercial Azure space, which can lead to this continuous move higher. And we talked about this on Friday, I believe it was. How sustainable is this? Well, if there is accounted revenue, then I think it can be sustained, but be careful of earnings. I wouldn't be buying any cracks or all the way up here. And if it does, by all means, let it do what it do, but there's another opportunity to get involved. XZ, slowly working out for us, but 8% on the day there, sure.
Oh, Joey, we just got into open right now, getting at 77s. We just sucked up into 95s. Open is the rampage to the high side. $4 is inning open. Are you up on the day? Show yourself open. Why don't I put it on the site like an idiot? Hold on. I'm making a lot of takes today, or just a second over here. PEN, I don't know why. 73%, 73% rate. But look, what I'm looking at here is how much available shorts on the platform, and they're unavailable. So not bad over here for OP, and as we get into $4 area, be on the lookout here for rejection at the momentary rejection. We've seen a story before where we get into that level, we're met with selling, zigging, zaying, some people take profits at around $4 area only for the other buyers to step in and propel this one, so be on the lookout now. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to continue to wait over here for the second entry open as we have kind of taken every foot into that level. I've got another trade on right now. Is a little concerning, okay? We've set up some here on BSM. It's finally across that million hold, but this continues to be prohibitive now. 9 pennies for me right now. 1 penny in money if you're looking at the I'm 8 penny money wall now, 5 pennies in money if you're looking at the bid. I'm looking for this one to hold VWAP. This is that 5E level. It's all over. I won't be dealing with this one. We have scaled a little bit over here, but we'll be out of the money if we do. We'll be right on it, is me, if you get a stop out. So haven't dealt that much. I want to go PMN because this one was halted downside momentarily. So somebody in the chat like, hey, should I have one of my PM shares? And so I had a look at where we were halted at VWAP. That's not bad for itself, so just holding that technical level. And then at the top, the theoretical option price, 1 penny below the halt level. Last, we are back at the vaulted average price now. But what we need to be on the look for is what we call flat break. How do I say that? Because what I see here is incrementally highs all the while, got that same area low being the view-weighted average price. So you get lower high, or high, all the while that same buyers in at the same predictable level. Sometimes it's only a matter of time until that buyer is exhausted with his buy order, and then the price drops. Be on the lookout right for what we call a flat bottom break at PMN, and if it does flat break, I'd be long south of VWAP, but if you're interested in taking a long VWAP, I'd be looking at that dollar area for buyers to step in on mass. Be on the look for big buy orders on the bid side of the level 2, so that you know that you can make an educated guess or not buy or sufficient orders to backstop the order. So looking at right now, PMN, open, and ESGM. I've got others over here bringing them in and talk about my guys. Sorry, in the chat tags, I have an opportunity to respond. I've been kind of covering these, but I promise to go back and look at them. So I mentioned BSGM. Also looking at TDTH, this stair step. I'd like this possibly at a $1.80 at a $1.95. Idea, I'd like it at a $9.85 because that's where I saw the buyer basically connected the sellers in there, and you've also had multiple kind of buys off that area. You are putting highs on TTH, so be lookout for the loss of that. Anything below 90, I'm not interested in buying it. So that's there. Beam, BWES, so staring up, finding support at 20, another predictable area support after 340 area. Why do I say predictable area? The 10 is there, also rejected area initially, so you know it's a area of resistance. Look for it to forward if it was to be resistance. I'm also looking at NVTS as a lot today, started to go through all. This was a bit more expensive, Nux and change going on 10. So stair step, it did momentarily lose the 10 EMA on 5. It's zagging with $9 area. Doesn't know if it wants above or below it. Be on the lookout for that. I'd pick this up for a dip trade at volume weighted average price, currently high 50s, and then going on here, started last one. Prime, RME one did momentarily lose VWAP, but quick as you like, back into that high 9s with take off 5. This one's up 23%, Joey. There's a lot going on right now. Trees carefully. I would say that the king of today, the one that's going, the one that will be mentioned, open.
open. Yeah, open's looking good there, brother. It's warm here today. I will say that it's warm. I know you're feeling it today. I have no idea.
So we got you guys obviously see the guys in the background there, but in addition to that, Joey, water out, and when the water's out, the air is out, your boys can go back there in the open and get bottles of water. You're shiny, all right, my guy. You're shiny.
That might be the queen, you know what I mean? You got that good. I don't even know what that's lean by. Shout out to Brian. But yeah, Monty G, Jag, keep doing your thing, guys. You know, go and just chill out, relax a little bit. If things aren't going your way, guess what? Just tomorrow there's already another session, so don't try to force anything. All right, guys, let's see what we got going on. X guy did add his position here. Now we gotta wait for this break to see if the trend to hold here doesn't. Then we'll just hop out. I'm not gonna cry home about this one or anything. This was 33% add. I haven't up any position. The thing is, though, don't like adding in. That's not necessarily part of my stuff. But what I will do is I'll average. But here, considering this is only 33%, I'll give myself the opportunity to do hold V once again. I'll add another 33%, so that'll essentially double the 50%. Sorry, that's 50%. So this will double this in there and then continue to look for that move. The Qs, I think at some point, going to break down slightly early in this trade. You get multiple indecision for the highs, and I'm like, let's rock and roll. This is our time line. But it was just too early, and some eggs were too strong. Just so accepting of the fact that he's more playing out today, and that's okay. We'll another off. So, and this is referring to earlier as well, too. You can see that Google and Amazon are relatively strong. I said, okay, so we've been on such a run since April lows. And Google and Amazon were lagging. So at a point, one side to play catch up and drag the market higher, and I think that's exactly what we're experiencing now. So Google and Amazon playing catch up. They report on Thursday, so I'm looking to that one with Tesla. We'll put an eye on that. A couple shares left. And that's nothing, so it's really, really small. And I did miss this trade here. I was speaking to some individuals a while ago, and like, hey, yeah, this is going to be a good opportunity to add to goal right at this 181, and then your boy just never pulled the trigger. It's unfortunate. So that's why I've been looking at some names over the weekend. I did an eye on NU. Okay, so that's really working out here now. Gee, why do certain things? So I placed order last night, and I'm like, all right, this contract, and let's zoom in and see what we got going. As soon as I opened my eyes, I wanted to see what MU was doing, and I see this reef. So like, yo, cancel. Yo, I canceled that one right early. Yeah, but I'm like, what is this? Yeah, this is at 6:30 in the morning. This is the thing I see. What is this? I don't want any part of this whatsoever. So I did cancel this order, but MU got potential to time higher. But this is its early report day, and it was too bad. I think 38% year-over-year revenue. A lot of pop numbers here in Macron, but here's a nice hand candle off of those lows. So that's exactly what I'm looking at. If it's too late to get involved, I just go in with the side I was intending. I had some contract and an order to put it there. We're up the top end range in XPCE, so that is a bit of a sign for this long. And then so, sorry, I just wanted to bring it up before I send it back to Chief. Is some of the quant stock. I know you looking like a booty here in the morning, but again, first 5 minutes, I'll really chop it off the price action, but then you break through some key resistance. But by looking at this, here, look at it, boom. Break a line, potential right there, and then if we go to the sector, we can see multiple kind of identical patterns across the board. I think that's going to be a positive sign. Here was a nice 71 break on QBS, and then also QUB. Okay, this one not as clean as the other one, but IQ and QBTS, potential good swing trade there as well, Sharif.
All right, man. Sounds like Z-Man. I'm in a new and I'm not sure why it's showing it. I'm in Beam. We weaseled into B14 here, so we're going to layer some order, my friend Beam. Let's see if we do something about this one. Yeah, putting in the orders there. Now, full disclosure, BSG. We're close. We haven't stopped out yet. We're now out of money by 90s on this one. I have to be careful because is illiquid. So done with this, we've given it a wider spread. Your order and the limit order has to be a spread between them. In case you're a numerator to these small, I always use limit orders, but one way to kind of offset the backs of the limit orders, and I'm going to get started here in a second to do this, is to tell the computer different prices. One is a trigger order and limit order. Trigger order tells the computer to sell when this thing, let's say, hits 5.5. The limit order will say to the computer, well, look, and pay, and now I just got out, so it will go 1 for 1. So the limit order will pay up to put this price. So if it's at 5.5, you can say to the order, pay to as low as 5.15. So that way you're getting a 10 penny offset penny spread, however you want to drive that. Okay? So a little bit, we'll go mandatory very quickly though because of BEM over here. We'll look to de-risk, but this one will put me on the day. It's all right. We'll get back to it. Now, I'm looking at PMN again. Holding VWAP, it's definitely lower highs, but I have a really clear area you can get out. So let's go look PMN again, and if that buyer that was stepping in 14 is no longer there, then we're wrong. That's exactly what I'm doing there with PN. We're going to do it live right now. We're just going to, sorry, I know, this is great. So where are we in now? So let's list some of these orders. We can do it live again. We're here on this boy and take out some good orders there. So just setting up over here, up a little bit, 28 on that. So that's what I'm looking now, PMN. On that one, and then Beam. Yes, nothing on Beam yet. Okay, and there we go. Now we get on Beam. Beam VWAP retrain again. One that's distinctly spready. It's pennies. Now it's not 1 penny. You're not going to be able to get in and get out without any damage or without penny damage. So we can get here on Beam. Now we're taking up the orders here on the one. Where else can we get any more? So we've got a couple orders there. Let's go ahead now and wait at 5s on my Beam.
I love the phrase displeasing spready.
And they're weaseling at me when I say something.
I mean, for me, probably displeasing spready would be like the sin of what you're still like, what?
Oh.
So we all know you have an A first spready stuff. Very good at training them, and basically you do. What would be distinctly spready for you?
Okay, I think on the short end, I'll be like, I've figured out other things, but like, if it's like, if you're gonna do like a 2 to 3 cent spread, I don't know. On the other hand, the wider spreads, I don't know if I think $5, I don't know if I do.
So what do you typically, a couple bucks, right?
Usually $1. I'm comfortable with $2 to $3.
That's great.
Yeah, look, some people, they wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole. It's just goes to show you that there's really no one way to trade it.
There's the thing, right? There is no one way to trade. The beauty of the most is like, when people are like, yeah, do this, you should do that. It's like, okay, I understand you're getting at, but take into consideration that's your system, and do you operate? Other people may not operate in the same way. Right? So you just gotta look at that and just stay open-minded. That's me. I've been there. I've been around to get comp. It's like they go through a couple of days. And like they're printing money, they're good money, and next thing you know, they're like, hey, you have to be like this, you have that. Get it. At the end of the day, you gotta let be their own. Now, there's, you like that. I'm really in that way. But again, wanting to take the, I think one of the sayings in the world today is that it's smarter to take advice from everybody and just boom, understand so. But someone would be like, no, you have to do so, you have to do it. No. Take advice, a little piece of information from every individual, like, what's decently smart. And then, hey, put that all there and then try to make your own kind of conclusion in your thesis. And I think that's the big trading. That being said, your boy added a little more to SZ, and I don't know if this is going to play out. We are on the back to this trend. I am going to add a little bit more. Prepare to sit in this slow grind here. That may X, Y, Z. I believe the market highs are definitely going to be in the war today, and then even possibly 80. So I have to Deontay Wilder this and Diamond has sit in this position, but I also don't want to hold it too heavily again, considering now averaging up through the volume-weighted average price into kind of no man's land where you can kind of potentially form a shelf. So just keep in mind, you don't get too aggressive on the way up. Wait for the pullback. It's going to give me an opportunity to add. I think my primary target around this wood tree is going to be $80.
I like it. I like it. All right, we're doing it live. Let me go through a couple of these trades. So I've got 4 trades on at the moment, just working to NVTs. I'll get them in all in a second. Beam, we've got a couple of prints here, beam, but not rocking up the volume-weighted average price. No, I've been live to the small cap cappers using the TMA on the 5 resistance once they lose them. And that's the perception now of being. The mechanical trading systems will use the moving averages, right? And obviously the mechanical trading system is going to be incorporated in algo. And so that's what I've been looking at lately for. I just stopped the PN for a second trade there, but be positive on that one. We had a better trend earlier, so this one does lose the volume at that price, and that will be like the last time I take it on that. I'm keeping my eyes on PIN, keeping my eyes on TDT, just worked into them as well. That's above the 10 days, so that's keeping optimistic. But B, I might note here on Beam, guys, take 3 pennies and run because it is leading. It is not putting in a kick to make a new high. And it's also straddling an EMA on the 5 from the south side. That's not what I want with that. So I don't mind getting out of the trade early and just taking the money and running here. And that's exactly what I'm going to do on Beam. We're going to take a couple of pennies and just get the hell up, not setting up in the way. All right, NVS, a couple from this one, look for kind of a curl effect on NVTS. Let me show you in here the black chart. So this one dips it below 9. It's set the values here, you call it in the high E's. What I'm looking for is a clearing at 9, 10, and then a possible move into that 9.5. We'll have to see if we get that good trade set up on NVTS. As the open is really going here down there. It goes through 4. Be on the lookout now for open. I sell for others. Where are the buyers going to stand? Well, the sellers are certainly been in that 5 over here. But let's see if we can get some here on open. Probably behooves me to the 5-second chart on this, so I can keep my eye on this one over here. We're going to send you guys to a dare for the cryptic man.
Get ready, guys. Here's DDD. I did have a crypto-related catalyst this morning. You can see about as high as just $20 level. Pre-market that we have pulled back, still making some hires. Companies saying that they have apparently accumulated about $2 billion in Bitcoin-related securities as part of its to expand its digital asset. Now, this company, of course, does use social media. They have a social account or the platform that President Trump primarily posted, but now apparently they are announcing as of today and as of these acquisitions, their holdings of crypto make up probably 2/3 of their total liquid assets, which amount to $3 billion. You can look here for DJT. Let's take a look at these crypto names. XRP, which has been really strong as of late. Let's take a look at XRP. Now look here, this is a rounded bottom on this 15 chart. Let's see what we do here with the 0.6, 1.7 level. Zoom out on a daily chart. This is looking really good. Not only do we have that rounded bottom in the board here, I'm in that 15th chart, but if you take the daily, there's a rounded bottom here as well. So this does seem quite a bit of a breakout for XRP. Let's take a look at Solana as well. Over here, just look at some of these altcoin and Ethereum names. Solana really great, consistent highs, higher lows on this daily chart, but still quite a ways away from January of resistance, the most recent high that we got around $300. Back to you.
Thank you for that one. Here we go. Just slowly getting into this position. Other than if we hold, other than a little bit more for the volume in eyes, and then just look for that move higher. And the bulk of it's here, so I had to do so. Just kind of just build something just in case we do that to head for some of the market highs and put it in that $80 target, which can be in the workers today. So I'll keep an eye out on the SPY. Just again, grinding higher on the session, but this is some nice popping tail signals right here around 11:30. Double B make that final push. Liquidity grab, absorb everybody's money inside to grab, maybe make a move back down into the volume average price. No. Considering how the volume BY is hugging price tightly, that signals are very strong stock, so just keep that in mind there too, guys. So, XY not working out to us right now. We need the BY hold. It does snap, then I'm just going to hop out of the shade. So let's see how price works around this specific in order for me to get a little bit more. It is relatively strong, right? So that's something positive. One thing to note is just look at this volume growth, not whatsoever. But as we pull back, you can see the volume cool off. So that's going to be an opportunity for the opposite party to step in and really start to push higher if it is to do so. All right, so that's the game plan on XYZ. I know it's asking me about a coin this morning, so take a look at what I did stuff too. Just kind of just sideways, but this is an inverted hammer that I've seen. I'm like, that's not a good sign. As you through some key resistance levels, and then you head into that next. So now, boom, the break that finally breaking the volume at average price. Let's take a look at a fun new potential tool here. That's going to be XXRP. Okay. The XRP, too long ETF right here, Sharif. I don't know how valued at more XRP is. It doesn't really make sense to me. Looking at the right thing is, I don't know. So something to put in price significantly more what the actual line is. I can't remember around that. Maybe there's something I'm not understanding. But here, from $60 all the way up to a high around $68.70. So they're really good looks at XRP, ETA, that's going to be Ethereum as well here, guys. Nice move off of those 28 lows going to 29.20. Big time pop. We keep an eye out for the potential gap be filled. Now this is getting a lot more popular. Institutions are funneling in. So look for that manipulation. And when you have the apps, definitely get in that ball.
It's so pretty.
Pretty. So pretty. Oh, you saw them cooking up there. Right, then.
All right, open, doing it again. Joe's air goes by the daily. The force on going 30. Go, open, go. There's high today, 41. Be on the lookout. We're closing on 100% on the open one over here. It's been breaking out for a hot minute. Still have a day to defend for. I'm starting to wonder whether the dip trade is accurate or not. Likely going to remove it. I think we're full removed away for that. If we do in to that dollar level, I need to assess a new other than just put in willy breaking nilly. So I'm going to keep my eye on the open one. It's breakout. It's got a great looking chart of its belt. But just be a little bit here because I want to have a way of reverting. The information on open is as follows. It is a 655 billion share floating in the trade with a 20.74% short float. That's decent. Now, these ones are released by FINRA every 4 days, so we don't know exactly what it is at any one point in time. There it goes again. It's to the high of the daily quarters here. We'll see how much we can let this one back. I'm going to be interested in adding if it's up in the right way. So, open, wow, in 40s it goes, Joseph. We're going to go into that 100% area now. On open, be on the low, guys. Again, 20.75% short float on a foot of 655 million shares. It's a little larger. Sometimes we're trading these single-digit million shares. So when I see 655, it's a little bit bigger. And I'm a little but I'm like, this one's a little thickly traded. It makes a bit more sense given that it has a larger float. Okay, but we could get squeezes as a result of short float. You want to do a little TA? Gotta get steps under your belt. Go on the daily and then make educated guesses as to where you think the shorts have piled in, just based on volume and price action. It's not hard, it's not certainly anything foolproof, but definitely a good exercise there. So we're going to keep an eye on TDBTH. We're continuing to higher highs and lows. It's doing nothing right home about pull up prints here. I don't feel about this. We're at 210, we can shake. Really get anything above 210 trade that I've got on now. NVTS, 2 pennies out of money on this one. Is the ones that I've got OKs. I'm looking for this one to continue higher lows. Again, that 10 level for whatever reason is a bit of sticky. $9.10 seems to be where this is weaseling in. We'll have to keep that on this one. Unsure how it crumbles. Z Fox, open will drop here, right? It does everything. Does that every time along? I don't think that, Susie. I get a look. Sometimes it does feel like the market's against you. These names are looking to take me. I totally get that. Been there for many different slippers, many different likes, many different things along the way to kind of receive achieving that emotional intelligence that you're able to tell how you react. I mean, it feels a hot minute to do that. I was not actually made to trade. What they say, right? Hot country, hot blaze. Yeah.
Ooh, so
heard that one before? No? No. Country, hot blaze.
Sort of real quick.
Things get spicy real quick. You see my people, we're all yelling. We're always yelling. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I would take offense because this is true. The fact that this is true. So that's my eyes right now. We'll keep our eyes clear.
Yeah, I was going to get excited there, but what about here? So yeah, just building this position, holding the volume at average price. In practice, we're going to be sitting pretty here, guys, and then we're going to be taking a move in 79.48 and then off. But yeah, today, for unlimited potential, yeah, right there. It's market cap related. So what the price of the underlying is to ensure that it has to be correlated with that market cap. So yeah, thank you for pointing that out. Much appreciated. But yeah, let's get XYZ, man. This is going to be a big time slow burner. And I think Q's curling back, XRP coming back in towards the weighted average price. You can see we're obviously experiencing liquidity issues here. So as you gap that is probably like you don't want them in an intraday standpoint. I don't know if that's changed. If you guys want to double check on that. So just keep an eye. You get caught in trying to get out, and there's no liquidity, there's no supply. So yeah, that would not be good. Super, I'm hot-blooded. And hot-blooded.
Oh, okay.
Remember that hot-blooded? You don't know that?
Oh.
It's in a commercial. I'm pretty sure.
Should know it.
Yeah, it's hot-blooded. I didn't even be singing it wrong, but it is what it is.
Singing it right.
103.
Oh.
Yeah, you know what I mean? All right, that's crazy. But yeah, let's see, come on. Actually, you can find some for us. But that being said, let's take a look at some of the top performing sectors on the day. It's pretty green at the board. We only 2 of them in red, guys. There it is, materials, 1 1/4. Communication for 1 1/5. That's the wind pushing in the showboat. Utilities up about 8/10 there, and then in the bottom 3, customer stable positive up 1/4%. XLV down 0.3%, and then we have the energy set down about 0.5%. So really strong stuff at the board in this overall market. For those signs of strength, Cherise, what do you got going on?
No, we waited for. We got the fill out for. Let's go open. It's open business, but guess what? Anything below 3.4, just 390. Sorry, 390. Yeah, you get that. We're not. So we'll get this one. So there's the little entry, scalp, and scalp, tree, scalp. We're gonna keep working live here on open. If it's got the juice, to let this one loose. 440 HOD, we're well high for that predictable $4 level. Technical area of this resistance now act as that support area comes in. Doing good with an eye on this one for the remaining amount. Not too much left on the eyes, so this one go. Now TDTH displeases me. Displeases me because that seller at 10 shake. So here's my observation with TDH. Most of the support comes at 10, the underlying support comes at 20. So my final hurrah on TDCH will be at that $2.99 on an app. Into that level forcible flat break through 210. I mean, I don't think we have not gotten any cranes closed or otherwise. I think those are only two. Up at $2 level, there has been a seller of error, and you can't see it reflected on the two because all you're seeing on the level on the gateways are within 1,000 lots. Submit to you, it's certainly more than that. So we'll keep having that. The other trade we've on over here, what's it called? NVTS. I perceive this one to be putting in lows, not necessarily putting in the higher highs that I meant. But higher lows are there anyway. Below the area low over here, we get stopped on NVT, and I don't think they can in any prints. I mean, I took one mini print on that one, so it's nothing to home about. Certainly, let's go back to open. Coming back into as I mentioned, anything low 4 gets me stopped. And if that's you right stop, that's fine. Don't have that much left, and we'll get back there. 4 is going to lose. There we go. Now we're really. You sure? You're sure open? What's this guy, bro? This guy to get us my trade, man.
Yeah, shut it down. Get this guy out of here. He's out.
All right, man. Right. Well, look, let him take it. That was what happened. All right. So, no, I want open to print. Let the man print. Let the man. So, open is short open. What do you mean? Sitting there freaking celebrating against me. You're going to say something? Of course somebody celebrating. That's great. You want to sit in. Dave was dancing. He's got a good trade upstairs. Their top pigtail came with 440 Holy Prince up a store show. He is the one. So we're going to keep an eye on that, and I'm going to keep my eye on NVTS. So this one is displeasing me greatly.
Yeah, same. Actually, is displeasing me greatly as well. You can see this, it's really choppy, right? We get breakout, and the volume goes up in what's right? So that's not a good sign. We'll wait for the whole drag. PA VWAP is slightly different than what we got on, just because the data is to be collected at times. PA is at 6 a.m. Whereas with this, it starts at 4 a.m., right? So, there it is. So yeah, let's see the buyers step. Nice strong PA to the top, so we're going to look for continuations on both this level. I'm fully sized in right now. If it starts to work in, then we obviously want to make it as big as we can. But otherwise, I'll just take the stop as what it is. So this is up to skewing it in right now. I'm looking for the continuation. Tesla, I don't know what's up with that now. That's not good. Market was ripping earlier this morning. Tesla had plans, and it's heading right back for the low of the day. Build this completely. So yeah, it sucks sometimes. I mean, there it is, consistent or highs on pattern. But once this cracks, there's going to be a good opportunity to get in and then take 380 break, 350 break, and then you can climb higher. So this is another big time here. I'm just off for those Liberation Day lows, 50%. So that's something positive. Not this year, your boy sold right here as well too. You did a really good job getting it out of being sarcastic, obviously. And we also rotated my fan favorite around, and that's going to be Rocket Tree. But if you look at price action here, we're up to 60% off those April lows. This is a big time decision print at an extreme high. I was thinking about shorting it, and I think there's a good opportunity to do so. You get that move all the way from 109 to about 659. The 2 minutes you got going on from an intraday standpoint to see if that really came into play, and it was all out of the open. So I mean, there's still enough signs of this thing being relatively wrong. Market's moving high. It's not participating right now, but it may take a couple of sessions or even a little bit longer. You expect stock to cool down. You don't want to be going against it just yet because it is extreme. But the same action pattern was forming on Snow. It was Coin, I believe. Yeah, Coin had the same decision print right at the high, slightly stronger on the interest session. So keep that in mind. There it is. Another complete dodo, whatever you would like to call this in this print, and then at an extreme high on Coin. Now, let's see how much from a percentage we are off of those April lows. This thing is absolutely modest. It's insane. 200%. Bang. That is some big times. I don't know if you can shake all the way up here. For me personally, C's are going to be low if you're going to be looking to get involved in some name tree.
CSP.
Kid, but
Oh, gotcha. How much I know about this. We'll start that.
why would you say hopefully? You know how it is, bro. Probably one of the most individuals. Oh, so I have no
Appreciate you, bro. I just not finding the time to do anything.
I know you're a busy man these days, you know.
Oh, wow, this guy just offered to talk and just put it on the crowd.
Hey, I never said
Yeah, I don't want people when you smile at your ear.
I just say I feel the car. Like you stole the car.
Nah, we're good there. Yeah, so I'm just cheating this NV test, guys. I'm trying to make a decision as to how I want to proceed here. What I'm thinking right now, straight up, it could be a flat break, right? Let me make a case to you against my position. Sounds crazy, but this is genuinely what I think now. So I moved up the top, area high, lower high, low high. And then look at this, 890 all throughout, the wicks going below 90, but generally the closing for 890. So that is the recipe for flat bottom break. This does work, okay? So I'm gonna keep my eye on them. It's stair stepping lower, and it doesn't mean that it won't be met with a break like higher, but I have to take a guess. It's one like will stop, but I put my stop at 82. Okay? That will be below the exponential move. Average loses 20. I'm not interested. I could be interested if it goes swap, forward there, but that's all the way down to 8C. Nothing for me to do between now till then. So look at TDT, let's go back to this one. 05 on this one, again, I don't mind adding into 2 on TH just because of the higher low position. This one is not doing the other, where it's kind of putting in highs with a flat break. This one is, in fact, putting her lows for what I perceive to be a top break for 210. That seller there at 2, we can't shake them, so we shake them the next time. That's my thinking there. But yeah, NTS is losing. It's dropped down now to 89 from what I see to 90. Yeah, this is flat break, written all right. I should just get out here and put what I can. 10 penny loss run, insist. Get a stop go. Kind of how I see VTS at the moment, but we'll see this one ends up doing. You guys, what are you guys looking at? Let me know if there are any that I haven't brought to the attention of the viewers. 8.5, I'm seeing them move. So this one is going to replace WGRX. So we're going to put TNF. That is a former convict. I remember this one from before. TNF. Up 51. Let's cover this super quick because I just said nothing about this one. I haven't had really a look at it right now. See at 10 even with the 5 support. This one currently running in the boom market at 4M and 5, etc. It's got a high. They are in pre at 270. We've taken a high. It's an official high today in regular hours of 292. So this one all the requests above the above the created high at 52 in Greensville. So let's see if we can execute here on ANF and easily into a trade good here, Joe.
Alright, nice look there, guys. Right, this is what we got good enough. You could have this continues downtrend swing, so we have the ability to snap. Then the next is a little bit there. So if we do go below the volume average price, just gonna hop out of it. And you can see on a 5-minute time frame, this isn't an that you necessarily won't be involved in breakout just yet. You really need the volume to step it, otherwise then it's probably not work out. Consistent low highs, not that we want to see, and the volumes also need to really decay as well. So keep that in mind. Yeah, Amazon's going nuts here. This has been fantastic. I love this from the start. But unfortunately, not involved in love this name for a long time, and just never took advantage of it. So the big gap up right at that 50 to 60% fill. I was alright. This get involved in 97. Just never pulled that trade. So that one's unfortunate. We'll wait for results. And I told my next potential swing trades that looking at MU, Owens. That ship hasn't sailed positive, but nice indecision to this earning session. You have a couple of days, about 2 to 3 weeks, which is news downward. Now maybe you can get that continuous. It was also a hold on this prices. And so you can see the answer here. So a positive site, you get that edition print, and then maybe you can add for this next potential target. That's going to be 131. But again, I'm thinking maybe there's going to be some rotation attack here. Things are slightly starting to cool off. NVDA is bringing around some highs, and that's just starting to consolidate. I think this name's going to be $2 by the end of the year. I don't think there's much questioning now. Yeah, one eye on some of these names. Quantum Space up this one. A little strong closer today's session. I stopped giving my own after I traded XZ, IOQ. Let's see if we can see grind higher. No, we're not coming back towards this view up. And then we'll take a look at TI as well. The RGTI was strong. Friday session, beautiful print of the lows, and then that move higher, reject some of these pre-market zones here. And QUB will take a gander at it as well. QUB, oh, okay, this one's, it sucks sometimes, and this one's not anywhere near its peers to do it. So QBTS and IOU at the top end of this range, potentially around Italy, and we'll take a look at QT. S14, and there's a break of this. Look for that need to hold, and maybe we're going to climb higher. This has been a steady stair-step pattern to the top stuff. I mean, it's not the cleanest price action, but it's protecting and holding prior levels really well. And then you've taken an additional higher, so it's a boom, like higher hold level, boom, big time move. So if you want to look for the condition and strength, then look for history to come. Even if it's repeated itself, and then we get a hold of this Civic $20, we can head up in 22 to 23. I think that'd be a positive trade opportunity, but that's what I got my on. Now, let's crack this trend here on XYZ, and then view up good. We can see the selling pressure in your stepping industry.
All right, we got A and F here, guys. What do we got? 7 evidence. It just popped in 3. It's got a bottom wick 4 now, line that 4 now. But we've got a bunch of prints to the high side. I still have them unfilled there, as you see on the screen. 95, 97, 99 zips up back into 80. I'm looking for this hold. I'm talking about A, E, and F. Up 50%, but in trouble with that 93. I'm assuming here that we will have to squeeze into $3 area, and there does be a whole bunch of selling every time we move up into the 9s, which is earning $2.90, which is obviously consuming. What's key interest here is the kind of the high lows that we've been putting in addition to the fact that we're sort of close to 3, kind of feeling that I have a feeling that it's going to have that medic effect to 3. We'll see what it does or not. Kind of patience there. EDTH, we got the added 1, so now we got 4s on. Gonna have to hold area. I mean, I could dollar cost average in a VWAP, which is only at 90s, which is typically 8 pennies from where we currently are. I can do that. I don't know if I will do that. I haven't decided yet. It's because it's going to get me in trouble. Because it creates bad habits. This time around, VWAP is only 8 penny in the current area. Next time around, dollar or T cents, right? I just don't want to create a bad habit of dollar costing when that is not my move. I will stop it, I will not deviate into oblivion, and then if it's warranted, we will get back in. So I'm really considering here what to do TDTH. It's shares on it, it's done 10 million, it's $2 stop. It's putting in higher lows. So let this one go. I'm going to give I'm up to 195, okay? 190 is the area bottom right there. The buyer getting at 95, loses 95. We lose 9 as a share. Back to ATM. Still hold this one, looking for another attempt at this high. Currently got 7 evidence on. Here's the deal. I think I'm going to give this 4. So you still have shares on them, but I don't need DCing as well into this. So let's go ahead and wait like for the remaining out there. So we'll give it a little bit below our entry right now. ATNF. So in TDTH, in ANF right now, let's talk it in the back. So I was right about NVTS. It ended up being a flat product. Right and profit are 2 different days. And I should have ended out here, grabbed the opportunity. I didn't do that, a mistake by me. And we went right or red on NVTS positive on the day, looking to weasel up. So that's the situation right now. Not much else going on in my world now, just TDTH and AEF. and looking to kind of damage this one.
Yeah, good look there. Chief. Oh, is that what everyone else is looking at? So next off, the basement. Okay, I don't know. Maybe someone went into the old mom's basement there. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Dude, you got it. R can't get a green candle favorite. It's life. All right, let's take a look at R. Ooh, QBTS just took a big time to the south side. R can't. Yeah, there's an agreement. Like, that sucks sometimes, man. That's tough. I mean, sure, you're having a good time, but you know, you're not having a good time. I mean, if you're finding bottomless, you're most definitely not having a good time. But they're hammer candle breakers. You just to the south side. Just keep in mind, Arcade struggling on there. What do you got for us?
Keep in mind, Microsoft, we know this one gave a hack campaign that happened over the weekend. Now, apparently, readers coming up saying at least 100 organizations were compromised by this hack. So keep an eye here. Again, Microsoft SharePoint hack campaign, according to one researcher, may be affecting at least 100 organizations. Just update their MSFT super around for the last hour or so. Nothing really moving here on that news. To you.
Thanks for that. Okay, so now we're kind of rejecting secondary trend line right here. That's my second get it out as it kind of just the selling pressure just to pick up a little bit here, guys. Yeah, unfortunately that didn't work out on my behalf, so we'll try to find something. It does look like Qs are going through some key support levels right now. I don't want to chase necessarily all the way down here, and I think my fourth attempt, right? You just want to your rules, which is I do want to take it. I'm not going to because I've taken 3 stripes shortcut on them, alright? So as soon as we act this, I'm gonna hop out of this, boom, nice signal to get out. I'm not giving much this one much considering I added. Let's see you later on that one. Oh no, I did not do that. Hey, wow.
Finger?
Yeah, I just pulled my side. Oh, dude, that's not exactly what I intended to do. That's not good. I panicked, Chad. But we got to get out of there. It's unfortunate that I did that. We're going to take a substantially larger hit on this trade than we've intended to this trade. So I'm going to go over to
no worries. All right, guys, still keep my eye on 80, and if it came back into my crease, so I did stop out some 80s, and I'm looking to take out some 85s. Most notably, though, it did hold the 10 on the 5, the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. That is the good side of the equation. That side is, it is now a lower high with that high into the 90s, where we got there, we go now back in 85s, but it's the 1 penny said, and we're not getting the print, so we won't get in at 85s until it crosses the, if it does, and that'll be the last amount that I take out there, until possibly another high of the day, but it almost gets out, because we had our stop way close to our high, and that's probably not a good idea. So waiting here, waiting as we go printed. So go to D5, we don't get the print. Let's keep an eye on TH, still holding $2 area, and at the 20 actual moving average 5s, not a bad look on TH. It is, though, putting in highs. I'm still very optimistic that this is above that 210 area. What's the information on TDTH? Give me a second. TDTH, let's find out. No information on it. That's nice flow, most short flow. Let's check my platform here. TDTH, try digital, $150 million market cap. Also, no information. This one. This seems to be like why is there void of information on this? It's been going for years. This thing's running since September of 2024. And it's been past time of it as of late. Ever since July 14th, this thing's been reading. There are lows, higher lows. Not sure why there's a void of information on TDT. That's the way it is. Sort of fly blind with that for the moment. Yeah, so that's it. TDT and ATF, looking for ATF kind of to those higher lows. I'm keeping an open as well, as this has found support 20 exponential. Be on the look though, because there's going to be a lot of bagels above that dollar area, right? It's a similar amount of volume per 5 candle above 4, okay? Just to give you an idea, just keeping it here to make highs. So I was doing about 45, 20, 90. 42, 22, a lot of volume above that $4 area. So this would absolutely get going to the downside. As I've said, here comes $4 on open. We can now move above 4. We are above 1E. We're above the 10. It had a 5-minute interval to make a move high, not on the closing system, but we do have that whole level still stands in our way. Be careful with open. We're going for happening now. Then Neil has his lesson of it.
Are you looking to trade futures at the NASDAQ or even Bitcoin? Top 1 futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there. They give traders a chance to manage up to $1 million in capital. Pick your path. Instant challenge your pro account and start trading waves, real payouts, and even a wave account. In the last night alone, they've got over $10 million and they've earned more than 1,000 star reviews for those traders. Use the discount code TV, that's TB, give on any account. Get the barcode or at top1futures.com, top1futures.com, and start trading towards your next out. Keep the S&P 500. Nice push to the upside throughout early session. Then for the last, almost 2 hours, we've been kind of consolidating near these highs. Let's see if this is a breakout. The NASDAQ look at for comparison, a little weaker act than the SPY. The SPY continue to consolidate here near its today's highs. NASDAQ doesn't really trade near its today's highs for quite some time. Let's see what that 5 level brings for us. In contrast, the IOM has been doing something all day. It's pushed to the open out, but around the top, you take out the low of the day. On this is one of the names that we do have for day one, VZ, and CLF. But as later this week, we get even bigger earnings watch for Tesla. Among them on the day after the close, Google also reported after the close. Then Thursday, we'll get a favorite name around for some Intel. We'll be reporting. So let's see what kind of level they give us. Lepu2 CEO's first quarter. We're going to see for all 2 months. So let's see what results that bring. What in the meantime, right here, and then there's lots of this sort of takeaway. Neil should like and drive and check out this lesson.
Thank you very much, Dara.
That's right, and I love that you put in some time tells as a favor here. Look, the lesson of the day is, and we're going to do this multiple time, when you see buyers and sellers that emerge multi-level time frame, you've got to be able to trade both ways of them. We all know the whole concept of buy run of support is front of resistance. There's another side of that equation. What do you do when a long sell or an obvious sell level or resistance level gets broken? You just not talk anymore? That's nonsense. So I want to show Apple first. That's something that got missed. It was on Amazon, a bit of a more obvious one for all of us. There's times when it's risky to find a spot where you got seller control. I don't know that, to me, the one makes obvious sense when you just actually just draw a win at $200. So for anyone that can't see, it's not every single time this got 212 was rejecting that level. But if you look at the messiness of that price, it's more or less here on the 7. And then from there, the 1 day challenged above, and in fact it right down around 12. After that, right back to resistance underneath the 212 rule. Well, what you see here at the open on an Apple, right, it's gapped above 212. So the only question you ask yourself, right, are there buyers above $212 level, or is this selling reemerge? Because the free market, fine, it's above it in the free market, but you want to see real money does when it comes in. And when the real money comes in, it's immediately rejected underneath 212, and it screams to the upside. As a matter of fact, even if you're pulling back, you're still technically holding above it at 13. So there's many you can play with it. Obviously, it was a clean breakout trade. There's also like the opening that goes back above 212, dip into 212.10, so you're on a really short frame, you can be long right in front of 212. I think that's a tricky one, but Amazon is the easy one you'll have seen in a while, if only because sometimes this thing, is it mysterious, or more cryptic. Sometimes the sell is as obvious as you want it to be. On that day, there was a 216, 226 on Amazon. Boom, and all afternoon. There was one break at the end of the day. When the inbound came in at 350, and they were able to break still close, being 226. There's only one question to be asked. Take Apple at the open. What are you going to do with that price? Buyers in control all of a sudden, sellers at 26, whoever was still in control. Because it was huge, like Apple's a little more wishy-washy. This runs underneath at the open. You know they're just looking to short this at 226 again. So at the open, let it take a direction. It sells going in the open. That's a 9.7 candle, but then at 30, what happens? Bought up, retakes 226, it looks back. So sure, we all want a continuation short and just shed 225.97 nonsense that were on Friday. Yeah, that would have been made because it's got all day long. But the buyers emerged, breaking through that sell zone right away open. And once again, this Apple was above that since in the previous. But that's not the confirmation I'm looking for. The confirmation I'm looking at is the open, can they regain it? You could say, you could short the 226, take a shot at it, but I want that confirmation when after the open and the money comes in, that one is still going. I'll give you one most final thought on this. Oftentimes, what will happen is you might see something like, I'm not saying bagels in here or whatever it be, but oftentimes it's like a big whale that's sitting there in the level. It could be for an afternoon, it could be for days, it could be for a week. So that's a good reason why it's at 226 and holding. Then you won't have that confirmation until after the open because that whale order is not sitting there in the pre-market. It's kind of if it's there, it might get thrown in at some point during the day after the market is. And that's why you wait for the confirmation. Because the big buyers, sellers aren't actively have the massive order sitting there in the pre-market. You need what happens after 9:30 is that sellers will valid or whether you're now buying in front of it. Either way, both longs were fantastic off the open. I had to show out first because it's one that I didn't do because it would end up better. It couldn't have gone wrong. And both times, you saw the order very clearly, whether it was on Friday afternoon and Amazon all week long at the 212. Once that seller was gone, long as it works. So here's your lesson of the day, everybody. Don't be afraid to flip it up when you need great levels of support or resistance and go another direction. Take advantage of that information for your trades. Keep it simple, everybody. Good luck. Rest of
Thank you very much. Been informative as always. Roberts of the day around the lunch hour. Props of the day.
Yeah, as always, brother.
Just cover a couple over here. So TDTH are still doing it. We're going a couple of stops into that area, but now back breaking 1 penny in money into 95. Is this going to have to hold up? Otherwise, we get out. Keeping an eye on that. Got forced sadly with this stop there. That was not smart. But my stop too close to my head on 8NF should have been prior here low. And here we go right back to the high on TNF. Not exactly rocking back up. 293s. I think I'm going to get in here for a small position, and then we'll look basically at general on the higher lows. So punch in there at 80. And looking to defend prior bar low. Currently, that'd be around 60 because we're currently on 70 prior bar low. If we can get a nice pop up, bleed back into the mid to high 80s, maybe 90s if it's really moving here. So that's ATNF. Not much happening right now in small world, sadly. Looking at a lot of these ones, give it the goods. Keeping on the scanner up here. If there's anything moving and new, I'm seeing PAD. This one is this. Oh no, being till candle into 343 and then down low again. OPAD. This one, let's load it up. Let's have a look at OPAD. Slow this one up super quick. AAPL. That's on daily. We don't on the daily. Let's go to the 5. That's what I mean. Kind of they're stepping up. 343 popping tail. It drops all the way from 343 to 270. That's crazy time right there. That's going to be hard to manage risk on that. Having a little 1, so it happened over a 2 candle. 2 candles there on the, but look at it, working its way back above 3, above the volatile average price, above the 10 EMA on the 1, not the 5. So I'll keep an eye on here on OAD, but it looks awfully volatile. To kind of just get it off there. So sure, I'm going to be jumping into this one anytime. It's just 2 trades right now. TDTH even, TNF. 1 penny out of the money chain at the highs for this one. Got a 1x exponential. There's not much happening right on small cap world. It doesn't like to the high side anyway, maybe to the low side. I want to mention open super. Where is that one at? It is having 4. So a lot of people did kind of get caught in this up into 7. It drops down into 380. It's trying to work way above 4. But what I would say is for that teleportation, where you see the buyers up, kind of just overtaking the sellers aggressively, you should be able to see that on, although it is a bit more thickly traded, because now it just feels like it's in a lower high setup with that 440 area high, or having trouble regain or only to maybe make a lower high and then drop it down. That would be the concern right now. But look for continuation as well. So you got to look for both sides of the equation, because we're just sort of straddling that $4. So I'll keep my eye open, but I want to remind everybody, guys, to get your votes in every day. Right now, it looks like Bin is winning with 150 mentions. It is number 1, second only, Quad number 2 with about how many mentions? 2, and VIS. And VIS also had 60 mentions. If you're having trouble with the screen, just refresh, guys. Refresh the stream. You guys should be good. Sit the control R. The Shin team telling me that we might be having problems with the stream, so if that's the case, just refresh and you should be good to go. So yeah, we do apologize for that. Obviously, doing construction around here, we obviously appreciate your editing, Joey. So make sure to refresh the screen. Apologize for.
Apologies, yeah, absolutely. So yeah, guys, there it is. That's why we get it out. I took a substantial loss, something more than what I want to here on the XP, just because of my hardware. So there it is, but that's why you get it out, because if I decided to hold on to that, I would down, and I wouldn't have been able to put on any more trades. So that's why I'm just going to be nice, cool, waste some precision. As I said, I'm not going to be getting more stat on TQs, because I've already, that trade has already left the station. So for me, it's just, all right, what is the next potential opportunity? I'll go across I might even fall into Sharice and look for some momentum. Open is on the NASDAQ there, so Open is definitely one of the hotter plays stocks of the day. And let's zoom out into what's going on. The volume is there, 874 million shares traded on this, so that's something positive. Am I going to jump right away? Absolutely not. Let's wait to see if we can find another whole $60.60 level, and then maybe we'll try to hop in and maybe find some long, maybe I'll just say shriek if you see anything moving. Sure. No ASIC, because I want to get involved some momentum here. QPS is most definitely moving on the side, gave back a lot of its move earlier today, and then turning up now heading back to the lower end range. And also, okay, I get involved, and I'll talk about that a little later. The NVDA hovering around, I think this thing's going to be in chop mode for some time. Maybe until earnings, if they or to buy it, either way it's fine. People who know where that's from, either way, fine. But then here it is. See, this is the thing, right? I think leading into Google's earnings report this Thursday, stocks has been bought up. It's mid-game. So gap fill right here. I didn't find that for 192.50. So watch. I mean, if something comes out positive, we have a little skin in the game. But nothing substantial, right? But it should be all right, guys. So just make sure you refresh, and then everything should go after that. But yeah, that's what we're looking for. hasn't Google or anything, it's going to be a big moment, and I'm looking forward to seeing what's going on with those. Specifically, the match, big time, just cooling out right now for that precise opportunity. OPN, it seems to be hotter names of the day, so why would I not be involved with that?
I don't know. Why not. I don't know why anyone doesn't like these small gappers, but there are a lot of people that buy.
It doesn't even matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
I don't care. Come here, hey. Punch it in. I don't care.
You know what it is, though, that I noticed? The momentum hours that we're trading is still there. Right? God, you know how when you charge caps or the overall market, in the first 40 minutes to an hour, the momentum and the ball goes off, right? So these things, it's like any given moment, it can hit the fan. And everything's going crazy. It's like, bang, yeah, let's go. And the next thing you know, things up 400.
Like an animal.
Yeah, like, what the hell?
There's someone here
Hey.
Asino. Boom! Into the high side. Our boy, A, and freaking F. Go, A, and F. Go. Oh, Asino celebrating over here. There.
I'm so sure some fetcher how old really do with those. I could at least from some intrigue. We met for a while. We've had some members of the Trump administration calling for politician for him to be fired. Bill Pulte among them. Now we have a new individual stepping in, Representative Anna Polina. She's also been a little bit pro-pilot in the past, but Sharif Enba and others, she's stepping it up. Oh, apparently, referring Federal Chair Senate Reserve Chair Jerome Powell her in the dust for criminal charges, including apparently lying under oath. Fisher will now apparently be referred to the DOJ for criminal charges. That's just from now from Fox News. We'll have to keep it posted, but this fight for cause continues to heat up. Fisher, congrats to you, Sharif, for sending back to brothers.
Here, let's trade over here.
Bang.
I'm looking. Get it, Sharif.
Thank you, here.
How many cents grab there?
Where did we get it? We got it at 77, we took it out at 50. So it's not the best, but
hey, man.
played 22. TNF is on the war path to the high side. It is at 66.5%. It blew through that $3. Didn't even matter. And I'll submit to you, $3 wasn't even, we kept complaining with that 290 here. We had seen the 290 seller. I kept saying to you guys, this one's putting higher lows, seller at 290, we went to peak at 3, we peak at 315. Now this one asks for us, does it give us support that $290 that it was using as resistance for time? Little time, my man.
Looking ways in our guys, savvy traders looking to boost their exposure. It happened to the NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 with a Beta Pro 3X daily ETFs featuring built-in hedging aims to amplify short-term moves, minimizing the impact of currencies. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built to aid traders reach to take on the market. Full risk decision and prospective pro.safe for investing. Check that link in the description right there, guys. Alright, we'll leave pennies right there on OPM. Let's see if we can for this high today. I think that's going to be the primary target. I did put in some size here. Now I'm looking at things. So I'm like, I don't know if I wanted to do it. That's okay. We'll give it 10 cents. Does come back just to the lower end of the range. We'll hop out. This is the move we're looking for. I'm keeping it on the tape. Just trying to hop on Sharif's trading right now. You got some next ones printing up. Strong. So exactly what I'm looking at. Alright, let's go. Let's go. Hey, it's aggressive. Boom. The shit is aggressive selling. There it is. Another print prayer. Yeah, exactly. So we're just going to slowly chip away. But hold this one a little bit longer, Sharif, because this is strong. Until I see it flip eyes, I'm going to continue to hold it and get that move looking for around 420. That would be a primary target because put it on some shit. Now it's starting to pull back in a little bit here. So, gotta keep an eye on this one. Flush, break through the resistance. And I think we're gonna be sitting okay. But the weakest has been steady. You can see the exit buyers getting priced lower and lower as well, too. So just keep in mind It may not get to where we want to. There it is, an aggressive move again once to the downside. That's it. You guys, you want to go, or it might potentially break down on us there. So that's what we're looking at. QBTS has flipped the script today, guys, and now heading right to the low of the day. That's the flow there. QBTS, some of the quantum name, looking relatively weak, and then there's Xbox exactly right at volume and average price, because we didn't want to hold on to lose. I also developed my position, putting 2x on that trade, and then it didn't work, so that one. So yeah, that's what I got going on. OP and starting to come back in my now.
Right, Joey, stop the flat there on the remaining open is us 4. Here's what I'm seeing on the 5-second chart, and this is what pushed up. So we've been basically winning this red line, which is the 50 exponent 5 second. That's really what I'm trying to base trade on. But you look for areas with these small gappers. What I do when I try to use the 5 second chart on is with the micro plaques are coming in, as well as it feels like the sellers are all. And so if we continue to put it in these lower highs, I can always jump back in. So that's what I'm looking for, to basically hold this 385 area. If it loses 385, I think I'm going to be at least in the short term. But now it is holding trend. It can work right back 4. Does it feel like $4 area is that main technical resistance that we had initially way up? Because we threw it a bunch of times. It's kind of like midpoint, it feels like. So I'll set up again, warranted right here on let's see if we can work back in here with the spot below 95. So 94, and we'll give it to 90. So we're along okay. So we'll take that 3, we'll take some 6, and then we'll see if we can work up to 8 with that 394. All the way down to 390. So that's what we'll do there. Give this one a little bit of room to kind of work off that $4 area. But if it makes a new low below this area off over here, then we'll get out below that for a lose. So let's back now to TDTH. I'm not sure. Yeah, I stopped, but this one is it's traveling V-water from the side. That's not what I'm in this for. There we go. Got stuff up. Good. Decision makers here, so that I don't have to worry about it. Fitness, I got stuff up there. Look at that. Just looted a bit super quick. So I will go negative on TTH over here. But having a decent trade on it to start, we will go Tory on it. So I've got no trade on it right now. Doing a stop that again of in. I lost that level. But this forced me. I'll just understand that I was getting my top there. Let me just show exactly. So we down support at 97. We back up looking like we were going to take 4. So I got in. I'm like, all right, we'll scalp into the area, and then we ended up losing that 11. So to me, it still feels like the downtrend still intact right now on in with this area making a lower high. So that's just meaning to get stopped out of that one for a little bit of loot, sadly. COUR. This is James. Let me have a look at COUR. What do we got over here? COUR. Corsair. Sarah. Oh, yes. Got a $1.4 billion cap with today 672,000. Doesn't look like it's doing anything. So I'm going to say no to that. To be quite honest, that's a whole lot. I wouldn't be one of that trades. Sorry, James. Go away.
That's all right, guys. With the twin trade programs, you can get access up to 3,000 buy power to trade shares and seeds. You can hold positions over and over the weekend and limited risk. Thanks to a one-time evaluation, monthly payment, no cost. Take Vincent J, for example, one of the tradable swing traders already locked $23,000 in profit. His top performer, NMAX, did it from April 9th to May 30th and pulled it at a $6,700 gain. The pool is swing traders, the tools, the timing, growth to thrive. Scan the code, joy 10% there. Alright, so yeah, there in all cap world was a relatively short jury. That lasts very long. Yeah, a little bit tougher of a session for me today, but that's alright. Worried about it because I am seeing QBT start to Yeah, I gotta keep in mind, I did a couple of bigger hits and I was planning on, I have to really hone in on my risk here, guys. We don't want to get down, right? But we also want to try to put on a straight to mitigate some of the losses. So, QBTS, nice, inverted hammer, sorry, not hammer candle here at these lows. Potential from as well too, so you can see that pressure really started at around that $19 level. Nice hammer. We're involved now, so let's see if we get this move back towards the volume weighted average price. That's going to be the primary target. Market isn't to the south side, so you actually slightly early on the TQs. That's what we'll just document our trades. We'll look what we did wrong, and we'll just kind of better because that short thesis was right. Time is slightly off, and there's ways that fix that you just slightly adjust yourself. You give yourself a little bit more time between each trade, but you can also do another thing, very simplistic, start really small, and then you can just give yourself a couple of dollars up, right? And if it starts being, you add it to the position, and you have to stop it. All right, so that's the way it is. You don't want to get too frustrated. Obviously, it's not on just taking loss after loss. Welcome to the world of trading. Welcome to the world of trading. But then it's our due diligence to put on some nice as well. This thing's going to bounce here, Sharif. Another nice candle right at lows. Maybe we can get a move back to volume weighted average price. I'm going to go size. Oh, on QBTS. We're wanting to do QBTS. We're starting to well for us. So we're just going to add a little bit more here. Why is it back? PTS, you gotta talk to it for me, sure.
I'll have a conversation.
Please,
because you don't listen to me.
I'm my L2 and I'm trying to get involved here. It's not a lot of switching up. That's okay. We figured it out. That's what we do. We figure things out. We look about the problem. We find solutions, baby, and we're gonna evolve into some TSLAs. Let's see if we get this move back towards view up. We're gonna take time named QBTS. Let's see what we can cook up.
Pretty. It's so pretty.
It's for lunch, Neil. Hey, let me talk my trade first, bro. Hold on, I'm sorry, bro. I love you, but I got TNF going here. It is on the warpath. I have a zillion exits on one. Look at ATNF, man. We got initially,
Let's go.
what's going on there, Joey? Initially, in 17, added aggressively 310, boom, 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 all the way into the high of the day. 1 penny off the high of the day. It's a 40 high at the 339. It's back down into the 329. We're on men's. We still got Cherish. Back into the mid-30s. It goes, oh, baby. We're going to set up down north at 40. And we're going to set up at 45. Let's see who's got the juice to let one lose. Thrive showing up again. A seller here. Really re-upping. They're looking at 35. Shake them. Can't shake them. Can't move that. 35 seller. It zigzags. Anything below my out. You know, I said that last time. I did the wrong thing. Was the wrong strategy. That was the wrong strategy to base it on my, and always is. Below $3 I'm out. Okay? So the area hold the $3, gonna have to hold 3. We're in at 10, so I will risk 10 pennies. Okay, oh, I'm gonna go even. But last time I did the break even with ADNF, I got forced and made it another hop. So I don't want to base it upon my entry. I want to base it on the technical. Zagging, a little above 30, a little bit below. That 35 stand shake, and now moving back into 34s. There's that 5. He got taken out in 39s. We're now in 39s. Can we go 40s? Nope. Can't take advantage. We haven't even shot 40 yet on level 2. So that dollar at 39 now, not 40. So we can't get that person back into 38 mode. Now we're not showing as 4 now showing up. Boom! Into the high of the again. Let's go, baby. So it's more else on my friend Active. We're gonna see it. I'm sorry, bro. I'm gonna lose it. Once we start getting excited here. Alright, so let's see if we can take levels. A&F is on the warpath to the high. This is a 348 high. Reject the penny, at least initially. You're on this one. This one is asked. No, the other ones are rebracing. This is still headed to the high side of the buttering control. It's very clear the buyers are in control. Sellers, watch out. The sellers get a chance, no question about it. But right now, I feel like the buyers are in control. I think I jinxed it. Here comes the selling. Oh, boo, jinx it, because here comes selling. All right, so now I will stop. I'll take even on 310. That's all the exponential moving average. That's a cool DCA. See that, man? Yeah, I say the buyers are in control. Literally, the second I say the buyers are in control, boom, selling downside. Should have shut up on that one. Soothing nature, all in these places, listening to a football game commentary.
Yeah.
Tell me, my friend, whichever football you're talking about, aim me either way, baby. I like American football, like soccer, get it, Dara. Dara, is the water back? It is, boom. Stan?
I'm in consider it. I don't know if you guys heard me.
Oh yeah, I didn't appreciate you, Dara. Thank you.
Oh, man.
All right, so, what's on your side, Joey? This got like an animal.
Yeah. I'm gonna be honest again. This was another big time mistake here. So I just settled about a month and I'm like, oh no. But it is, man. Let's go. This one doubled, and then we add another percentage there. But I didn't want to do that, honest with you, not yet, because just in case we do get cost pullback, look how I'm averaging does not want to do this average. Totally fine. Respectable. This one, not so much. So you don't want to be doing that continuously chasing higher. It's better than on pullbacks. QBTS, right? First, we took a nice little scalp on that. So that is just gives us more breathing room there. So I don't mind this one plain whatsoever. Won't take the majority of the turn off right then, and it just comes up to the break and just hit, all right, we'll take what the market gave us on, and then we will look to get involved into some of the Google, I know you're last as well, so that's a positive sign. And there it is, a hammer candle right below the bullet average price here on goggles, but Tesla is what we want to be keeping an eye on. Continue on higher. It's been lagging. I think at that point we might have the ability to break through the web here, and I think that's going to be a primary get. I do want to add more sizes, and I'm substantial just due to the price of the stock, so I have to be patient on this one. We're well in the money now. 234. We're not blushing for 4%, but I mean when you put it on the stairs, right? So that's what we got going on. I think BTS still has the potential to go. We'll get involved this one here one more time just for giggles, but I'm just gonna go relatively small because I like this hammer candle right at the lows be a solid little move right back into the view up. And if so, then I'll just go back on gain. I'm not too worried about this. We're here to go green here. We're not here to just do a little so bang. Let's see what we got going on with this one. Hughes, big time rebound off of the spot right at the average price. Google climbing higher. As long as these mags continue to do the I think we'll be in some pretty positions, so we're going to be patient on that front and learn things to come to fruition. There's Apple still comes today, sure, if you know what I'm about to say. Sometime, and there it is. On the weekend, we start our hockey game, but your boy scored. Okay, so we're down 2-0, up 2-2. Your boy stood up 3-2, and then we allowed the 2-1 answer in 5 series.
Who's fault?
They're teams. I'm a team guy. Right? You know what I mean? You can't point the game on one individual stock. That's just how the boys roll. Lose a unit, you lose as a unit. You know what I mean? Even in the world of the trading, you gotta take a trading partner. Like, winning and losing as a unit, I love as winning. And if I'm having a bad day.
So when I have a bad day, I can blame you, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, man,
so bad. Boom. Why is this thing letting me? I flag keep working right now. 18. We're gonna have to punch it. I'm gonna show here at in the money, but I just don't know what it's doing. So sometimes these script orders they are anyway. Shut up the road, man. PMN is sending 6 shekels our way to Nimrod from Israel. I do appreciate other and can't wait to see you when you're part to get told you got to reach to the team, but we'd love to have you, Nimrod. Shut up, you've been one of the viewers for a long time and love to just chat. Shoot, breathe, another word there that I use on some can't actually YouTube. They don't get mad about that S one. PMN, your Nimrod is looking back above the volume bridge price. We do have a seller. We know that road at the $0.50 to basically at the $0.50, even though the wicks to 159, but we are stair-step increment higher lows, and now we have our highs taking up this area to $1.20, now $1.25. If PMN doesn't rock, my suggestion to you would be to look at the higher lows and try to base entry on a general area low on the back. So it seems to be holding up general EMA on the 5th. So make sure you are looking at if you want to work PMN. Wanted to mention, Joey, quick here. Guys, I tried to mention this time, but the show is getting a little bit disrupted. Please vote. It's super easy. See it on screen? $, FT, $, OGL, SPY. Get to the chat right now. Vote favorites every day. It's no longer restricted to 4 options every hour. Whatever you use right now, open PEN, taking the frig, guys. 157 mentions, followed by QuantumScape, 63, and an MBIS at 60. Get your vote now. It's basically dealer's choice. You guys date what we talked about, and the top 5. Make it all to the afternoon rundown, gives you his look. OB gives you their look. If they trade, they'll tell you how they traded it and what they didn't trade. They'll tell you why they didn't get involved, how they would have. So get it to the right now. Super easy to vote, guys. Make sure you vote every day, and it pops automatically. And the beautiful thing is, you guys can literally from the morning on. The second we got air Joey at 8:30, they vote, it automatically taps. Shout out TSLA Nightmare Fabian for making it. It's fantastic. It looks great. Yeah, you know what? We can't really tell them what's going to be back, Joey, but some very, very large and in charge is going to be back there, and this may be on it all the time in the background.
Oh, tell them, yeah.
Wow, Brenda. I don't want to see the world tricks. You've been making all this noise, the construction.
Let me, got any?
Yeah. No. Tell about it.
Let's put them all about it. Let's go. So there is, we have to get in, take the side I was in the first trade, but then I know Neil's involved in this work there on QTS, Neil, off of those lows. I see, the thing is though, I have an idea of Neil style trading. I have a feeling he's going to be on this hand. Neil, correct me if I'm wrong, but you got in on a 5-minute hammer or 3 minute. I know the 3 minutes frame, but I don't have it there. But you got a better what? You were in and to the woods, right?
Oh, you think I would because QBT was running first?
Yeah.
No, I took the idea to take Ricky when QBT was first.
Nice.
But it's the same thing. You come to my chart, like Getty reversion when QBTS reverted. Same nonsense. Like, you probably pull up, you know what though? Straight up, it might be better on Q because I would move the most of the down.
Yeah.
Like I knew the weakest one. Maybe it's not that.
Yeah.
But it didn't matter. All at the same time, it was kind of like whichever you were watching, looking for that main version, the quantum just gave it to you. IQ was pretty bad. You wanted to be in the other two. Good look over the DS. Same for everybody. Momsky, like good stuff. Well, the best thing is, the water's on, so it's cool down in here. We can fan off probably now.
Man, we like the heat.
For yourself, dogs. For yourself, we shivers. Oh my God.
She's all the heat is too.
Yeah,
I don't know, like,
she comes in the winter dress, like she's in like. Can we
got it going on right now.
Come show the people. Come show the people. It's not that you're hanging for your heat at 70 degrees.
Show the people.
Come show the people. She could cry. I get that. You know, boy, Joey Ops is over here.
Say.
Let's be nice. So you can't take off later. Yeah.
This thing is Joel Rim. I'm like,
right there.
Yeah, I think so. Nah, my friend. Nothing substantial, but a little bit more weight. There's a potential BCD pattern. Just because we already did it, right? Because why not? I don't want to try to make a trade that's working. And make it as big as we can. Alright, so we go primary target is not volume at average price. I won't be adding too much more size to this one. We do need to start working out a little bit more on an conviction. As long as the NAS just doesn't tank me, Tesla wants to live in its own parallel verse and climb up. So that one is what we're on, and it's our primary focus right now to be honed in on the QBTS. We already scalped that one heavy there, boom, boom, we take that up there, and then we hammer at it again, and then we've got another about 20-30% move on QBTS. But now, we need Elon to come on, Elon, I love you so much, man. We need you to come higher.
See this SSC? 1 day on this side, 1 day on the side. You don't know how it's gonna wake up.
This can put in a matter of months, right? If this doesn't work out, no longer friends, right? Now, that's what we got. Boom, move there. In Tesla, let's get this move north of this key zone. So that's sort of a pop TSLA.
Thanks. Attaboy. All right, Joey, I'm going to mention this trade, and we're going to do a little version of the news today. Back in 8.5 at 27s, we still up into 37, and then we'll give one out there as I only had a little amount of minutes, so this one instead of stopping as the current candle did make new last, is finding support to 10 EMA. I'm still interested here on 18 of Emerald. I'm still interested in Buddy here, PN. Because this one certainly has a seller at 25, continue the Nimrod, that same seller at 5. But really is achieving my attention are the highers now. You have a declining volume pal. So actually making these higher lows, not necessarily a lot of higher highs, the decline volume profile. So not typically good, but what it's to me is if the volume at least comes in, for the buy side, that is, you get a nice move up here and overwhelm some of the position sellers. But I think that the operative move here will be to get in at an advantageous price. So what I mean by that is, this little area over here, I'm talking about from this area over here onwards. We've been, let's use that 110 as our area. Even though it didn't wick below 1.5, we can use 105 as well, like much of a phrase. When you look at every 6 of area low, it is a little higher than its predecessor. So, how can you use that to your advantage? If we're buying that this thing takes up that bucket order, I'm going to get involved here on moving into the DCA as well. So I'm at a dollar cost average into that 115 area. So I've sold it in at $1.20. I'm going to head in and wait at 16s as well. I'm going to look to quickly catch the higher low, or the higher lows for a 185 break. That's going to be my move here. I'm going to do pretty small share size on other stocks, not really risking a whole hell of a lot, to be quite honest with you. To do a good trade execution. So that's what I'm going to be looking at here, getting that 116 B letter. That's my move right now on open. We're going to trade, not open man. So that's my theory. Now, I don't want to forget about ATNF, because it's still above Bob, still above 10, still above dollars. Sure, it's at 348 high and at 308 at the moment. That's fine and good, but this could be an opportunity to turn. In fact, if I hadn't been trading, I sat down and looked at the ATNF's chart rate, I would likely be punching at this exponential, okay? Which is currently right now. But we'll see what this one does. This one does, and I'll go back to PMN, because I just got 16 added, so I'm looking for this now to be higher lows. So how do I know I did it wrong, at least locally? Well, I use this area, this 3-candle pullback on the 5, so from 12, 5, and then the 12-10 candle. Low of the 12-10, that's above it. So I put my stop out at 1. Okay, if we don't get the highs, that's not involved in this for, okay? So I'll take the hit if I have. I'm looking for this one to put in higher. Let's go set up at 19s, and then we're going to set at 20s, and then 2s. Okay? So we're going to see now on that one. Let's see if it continuing to go. Open, it's moving up again. And now I see a bit of a pattern happening here open. Here's the deal. If you want to base the day here at a 9:30 opening print on open, no ended, as the beginning of the bull flag, what did I see? Bull flag number continuation, bull flag number 2, bull flag number 3, pullback. That we all need these patterns of fractal. Now, if I was to sell This entire thing here looks like a bull flag. I don't have to look at them individually. Why do that? Well, look at the pressure pattern. We've got 4 area high, so that's area high. And we did that for 20 area high, 4th area high. Now it's a 4 area, so lower high, lower high, lower high. So you're compressing. Why do I say compressing? Because look at the lows. Oh, 360 area low, 370 area low. So high low. So you have this kind of sideways angle shape. That's what we call a blended. And the component of the flag or the bull pennant is the pressure part. That's what I'm seeing here. So let's see this one open that is gets and run at the high day, currently showing 40s to Packer pigeons and see. I'm interested in getting involved again, but it has to be in the right way. You can do multiple things here for your entry on open. Try to buy the lows, it's a bit progressive, with it up below the prior area low on strategy, or you can take the breakout route. For example, I mentioned that 10 area, it's an area high. It was a lower high. Oh, what you can wait for is a break of the trend, raw trend line from the area highs into the area lower highs. You'd wait for a decisive break of trend, and you say, all right, if I get a high of that 410 area, maybe 15, I go long. The breakout, a little bit higher risk, but sound strategy nonetheless. So many different ways to position into open if you're looking for the longer. We'll have to see even longest. So that's the situation. So I'm involved in PMN, so only have on the moment, break even on this one, the higher lows, and if anything below this area low, as I mentioned, we get stopped. TD, TA, full disclosure went negative on this one, as a result of it not holding up. That's then, this is now. Track above VWAP, kind of showing possible pro head and shoulders pattern, shoulder, head, kind of right shoulder, neckline, and break of buck 94, and we're into 196. I would say, again, a hold of 2 is what's important, though. Be on the lookout for that. And then an 8.5. It's still holding above the potential, even though it has 5 in a row now with the lower high. So where I got up wick, and that subsequent lower high, this subsequent candle lower high, you guys get it? Lower high, it's still holding above critical levels, but at lower high. Opening everything out over here. Watch out, Finn. Here comes that 410 we were talking about. They're selling their last time around, which is wide out. You know, we're showing 406s. Open takes up that level. This could be interesting here. But watch out for the bamboo. Huge seller at 10, absolutely decimated. Seller at 13 now, can't shake them. Local highs, 14s on open, it's up 82 cents. It does look like it might get until for now. The short sellers step in, seeing it, they're seeing it. It's about more juice. Who's got more conviction? Who's got more? Who's willing to put on more risk? Now we'll have to wait and see because it's in equilibrium right now. The buyers and sell a little bit above 10 joy, but we can't get that 413 seller that being in. So been rejecting this area for. And if you equity factory, you caught here we go 12s again. That's 13 seller. This is again 13. So there's barely eyes.
Get in there. Barely eyes.
No, it's not. That's I was about to punch you. Seller at 13 is dead. Can't know. There he's gone. He's not showing up. But it's something traded. May be traded. Look at can't shake the 14 seller. It'd be basically short sellers posting at a level right now. Joey's doing it at that. Yeah, this is a bit of a tougher trade here, guys. Be careful this one. Yeah, that area 13. 14, very thickly and a lot of selling in this area. For how long? And can we take sellers? Who knows?
No. Keep an eye on it. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that one. Thank you for that read. All right, I got it. There we go. We're just cooking your ribby, and I seen what you said. Just trying to blow it out, right? Because I don't want you to beat it, obviously. But I take it into consideration what you said, because I know you're a heavy vet. So, but then, a little information here today. I got to do my own thing with what's going on. The Tesla looking pretty strong. I think we can get through that VWAP. User slowly grinding high. That's the positive of this trade. can see that we've been talking on the 330 level, roughly just below that. So we're going to sit aim at VWAP target and just try to enhance this. If it stops moving, considering that it's almost a one-to-one reward right now, it will stop. At the end of the day, you get a break even as if nothing happened. So just keep that in mind. Hard test. So if we continue to fail to construct some of these lower high punch through this, then I'll start to be a little cautious going on. But I do have some confidence trade and Elon and company today. Anyways, things can change on time. Always get there. And then let's get us really aggressive ads on them. Now, as in the chat asked me to do him solid music, hey, just take a look at the options chain, and that's all I needed to hear. I didn't need anything else. I'll pull it up. And I'm at Germany now. So here it is. Look at the queue. Everyone, let's see what we got going on from a rain perspective for this week. When is this weekend? The 20th. And time
25th. Best number.
25 your favorite number?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. It's 88.
No, 55. Always has to be.
All right, good.
Because there's big news, especially out of Vietnam's green leadership, and a major dub was for VF under the ticker VFSRM. Now starting July 1st of next year, 26, Hanoi will be gas-powered cycles in its inner city, kicking a nationwide move to electric transit. And VinFast is in prompt position with major commitments in EVAC, battery production, and emerging network choice. It has a strong head start. Others scramble. VinFast is ready, and the policy only pins. Edge.
That's VinFast. Shout out to VinFast there. All right, let's arrange this on the cues and one things. Here's something interesting. I feel I'm saying your name right, age. Otherwise, I apologize. So, where was our low of the day? Where's I am the day? Where have we kind of been reading? I well know 50,000 contracts open at 565 on the cues. Here's our high bay. 566, so right, so keep that in mind. Those 565s are currently underwater 50 cents. That is something very big, and you want to keep your eye on where's the next level, 10,000 open contracts. I have been in these trades. Is that going to be in play for this week? I don't know. Or today, by this week, maybe, possibly. One thing to note, if I hit it on top of the 65s, maybe go to 570s. That's that next level. But if I'm king on the puts, it's almost dead. No one wants to buy what's in this market. It's just too long. Tesla is failing a little bit more as the market's climbing higher, and Tesla's just pulling back right into the range. So we'll keep an eye on that. But the largest size that we have at 555, let's mark that level for potential range as well. So there it is. I think bear case, this is your base. And sorry, so 65 maybe ace, 570 your bullies for this week in the option chain. Going by what the market is telling us, we're out on those things. There's nothing more, there's no larger size for this expiration on the put side than at 5.5. Largest on the call side might be those 15K. Anything can change, especially leading into Google and Tesla's earnings this day after the best. Check out Daryl Knopper. Oh my days, so it's here, might be.
So here's the deal. Noah and I are going to do our best to cut while it is gone. It's just basically this day, the only day that we won't do because we'll have both of them at 9:30 to 10. Somebody hopefully will man the desk at times. So Dare will be very missed. Obviously, she does a killer job up there, and we need to know what the hell Donald Trump is doing every moment of the day, and what he's saying. We look into it. Dare, you do a fantastic job. We're going to miss you, but Donald stops for need, Dare.
Yeah, no, Donald does not. Generally speaking, the 23rd, the first day of my vacation, the all-in summit.
Way.
I will occasionally chat, sometimes on vacation, always check, but I will miss you all, and thank you, Sherry, for that. Yes, hello.
Weaseling home, right?
I am weaseling to Winnipeg, weasel. But guys, There'll be posts on X at TV research the entirety of the vacation. I'm totally up here right now preparing them in between looking for new. Also, tonight, Coinbase, I'm just seeing they're launching virtual futures in the U.S. This is kind of an old headline being said.
I appreciate that always, Derek. Thank you very much. Wish they're a very safe and a fantastic time with fam. In prairie of Adira, is Midwood considered a prairie province?
I said it is considered a prairie province. Manitoba's Sweden, I would say, like, really the prairies.
Forget about it.
Then the mountains start in northern Alberta.
I always forget about the good old Saskatchewan. I don't know. I've never met anybody from there yet.
Saskatchewan's a post now. Yes. Scott Moe, Premier. Bro. Potash, uranium, mine it out. And your boy is just, he's ready to go. He's ready to go.
Yeah. All right, get the ball rolling. Let's go. And get those natural resources flowing. We need this economy to grow. And what else we need to appreciate in price? Tesla. If it's not doing so, that's all right. We'll hold on to this position. Otherwise, being millionaire, your words are ringing my head consistently. I think if we do crack the forward level, I'll just find out and give it for what it is. What happened?
Dorothy, come on. Radioactive. And they were together, Dorothy. They have potash and have uranium not together. You're fantastic for making me chuckle.
Thank you.
Subscribe to that.
Yeah, of course. We get a laugh once in a blue moon. Not so much around here. We don't have just laugh around history. No, I'm playing. No, but politics are not too bad. It's smooth. This stuff is not a big time. We gotta take that into consideration. And the fact is that it's probably not a cool down at some point. Just be full and cautious. They'll be chasing price up here, in my opinion. Even though we have this new high, it's just too much potential. I think this glooming, no earnings are strong, starting to cool off on some of the stairs and everything along the lines. It's just that the move that we've done it's a big time. I don't know if it's just well, yeah. That's what
we have major conditions we have to clear.
Okay.
It was a heavyweight championship.
Yeah.
For the undisputed, all four heavyweight champion of the world. 100 people at Wembley Stadium.
Yeah.
Probably a little bit more because they had the grounds well filled, pushed into the stands. And it was not as he had predicted, but very much you and I had predicted. It was an ass whooping.
Yeah. It was
straight up
good.
Ass whooping.
I'll always the punch in all the boxing check.
The thing is, he set him up with it too. It was not okay. So number one, we're talking Xander Usyk versus Daniel fantastic Daniel Dubois, by the way, and he's only 7 years old. He's got a hell in, but yeah. You know what Usyk's got in his hand.
Yeah, he's got stone.
Man, Refrain produced some dang good fighters. Dang, man.
Yeah.
Both those brothers.
And they're Russian.
Nah, man. Ukrainian. One guy.
Yeah. You're right. He was a
mayor.
Yeah. He was on the front line.
Yeah, of course. I mean, he's a Ukrainian fighter, and they were supporting him. Dude, Usyk is now the two-time undisputed heavyweight champion for the world. In addition, already having been the undisputed cruiserweight heavyweight champion for the world, the only leader who have ever done that, to be undisputed, I think, in two-weight classes, and those specific two-weight classes, and then a second undisputed heavyweight champ winning the overall fight. Just from the get-go.
I knew it was going to be a combination. I think it was like anything substantial what Usyk was going to go in there and do. The Isle is so weird, and he's a self-fight too. Yeah. So it's just like, man, you gotta watch out with this guy can do it. Unbelievable. Think about how through Tyson Fury. Like Tyson Fury is substantially bigger than much anybody he's ever fought, and then Usyk has just had the ability to kind of subdue him. Yeah, I think I didn't think that any chance to be Tyson Fury in this fight. To be honest, I didn't think that a chance. And who is this guy coming up from Kuwait to fight probably one of the heavyweights of all time? Especially when you've seen Tyson Fury done to the likes of Deontay. Deontay touches you. Deontay touches you, you want to sleep. It doesn't even matter. He's going to breathe on you, and you're like, you shoot it inside his head,
Yeah.
It was like the most awkward like thing, and then it was what happened right here? Yeah. So I forgot on early. I did miss the card.
So I didn't miss it though. I like a couple hours before, I was just like I wanted to make sure and knew when that whole thing was. I said, man, and a heavyweight fight was. I hope you guys because it was one of the better cards that I'd see for a while, especially in the heavy division. You gotta love this guy, man. Number one, I just like the character. I love the character. He's a family man. He's a hardworking guy, and he doesn't talk any crap, which is not for selling. But when you buy hands like that, I mean, they go all the selling.
Yeah, I don't think he knows how to talk any crap. He's like that in his
doesn't seem like a guy.
In his first speech, he's like, I just wanted to go. I remember the last phase, he wanted to go home and.
Yeah.
The window. Yeah, he's like, I wanted to go home and pick up the window and stare at the stars. Like, you're wrong, brother. Yeah.
And I was really
good. That too, which is big time.
Yeah. My post-fight interview. I want to thank it's us. It's us. That's what I say. But it's good. It's funny. I like that guy, bro.
He's a looker too. He's not. He's got a fact to him. So.
Yeah, he's got crazy eyes. He's got eyes. He looks like he's insane, but he's not. He's like a great guy.
But see, the thing that's what these fighters have, man. You gotta understand, some of these guys, you have the Conor McGregor are just all crazy, but then you have the attitudes who just have the ability to switch and become absolute killers.
Absolutely.
Right? That flip switching is scary.
And there's kind of that personality kind of thing.
Exactly what
well, let's not leave the other OG, obviously, at years old, 46 years old.
Oh, Manny
Pacquiao,
Draws,
fighting against one of the top hitters in his division. And 46 years old, this did 12 rounds at a high pace. Sure, he didn't. It ended up being a draw. Like, hats off to you, dude. I mean, you're a hell of a fighter. You've done it year in, year out.
You see your boy Turkish, Jake signed his side.
Oh, AJ? Yeah. That's going to be great.
You think it happens, though?
Percent. AJ probably knocks him out.
Absolutely.
Which is fine. I think that. Look, bro, I'm done underestimating.
You can.
He works really hard, and he has the money to bring in the best trainers.
Dude, if Jake goes even like 4 or 5 with AJ, that's huge, man.
Of course, the whole thing is huge. It's huge. Yeah. He's been fighting people that he should have no business fighting. He had a pedigree. What kind of amateur crime? He was a YouTuber.
Bro, he was literally fighting 2 fighters amateur, and then went up and he's I'm gonna knock out Nate Robinson, sit him out, and I'm gonna beat Tyron Woodley's bum, sit him up twice, KOs him. He's like, I'm gonna not ask, and I hope he gets well better, and see you later. Knocks down Anderson Silva, and the list goes on. And you can't underestimate this.
Exactly, just can't.
Like or not, he's good for this.
Here.
Sorry, just be aware here. BYD is moving beyond me cannot find these on it, but it's about a 39 float, and we're getting tons of social media attention. Like we're talking 5 posts a minute are getting faster, so tons of people I get excited about this. Looks like a meme mover for BY and D active.
And I get commentary, Joey.
Yeah.
I do. People think fights are fixed. There's that whole novel out there. I get all that. It's kind of hard to believe that a YouTuber already this late in their life could become so good. So I get all that. And I respect your... But it really hasn't been at this point.
I don't think it's like you said, he has the versus, man. And he had a high school back wrestling. Yeah, he was a back high school. Yeah. So, I mean, it's at sports. I don't think he started like 23, 24. And he had the money, so...
Was that Paul? Oh, okay, I don't...
What you're talking about?
Well, we'll just make sure, because if you think For me, once a man that got married on TV for money is a man that got married on MTV for money. He was a scammer. I just mean, like, he got Disney hired from Disney.
You're a person who really likes law. You like your chain of evidence. You like proof. Where's it at?
So look up MTV and Jake.
No, I know he did all that.
That's fair.
Goofy probably was trying to get. What I mean is about the fight. Like, I have been at a loss to believe he's been able to achieve this kind of process with, like, no background. There's no proof he's faking stuff.
He's got muscles. I'm straight. I will only ever be able to give it's everyday bro, and for Brazil alone, I cannot give him serious standpoint.
And listen, people he fights washed up guys, people walk through their whole career. They just fight these lower-rated individuals. Who was that guy? That guy actually fought certified champions. You'll never pick it, and you'll go through a lot of lists. And I know I'm backing this guy. You have to give him some credit. He individually beat. Like, Prime Anderson, probably one of the scariest people on the planet. You have Tyron Woodley, but his UFC up into the title. Like, these people are legit grown-ups and legit fish. And this kid, essentially with an extreme background, came in and beat these jack ball trades. Give them there. Give credit due. You can call me, but I don't. They're not fake. You guys aren't going to lose unless you're paying me $1 million. You ain't gonna fight. So
I like it. People are like, do you think WWF is? Yes, I do. Yes, I totally think it's ridiculous. All of that stuff is not scripted at all. I mean, how I live my life.
There you go. The poll is up. The Jay party. Let's see what we got going on for Jay.
Most people like the fact that he's successful.
Yeah.
And that won't like.
Listen, not an individual whatsoever.
Yeah.
But guarantee you, if he has the ability to go X amount of rounds with it, people will be, one thing to do is
in AJ's backyard, he's probably going to fight.
He needs to lift those hands, because if he has his hands down with AJ's style, he's going to be in trouble.
That's what I'm saying. I think Inox, I think he just got bond hands. Like that Dubois was just too young for AJ to come around. That was young, right? Maybe it was like a year ago now, or more than there. But yeah, that's the decision there. So I love boxing. I don't mind YouTubers jump boxing, especially if they can bring up eyes and the hype back into boxing that have been stolen by the mixed martial arts and YouTube kind of. I'm sorry, by the wayside there. And obviously was not. I was not happy because I really love the sport. It's
too much ducking. There's too much not big names fighting the big names. And exactly. And that's what led me to UFC. The Dana White's like, if you're the top, fighting the next top guy, there's nobody in it. You have to fight it. If you're in, you're fighting a fighter. There's no question. If you're champion in boxing, you fight a low-ranked individual who has zero chance of winning. The majority of players do.
We're going over there.
We have some news from OpenAI, so keep an eye on OpenAI, of course, not publicly traded. The company has signed a strategic agreement here with the UK government. So OpenAI and the UK are planning a strategic partnership. They're really planning on expanding AI security research operations and looking to invest in UK AI infrastructure like deserts, find more ways, you pay or fund services to make the most of tech. So just look here for OpenAI, and you guys be told in the chat, dollars, your ticker of voice, act.
They're open into the high of the day followers, 45 cents back into guys. Here we go again. Set up on the side of 50. Now there's a prohibited large seller at 40. Just got taken. It is now 48 high. Be on the lookout here for that half break. But every penny we are being at with a wall of sellers. There's so much shopping. We are over 1 billion shares on the day open, over 1 billion and going, baby. 48 remains way. Joey, here we go. F9s now. Big seller F9s. I'm waiting 51s. Can we shake the at 49.50? Go open, but it's got a lot of selling over here. Packer patience. Now this is the opportunity here to maybe add into the bin on rejection of the half. It's how deep it's going to go and how bad rejection is going to be. That's going to dictate that. I've only got one deep, one less bad. No, that's not trouble. So take out one here at the hop and a little bit for that half break. Otherwise, I want to get in somewhere here on a pullback in a level. Now watch, does that quarter step in, that $3? Why did those levels? Because that was the original level at 430. When we came to that level, we couldn't sell sellers there. We dropped all the way down back into 3/3. The last, we make our way back up into the high of the day. So we do the step in on rejection of the dollar, and that's exactly what we're getting right now. Our rejection $0.5 to be expected. Keep my eye here on OPE. Looking for more. What do you got, Joey?
Yeah, so there it is, guys. Okay, there we go. Shutter open, just absolutely the way. Yeah.
Got to remember how many we got. We got 195 shins for open, so falling away.
I'll do one more. I'm gonna put open in there as guys. So make sure y'all are signed. If you want to see two weapons escape it. Well, NBIS, I didn't even know that one. NBIS and DBI. All of it, and I love how the symbols represent each individual one. So really nice. I did take 80% off every millionaire. You are right. Maybe you're holding us a little bit near, but the market was grinding, and I'm just expecting Tesla today, but it doesn't want to anticipate just yet. Big time down in the daily, and now we fill that gap. But here it is, and you get aggressive, right? Would have been a little bit better if I got aggressive tighter, and we can have that big move. But we won't complain about this. Double, triple up quad, and then there, as we fail to break below 44 TSLA, we take 80% of the position off there, and we're going to leave 20% remaining to see if it does this break up. And I think at the break up level, vol kicks in, we head back to be up. There's an added opportunity for a quick scalp. You got 10 lots, whatever you want to be, both take that move higher to see if you get that move to VWAP. Still slightly positive. So there it is, Tesla's still on the day because it's just 2 times that leverage. But yeah, actually, let's take a look. I'm going to Tesla here and we'll do a quick comparison. I'm going to look at it. We're most definitely live. We're going to take it live. We want to also take a look at the options to see why we break through that 335 level, and then why we're holding right around this 27, why 230 is specific. And I think the option came with Tesla. It won't tell me anything, all right? I'm just curious about how Neil had. That's really what's through my mind. I know random all over the place. 11,000 contracts, 330 there, guys, and that would make some sense on why we're continuously knocking on the door and break it, because it is the largest amount of size that I'm next to that 50 level, which can be works for this week. Maybe we didn't affect Tesla. Let's zoom out and see what's going on. There is a supply right at the 330 level, and that's why we're struggling. There isn't enough demand in order to absorb that. But where's 350? Right here. Well, I was looking for it. Question. So there it is. But there it is. So this downtrend, if we sit on the backside of this, you see it forming those consistent lower highs. But we have this additional thing onto the top side. So maybe we can get that moving. If we sit on top backside of that channel, we can get that to 350 by the end of the week.
That's such a funny thing to say, but I'm going to say no. You could kind of say it. Nah. It's all safe.
Me, man.
No, actually, it was big for you at all. Right. It was like a flip what you just said, but not make it at all. Shout out to Z. I appreciate you, Sue. So I'm back open here for a higher low. I've got 32s on, so let's see, we're showing 36 as a prohibitive large seller. I know I've said that many times. There have been prohibitively large sellers. That takes just got taken out. Now there's a bigger seller at 37s. He got taken out in the 40s. We're doing it live again on open, right back to the high, not into the high, but into my status, of course. So let's go on. Sorry, I got excited.
almost 45. When I'm looking for our higher lows on this, so thing below our bar low enough because it's been holding our bar low essentially 12. It is now 115 or almost 115. Seeing below for $2.27 gets me at that is higher bar low. The cat 105 closed at 105. I will get of that. So let's go ahead and throw that up in the right lock and some profits. If this one does lose, we're gonna go 424. So we're gonna give this one a couple of pennies below our that prior low, and we'll go just that. So there we go. We've locked it in. And now what may. BGM, there are a bunch now that are moving now though. BSM is headed to the high side, one that I'm negative on. This is one of my biggest on the day. This one and NVTS, so two over here. This one and this one. I very poorly this one, BSGM, and then NVTS did poorly on both. Yeah, to do a little bit better, but neither is kind of set up in the way that I like. Only not BSM, which actually lost VWAP to the 50, lost everything. Kind of found a random air fine support that, so I wouldn't have traded well under my system whatsoever. I don't feel too bad about NVTS. This one was obviously looking at a flat bottom break. Didn't break even one multiple times, but I insisted on in. So NVTS is on. BSM, I did nothing wrong. I executed over my system. It ended up being lost. So that's fine because, well, that's just how it goes sometimes. AEF, this one did kind of lose it to 20. It's finding support here, but I'm worried a lot about the ones using the 10 as resistance. After initially using the 4, so look at TNF here the entire time, moving up, it's using that green line as started. Then, hell breaks down, and now, for the last, I want to say, 20 or so, it's been that green line, it's sending it in on the flat as resistance. So that's something more alive to lately that I hadn't been alive to before in the past. So TNF, if you get back above that 10 EMA and the 5, you can get involved in that one again. Currently, I've got open order, and that's what I want, so I will flatten out that. I didn't even know those were easy to go, and so we'll just take a even trade on that. Out of that. And as Neil always said, if you find yourself in a position that you didn't intend to get in, then just flatten out. It's so simple, especially if you're really in your red of the money. So my eye on open, as it's a little bit of sport and EMA. Joey, I'm going to do the news. Anything you want to start on before I weasel into news?
No, QETS was brilliant. I think it gives us another opportunity, but I was just so curious on what we had going on with Tesla. But QETS was nice. You can see on the way, we get in and we double it up, we set them off, eventually it's stopped out, and I was just a grab, pull back, whatever you want to call it. Obviously very different. But there you get the move higher. We just take that one and boom, and it holds that 5-minute candle with a T, which is really, really beautiful. And you just potentially go linear right here. All the volume made at price and a little bit north of that. So a missed opportunity there, but we're not going to cry about it or anything. We'll figure something else out here.
Are you kidding me? And you heard about that 15-year-old, right? That killed the woman. It was a robbery. He's all over the internet talking about how he didn't kill her. Yeah. Oh, yeah? And they released his name, which they never do. Yeah. They got judicial authorization because it's been happening more. So they're being a lot more judicial authorization released. And it was his picture, but it's a temporary thing. Oh, but once it's on the internet, it's on the internet.
Picture on it?
Yeah, it's on okay. But the point was, I just got a message that he got released on. It was insane because he's up for second degree, which is not small.
That's great.
You see the way he talks about so nonchalant matter of fact. Oh, it was a rob went wrong. I don't know if she was fighting. I didn't even know her.
Yeah, some people
14.
People are just like that, though.
He isn't well.
To get that age, be able to decipher what's wrong, what's right and what's wrong, and if you had emotional attachment, there's obviously something
going on, man. Yeah. And the thing is, what's the
you're not empathetic.
You don't have it. You don't have them.
Yeah.
What's it called? The I think it's called the Criminal Justice Act. They have tiers, Joe. So if you get slapped with the first or second, and you're between say 14 and 15, There's one sentencing guideline, 15, 16 to 17, a different sentencing guideline, so it's the lower end of the sentencing guideline, but obviously.
So he'll do a bunch of years juvie.
That was super close to what I lose.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
What did you just
441. No, she was like at some, I think, just a supermarket, literally walking their car, you see her, and he's like, I yoked her.
Oh,
Yeah, you want to see the way this guy's talking
Some
online.
are just.
Yes.
It's
crazy.
How it is.
Crazy.
How it is.
Anyway, let's, the reason I mentioned that is because the notification might have been released. All right, guys, this little block. Foursquare, obviously now ticker XYZ, all over the place. Jack Dorsey. Shares jumped 10% pre-market after of inclusion into the S&P 500, replacing the outgoing expiration, which has now been acquired. Chevron, we went through that whole thing last week with ExxonMobil, Chevron, Fed has because Guyana reserves, and that's like, I think 11 billion barrels or something prohibitive like that. Inclusion in the S&P 500 boosts institutional interest as these index ETFs, they gotta pay. They gotta buy the shares. If they're gonna be S&P 500, JP is estimating that ETFs or these indexes are gonna add about 50 to 4 million shares of block XYZ. Could be added if vis-a-vis index tracking change take effect on Wednesday. Inclusion starts on Wednesday, not today, but we got it today. It's a major milestone for the fintech man that's really been developing. We know SoFi, Hood, a lot of these high fintech players have really been moving late. Digital payments as well as digital apps have gone mainstream. This valid block solution from this kind of business model that they had to the broader blockchain focused financial player playing a bigger role in the U.S. financial system. JP Morgan says stock deserves higher multiple due to the strong momentum as well as the marketing success that they encountered and sees included in his past. I didn't need that from JP to that. Block sits though at the conditions of traditional finance as well as so on POS systems like my brother-in-law did this for his little coffee store there in Orange County, and he serves by it there. I mean, what? This is a short posted. This guy's pinned in the chat. Ram actually kills these. You'll find it everywhere on YouTube, as well as all the other social media platforms, or just YouTube. All our social media in there. Make sure to go and check it out. Shout out to Ram. Also, Block also does peer-to-peer payments as well as doing services. So adding a block to the S&P 500 definitely a big up for your boy's name. Jack Dorsey.
Jack Dorsey. Yeah, I mean, it is, guys. Pretty choppy stuff on the day. Week 5 opening drive. But this is it, right? Post-market, big time move up. That's fair. All the way from 73 to 81. Looking for the continuation and strength. Okay, yeah, maybe, but income, and you'd get in at the lows and really range trade name, the momentum what we got going on, and that's part of it. And you can see we now breached it into this gap here, but there is some big time keepers and stones right around that 80 right there. So keep in mind this might be the next get on SYE there, all right? So that's what we got cooked up.
Let's let you read how well I do this one. And big.
This guy, there's no way to feel.
It is. That's the funny part of it. It's all real. All right, stock little NVIDIA as a signal because I have a problem. Send the new real loud H20s and they can't make them because they sold the previous manufacturing order with Taiwan. Real loud manufacturing activity to other companies. I just somewhere in 2 seconds, I'm going to read the entire thing. After President Trump's reversal of the H20 chip ban, major tech companies like ByteDance, Alibaba, they rushed their NVIDIA AI chips. The sale really reflects lingering fears for another political policy decision and a reversal by the United States to disallow the export of the H20, so they're trying to get their hands on as quickly as they can. However, NVIDIA has told these customers its H inventory actually quite limited, and it will be able to restart production anytime soon. The company previously told manufacturing company with Taiwan Semiconductor due to the ban and restarting the company would take to 9 months. That's demeaning. TSLAs are apparently fully booked and productions fully used, and the H20s have been repurposed for other clients. NVIDIA's current 20 inventory includes both finished chips and wafers still in the packaging phase, with total assembly taking approximately 2 to 4 months, according to some reports. And NVIDIA have been developing, this is really interesting, listen to this, they've been developing an upgraded version of the H20 that advanced high-bandwidth memory. SK Hynix, a Korean company. So SK Hynix recently warned NVIDIA of limited additional supply for these graded chips memory, creating yet another roadblock for the import of the H20. So not only Taiwan Semi not give them the capacity, but for upgrade version of the H20 that uses new memory, that will also face supply chain as HPI and get all in. Last but not least here, NVIDIA wants to know how it can meet the demands of the Chinese consumers, so they're doing it in forecast and feedback. Chinese firms evaluate whether to resume H20 production or push the Blackwell chips once they become available for it, because you can't use Hopper. You're not, there's no way you're selling the ball. So that reach aims to help them navigate all the geopolitical and logistical barriers maintaining for the whole Chinese AI.
Absolutely. $200 at the end of the year. NVIDIA. H20 is back on the table. Both deals with Qatar and Saudi Arabia. I could trip over them days with the corona. All seriousness, guys. Still extreme levels of demand for their chips across the board. H20, the Blackwell. There's just so much going on for the day, especially from a fundamental standpoint, and I think that's how it's to be looked at. You know what the biggest tariffs? Jensen was not to sell the H20. So what happened was sovereign nation go to the Gulf countries and then knocking to they strike deals, behind deals, them to start and build their AI picture. That's just a start. That's going on for 4 years. The chances of them needing more is high. Now the H20 is on the table. This means you're going to have a $200 egg right in front of us at the end of the year. There's no questioning that.
Absolutely, sir. Let's talk a little Ryzen, not stock. We have to talk about kind of boring. Looks so past prime, like the early 2010s, late 2000s. Bad were moving, but anyway, Ryzen lifted the lower end of 25, adjusted profit growth 1 to 3% up, or sorry, 1 to -3%, up from 0 to -3. Free cash flow guidance was also 19.5 to 20.5 billion. That's up from a range of 17.5 to 8.5 billion. The quarterly EPS here being a beat of 22 on record 34.5 billion. That top consensus test of 33 and 3. So they're on the top bottom line. It's how they did. They're losing wireless. Okay. So wireless revenue growth 2.2%. It was driven by higher tier plans with bundled, like add-on services and bundling are offset subscriber and margin mature in the US market. But look at it. They lost 9,000 postpaid subscribers in Q2 with the occasion of a 3,000 sub gain. That's where they lost. But they make up some in a second, show you for the fiber and their internet. The drop was attributed, the drop in their postpaid phone subscribers, the drop was attributed to the price cuts that they made in J as was intensified competition. Rivals were talking about T-Mobile, Team, Comcast, Charter. But what they did do is they continue to add band users, almost 300,000 in here, 203,000 new broadband subscribers added in Q2, showing fiber, obviously, as well as fixed wireless bundles. They recently also won regulatory approval for $20 billion acquisition of Frontiers for Business, which certainly expands internet footprint, which seems to be the one area, one sector that continues to grow, because certainly losing 9,000 postpaid subscribers not look to want sizes in any comment.
Yeah, I mean, looking from an intraday standpoint, this is insane. Essentially, look back, right? You just pull back some of these key levels, and then boom, 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 boom. The way this move up here from around 41.2, and it's not trading around $48. So it's a big time look there in VZ. And then, sure enough, at the lower end of the range, you gap up. Thing to note, this is going to be a key level in order for it to break. Otherwise, just head right into this consolidation zone, and you necessarily want that. Don't chase. Wait for the percent opportunity. Always, if you don't want to chase up the cash, CSPs are the way to go. If CSPs.
Hold on. Something sort of puts.
Cash secure. Alright, but I know you get it. You don't suck. But I remember I tried to swing on this with Buddy GB years and years ago, and that's crazy. Been trading this one. That didn't really work out. I mean, with that being, I think there's a good opportunity that does break through some of these key resistance zones. You just have to be patient on that one. Always raise CSPs so you're not chasing stock.
Sure to put. Don't forget that again. All right, guys. Wednesday after bell. Oh baby, talking about earnings. Let's talk about what we're expecting from the cyber one on Wednesday, because it's probably more car sold. That's my guess, but who knows? Bank of America taking the opportunity to raise the price target Tesla 305.31, seeing a higher cash reserves. They seem that talk about that a little bit later. Wall Street is expecting for their earnings 39 cents earnings per on revenue of $25 billion. You may have a different number, always different consensus. That's out there, don't know why, I don't know how that actually is consensus, but that analysts are expecting, at least in the article that I reviewed. Just to give you a comparison, in Q2 of last year, I'm talking about 24, Tesla printed 50 pennies per share on earnings of $25.5 billion in revenue. They're expecting a $100 million increase quarter in revenue. That's not what that is. That's not what we're in for Tesla, so that's not a good look whatsoever. Touch for delivery alignment, vehicle delivery, and just to give you an idea, deliveries last year on the quarter to last quarter were 443,956, so let's just say 444,000, and that was down 13% year on the quarter. The risks, let's talk about it. Veritas Ben Kello is cautious. He sees downside risk to the full year estimate is slower rollout of that lower cost EV, or Q, the Model 2, whatever you want to call it, still not here. We were supposed to get it in the second half of the year. We're in the second half of the year. Where's it at, Elon? It's of the U.S. federal EV credit as well. A lot of people making the real beef be Elon and Donald, whether that were or not, who the hell knows, but the $7,500 EV tax credit by the federal government, I think in the second half, I'm not exactly, you can do your homework on that. BF warns that the tariffs may weigh margins, especially relates to Tesla's energy storage. A lot of it comes in from China. We know that. As well as the incentive policy here, the loss of the federal tax credit impact the Q3 and 4 demand at B of A. It's a Q4 pullback as a result of that. Tesla Gold, just to give you an idea of how much they make out of regulatory credit or green credit, it's some people call them. They sold $955 million, so just shy of $1 billion in these ZEV credit Q2, but key California waiver could affect this and moving forward. So we'll have to see how they do. Tesla day after the bell.
Alright, if you're ready for this one here. Alright, so we have the period at September 23rd, so I believe this is the third or the second quarter, maybe there, or quarter, yeah. So we got a miss on ES, miss on revenue trade, okay. Following quarter. Miss on EPS, miss on new.
I'm good.
Are you ready for more?
I am.
Alright, miss on and we got more here, we got a miss on EPS, beat on revenue, and then we have a beat on each miss on revenue, and then in the fall 2 quarters, we have multiple misses there. So talk about repeat effect. There it is. Usually doesn't beat according to the data, but we know it's tested to be forward game, and it's not necessarily the car company. And the energy the department's doing really, really well. So going against the crazy like that, that's a positive sign there. But we're still waiting on the mist, and we need this fleet out. So just be caution what's going on with us. So you never know what's been in this earnings report. I would not be holding on to any shares leading into it because you don't. But I wouldn't be surprised if it breaks through some of this 3C level and goes parabolic. So, being said, moment there.
He starts talking about.
Yeah, you usually hated like full production optimists in the coming time. You mentioned Model 2, how long it's been, over-promising, slightly delivering. That's how he is, right?
What is the theory of the clouds with that picture?
Oh, yeah, that's crazy, eh? That's funny. You should know. See, we never get on the thing, would you? All right, let me put this up here, guys. So this is what we're looking for this week on Tesla from a didn't move standpoint. Okay. About 6% in either direction, 8.2 ATM IV at the money E. So we're looking at a high of 350.83 and a low around 304.81. We already had the exchange pull on Tesla, and I'm not seeing anything that says, hey, we're going to specifically reject the level. We're going to pull it up one more time. All right, did I see something at 350? I thought I did. Okay, so 28,900 contracts, but again, that's substantial. There could be some greed flowing here, or it might just stay within this didn't move range. Now that's going to suck for all the people who are bought at the money AB, which is approximately 9% right now. So,
all right, let me know to see if we're good to go. All right. New traders, listen up. First month, it is free. That's right, waiving those fees so you can trade smarter, harder. Upgrade to an experience where you can analyze, strategize, and then for all that, you'll capitalize on the reform. That's everything. It's got infinite data, instant trading. It's got fast market insights and game-changing charts, and you can certainly predict better backtest tool. You get reliable, real-time global markets, guys. And live app tips for fingers, then an all-in-one platform. Do not miss out. XQS trades. Now, if you're ready to elevate your trading, scan QR code or check the link in the description at Gara Breaking News.
Here, Northeast on watch the FDA commenting apparently the company is going to be continuing one of its insulin diglycosides here. It is going to do that production from December 3rd, so it looks like in the new year is saying Novo Nordisk stop producing some of its insulin diglycosides. So again, I guess we'll take their advance. Novo Nordisk is continuing on production according to the FDA, but it does not take effect until the end of this year. Okay.
Thank you, Brandon, for that. So yeah, we're just we'll be into this here momentarily. We're just going to test the stuff. And yeah, still grinding higher right back up to where we made it average. Probably you can see we got really aggressive here, boom, 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 and then eventually make 80% there, and then I just got up to the rest, the remaining money, right? So more partials. We'll take a nice chunk out of our loss, but nothing to kind of mitigate them throughout the session. Still slightly better on the day, but we'll be playing it. But we'll try to keep it relatively small. My day, Google was nice for the lows. Man. Really nice move in Google. Nice candle right below the volume that I was just kind of putting it at the top. This would have missed off on my to add it to my swing position and holding on. I'm going to hold these shares through the support, right? Just because things are substantial. I'm really holding. I had like a couple, just over it, I think, on my swing trade from these lows, and then tracked, and then sold the majority of that, and I'm holding to literally 13 shares just to have game, you know what I mean? It's nothing substantial. They're well in need. They're from 167, so we'll be all right. If it does pull back, we'll just hop it or even maybe up some more. Or does decide to make that push all the way up here to be laughing? We gotta call it a little skim, all right? That's what we got going on. Just swing trading on our front. That's my music here. But let's take a look at Google. What we got going here? We're going to put an interest in for this week's separation cycle. Windy. 17 open contracts here. I'll let you guys see what we got here. 17,001 tracks. We want to go to the max pay. I think that's, I don't know, that's kind of weird. I think that's going to be max pay considering we're trading better that as long as the other money's straying. The IB something to pick up as well too, so just keep that in as you head towards earnings and gold price at it. So you really don't, Joey just picked the IC friend, and I looked at it earlier. All right, you continuously taking the chat. I replied to your question. I answered it. All right. Come on, man. What are you laughing at? You got a name. This guy. Yeah.
It's like he's obviously a fan of yours, right? Otherwise, they would be just a Pinky or.
It was Pinky, yeah, because that was all the ordeal that Big spotted us into last weekend.
Remind me.
We're out in with the 4-inch shorts and then Big spot Carmen.
That's what the hell?
Yeah, right. This is my friend. I see him. But yeah, it's nothing crazy going on right now. No size on the foot. So again, when we're all into earnings season, we always want to gauge things. We know the stuff. The likes of NDDA running earnings, we're going to see some substantials, and with that being said, we can trade off of that with Tesla and Google not telling me from an option standpoint going to fade or even head into a specific action. Maybe no large walls is going to be something positive that can lead us to potentially test this all the time. But until I see that report, I'm going to be patient on it.
All right, guys, let's go on sounding alarm on SharePoint attacks. Here's what happened. So Microsoft issued a security warning, guys. Active attacks apparently targeting on-premise SharePoint service used by agencies as well as private organizations. These are basically what they're zero-day exploits, meaning that the attackers are leveraging previously unknown vulnerabilities to the system. Therefore, there's no password to them. The default they got to be made. So this is the risk of it. The issue did actually affect SharePoint Online or Microsoft 365 clouders. Only self-hosted version exposed, and Microsoft's flat out the data 0.1. I'm assuming otherwise it'd be a lot more. Microsoft's been a rocket ship lately. The flaw involves spoofing over a network, allows an attacker to impersonate users or systems, and it's warned that tens of thousands of servers are at risk, including those used by national agencies and I mentioned large enterprises. It described bug as capable of letting an authorized attacker, somebody who already has access to them, escalate or basically upgrade privileges so that they have user access that they were allowed as a system administrator, which is obviously not good, signaling potential insider risk as well. So another variable to the problem there. The response has been kind of, let's see, they're working with CISA, Department of Defense, Cyber Committee, as well as global cybersecurity agencies, coordinate the defense issue patches. The FBI acknowledged a threat and is coordinating with the private sector partners as well, though details on that issue kind of remain. See, attackers are targeting SharePoint, specifically here, 2016 and 2029 with update and mitigation is currently in development. Again, as I said, it's one of those with all zero-day exploits, so there's no pitches ready-made for that. They're a previous unknown vulnerability, that's what it means. Microsoft urged users immediately install the security patches, disconnect affected servers, internet if patch is not yet possible. Organizations that cannot update the patch literally disable internet access to those servers as temporary safeguards. So not a good look for Microsoft. There's been very little bad news for Sony as of late.
Now you're in Pepsi. Here's a little catalyst here. The company launched a $3.5 billion debt rating, but they split it into four tranches. One tranche involves $750 million in 3-year fixed notes, $650 million in 5-year fixed notes, and then also $150 million in 7-year fixed notes, but not least $1.25 billion in 10-year fixed notes. So very specific offer coming through from Pepsi. PP. This one, non-pep, and it's after that piece. Back to you.
So we say one thing there, but friend big smile.
Yeah,
and he automatically hears like I heard mention my name. That ain't accurate. Shout out to Big Bob that we love around here, man. It's Bob, always willing to troll whoever is available to be trolled. He doesn't care. He not discriminate. He will make fun. He will bully anybody. Just give him the opportunity. He's all there, ready to go. Meta. Heading not today for friends at Morgan Stanley, raising the price target to $7.50 from Citi and demeaning obviously that overweight rate that did close at about 7.08. On Friday, it's up. On Friday, I'm talking about today, it was up 20.5% year to date. As I look at it, raw Meta is up exactly 22.08%. Year to date, nearing its 2-week high of that 747.90. Morgan sees Meta's AI and monetization model as a key catalyst for top line acceleration. Top line means revenue growth. I don't know. I don't agree with Morgan on Lemma as a bit of a disaster. Lemma 3, Lemma 4 are not really that good. Analysts are seeing Meta's GPU-enabled machine learning as a growth engine with particular focus on the upcoming models that could bring reasoning cases like DeepSeek.
We're on Meta, right? Yeah, we were talking about Microsoft here.
Yes, we were.
The one thing that I wanted to ask is what I was referring to earlier, right?
We have to go with it.
Okay, yeah, we'll come back. Yeah.
Good.
Keep an eye on these big tech names, guys. Microsoft, Alphabet, Meta, and Amazon. Apparently, according to a letter, House lawmakers have issued a letter asking the CEOs, again, Microsoft, Alphabet, and Amazon, to answer if they had adequate safeguards to address both China and Russia targeting submarine goals. So, again, Amazon, Microsoft, Meta, and Amazon, their CEOs reportedly received this letter, U.S. House lawmakers, on but their safeguards to address concerns that China and Russia targeting submarine cables are given adequate at this time. Back to you.
You want to make a comment about stuff.
Yeah, okay, so with Microsoft, let's pull it up on the data here, start to take a step back. But I think this is important to know, and this is what I was saying to Sharif today, that it doesn't make sense to me for all to continuously do Microsoft is doing. We even did it on the chat. Do you believe this move is sustainable? Well, guess what? This is when the mentals are going to meet the technicals, all right? Google Cloud training 5% ahead of expectations. Potential $25 billion might not be factoring in. $25 billion may not be factoring in. Possible $5 trillion market then is not saying that by 18 months, but it's the mass option with a co-pilot, and after that can potentially fueling this move continuously higher. And but for me, it was 5 to 7% ahead of expectations, which can be a big move.
Well said,
and $20 billion in the street would be factoring in.
All right, let's. We're not done yet on Meta, so let's go ahead. So again, Stanley believes investors in evidence that Meta can actually hit that $30 earnings per share in 2020 is kind of just high. Its current valuation, whether or not, we'll have to wait to see. You're trading at. So they're trading at around 23 times their 26 EPS or their forecasted 2020 CS, and 38 times 2020 projected 2026 free flow, with margins, your margins that is at an eye-watering 81 and 3%. Just crazy margins right there. People would love that in the physical world. Only NVIDIA gets close to that from what I 72 or 71% physical good. Morgan emphasized the need to kind of productize generative AI efforts to kind of help investors success. Their ROI, their investment in recent high-rate infrastructure spend. Key long-term growth, though, are in search, chatbots, as well as voices. And voices kind of is an understatement here because Meta is really leading the charge with these augmented reality glasses that project images onto the real world. So I don't wait to see exactly what happens with that. Here has breaking news.
Keep an eye here on Grab-A-Gun. EW ticker for this one posted. I'm going to read the post on X here. It's got a pile of cash locked in on revolutionizing the 2 ace. Stay tuned. Big value, it actually did pump a little bit. So again, grab God with a double buck and a social media post essentially pumped off from the company's official act. Back to you.
For that, Dara. All right, we're breaking out here on the Joey. I just took a quick trade there at 39. We're not at all. Wow, open go. Right into the high egg. I sniffed this one out. I could just see that it was about to break out. There's a seller note at 55, long at 39, 56 is at 57 is now the high. Open the rampage to the high side is now over 100%. I literally saw this one, I'm like, why did I not get it earlier? And I saw that we were big, go to the levels, punch, quick as you like. That many shares because I got to lose. So keep an eye on this one. I'm going to set up a B quitter higher than the high day. And then we're going to let this one go a piece of the dream. Now we're at 55. We keep up again, so here's the deal. We break even on them, Joey. We're not going to let any part of the against us. But there it goes again into the high of the day. This guy doesn't know what to say. All right, so it is now a 460 fade HOD. We have a 50 prim. We got 49s on. Let this one run. There is all sorts of things here on pin. Be careful with this one and flip the switch on it as you may. Okay, so open. Did I even open? I don't know. No. All right, so on here, guys. Ethem. Okay, so Joey, I'm gonna just call it a spade. When I don't know something that I didn't know until yesterday, listen to the All In podcast and listen to David Sexton and that stint of his brought it on. I didn't know that stablecoins were built on now. Okay, I feel a little bit stupid not having known that. I think I showed you don't know. Because I didn't really know what ETH was kicking out with stablecoin legislation being exactly that. I understand. So I should have been more that I was wrong. So Ethereum latest surge isn't just ETF station is back by a major rise in DeFi activity, with the total value in TVL in DeFi products now being 84 billion is the highest it has been January 22. 10 times research as Ethereum entering a new phase with internal smart contract activity rising sharply and long-term structural gains. It looks fantastic. You can just have a look at the chart there and close meet all-time highs, 41 or change that is. Listen to these because I do love inflows and that data is. ETH has seen $3 billion in EF inflows just in July, with $2.2 billion of that just last week. So big tailwind right now, at least for ETH. Genius aiming to introduce, obviously, Victoria Clarity or this year could provide yet a catalyst for ETH demand. As I mentioned, all stablecoins are built on the Ethereum network. Companies like Bitmine, which is MNR, Sharplink, which is S, now hold over $1 billion in Ethereum each. Digital BBT and another $300 million. 66. Listen to this. This is really interesting. 66% of Ethereum gains occurred during Asian trading hours. The Asian trading hours, not North American, sitting lift in market leadership at Ethereum East, that is. So that's something to know. You're looking at trading ETH at least know, and it's more likely to break out at least. That's what's happening lately. Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting stuff. And I mean, we know that Tom Lee's been, I mentioned it quite often, been buying the stuff hand over fist as well as of late. So a big time move. And if we look at this from a mental standpoint, oh wow. Okay, still a wait for that roughly 5,000 level. It's going to be that all time. But now that the stablecoins are actually on the Ethereum blockchain, this is some big time stuff, and I think we're going to moves in Ethereum like we've seen sort of Circle, Robinhood, and Coin, because this is really big, and the fact a lot of them, about 66% of that, would you say the inflows coming from Asian markets?
So no, none of that. I said when it makes gains, like when it's making highs, 66% other times making those highs.
Yeah. Oh, it's draining. It's draining. There you go. I mean, hey, still benefit them as well too. Right? You can transact U.S. significantly easier. Significantly. People don't understand how huge this is. So I mean, phone stuff. I'm buying these things on Emerald Pullback. I'm getting involved in some Robinhood. I used to own a lot of it. We used to actually a couple of them, Tree, and not small. Yeah, let me get some Bitcoin and then pretty a little bit. But Dara, you got for it.
BYON on what says Beyond Inc. So for context, this is not Beyond Me when it is moving. I still don't know why that's moving. Beyond Inc. is a company, apparently they're a retailer, but they own a good portion of the Bed Bath & Beyond brand. And also, apparently they're a significant member in a company called T0. T0 is a platform digital asset rings. So all this context leads me to the real because it's moving now. The executive chairman of Beyond, whose name is Marcus List, just posted on X a letter to the board of directors of T0 company, which Beyond pretty closely. This letter is basically asking T0 to go public via an IPO or other offering on the New York Stock Exchange to help enhance the shareholder value of the company, also of Beyond. So keep an eye here. Oh, and long story short, this is after the executive chairman asked T, which is a crypto-related company, digital-related company, to please go public.
Good call up there, Dara. I like that one, but this one too. Ooh. They're gonna hate this one. Ooh, to the high of the day. Guess what the high of the... it was 16 a second ago. Now it's 70. Okay. I was kind of hoping 69 would be the visit, but there goes open again, punching that 39, wetting the beer at least momentarily for the high of the day at 9. Open continues to make her highs and higher lows. And an operative me, and obviously easy to look back and say, oh, what it was doing. But 20, Essential seems to have been kind of that line for the sellers today on every single time. It did to the 20 in buyers, whatever reason, or algo trading system was off on open today was using the 20 on the 5 or some derivative there. Won't be convincing anyway. 47 high on open. Keep your eye here as this one continues to make our highs and lows right back into that 16 penny level, Joseph. All right, we did eat. Let's talk about your boy Donald because things are starting to heat legally there. With Europe, the U.S. is holding firm to August for deadline to raise tariffs on the unit to 30%. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick saying the increase is a hard deadline. He did obviously that statement by saying, does it's a hard deadline, that may get charged to 7, but that doesn't mean we're going to stop talking. We can still strike a deal at a day. The little bit of silver lining there. Talks continue to be on the deadline, as I mentioned, but there will be imposed regardless of potential friction in one of the largest trading relationships in the United States and Europe. The EU apparently, there's some reports scrambling here to negotiate a model very similar to the UK one, which had a lower 10%. But analysts are quite skeptical where a similar tariff deal came up with Europe, especially one that's 10%. Economic complexities are making the tense US-EU relationship strain even further, especially as Donald Trump providing so well. Are proving to be significant hurdles to a fast resolution to this article. Trump is reportedly pushing for 15 to 20% on the EU and maintaining a 25% on autos, posing a threat, obviously, to the German car makers by very much, obviously, on their auto exports. Analysts warn that a 20 tariff could totally crash. It is not mine. For the car could be a total car crash for U.S. no pun intended, with this euro for pressuring European competitors. Obviously, for Curry appreciates in value. It makes up with less valuable currencies have less buying power to buy your products. So if the euro goes up against the dollar, means people with the dollar can't buy a product with euro. So on currency, tough for exports. Just simple as that. The EU has apparently 2 waves of counter tariff, one targeting about $21 in US, another about $72 annually at a wide variety of imports. Specifically here, it could hit clothing, culture, as well as food and drink, increasing the cost of importers and reigniting inflation fears.
I think that's one of the big things, right? Reignition, considering we've been battling it for quite some time now, a part of 3 years. That's one thing about, I guess, tariffs and the rates as well too. But I thought it was a Tory dish.
Just taking shots at your boy. Yeah. He's up yours, you know that May last year. All right, Joe, we got to pay a lot. Yeah, you know what I mean. Late futures, the NASDAQ side, or even coin. Well, guess what? On futures is one of the fastest profit from sub, baby. They give traders the challenge up to 1 million just in capital. And you choose your own path. You can choose instant funnel, the challenge route, or even a pro account. Start trading your way through an even of account. And just in the 90 days, they paid out over $10 million and earned 1,000 5-star reviews from realtors, guys, just you. So if you're interested, use code TTV to save on the account. Scan that QR code or head on over to topfutures.com and start trading towards your payout. I had asked information to give on CoreWeave. I want to cover those past week, but CoreWeave does plan to offer a $1.5 billion senior note 2031 vis-a-vis of offering, subject obviously to conditions. The senior notes will be issued as senior unsecured and guaranteed by wholly owned securities of the company owns. The proceeds from the offering are going to be used kind of for general purposes, repaying outstanding debt, costs, expenses, etc. Offering, as usual, is only available to institutional buyers or non-persons under Regulation S. Notes are not registered with the Securities Act, meaning they cannot be sold without specific exemption. At least actually the news on CoreWeave said that's top down, but where's it at right now? Have a look quick. CoreWeave, baby, up 0.17%. Still looking very head and shoulders on the day. Just any quick comment on CoreWeave before we send it over to the boy.
Hey, my God, no comment.
See that move there?
See it.
What was that move up there, Joey? What was that move up? What were you saying move up was going to be?
This is what I was getting at.
So the neckline.
This is what I was telling you. Look, there it is.
We got to find out for the money.
At the low.
Joey, we're $1,600 out of the money.
Yeah, on the contract.
I don't understand.
Yeah, because it's so ROTN and it expires in September.
Yeah, but
yeah, $100, right?
So let's show the people, right? Show the people super quick. So we're doing this in the same obvious. So there's the short that I got to put. This back in the day, it's just $100 put, Joey. We only got one, and we're $1,612 unrealized out of the money on it. Yeah, don't show those shorts too quick.
No, super quick. You gotta be precise, for sure. And you gotta look for IP, and then you also want to go so far OTN.
I've learned the lesson.
No, that's good though. That's what you need. You need to like trial and error aspect, right? Because it's a freaking game. So even though it's like, hey, think it's $200 and it's right, let me grab that. No, there's like obviously more great fundamentals behind that, and it's why. The aspect for me, it's like you go coins in the money or out the money. That's it, right? Those long, right? Because if you were to add the money, it would be inverse, right? You need $1,600 ITM now.
Oh.
Yeah. If it was slightly closer. Because you were looking at when it was 150 even more than that.
But it continued to go up a little bit. I think I got it on the left shoulder.
Yeah.
We were at the money substantially on that.
You did it in here earlier.
Yeah. All right, guys, is 2-0. Got 3.5 there in the bank. I like that. All right. So the big boys are that way. Just will be same back time, same back channel. Screen.
Yeah, well, welcome everybody for taking a little extra time, boys. It should be a fun afternoon over, but as someone who was a kid in the 80s, child of the 80s, whatever you call it, I gotta say rest in peace to Mount Jamal Warner Theobald from the Cosby Show. Only 4, Sharif. Only 4 years of age. We were just talking about the show this morning. You know what? Like, at the end of the day, celebrate. And I'm one of those people, like, I can watch the show a million times. Like, he's helped shape lots in a positive way. He's a great character, and that's so young. But anyway, we just gotta do that for real. Like, right before he came on, I just saw that. I was like, come on, not Theo Hustable. Legit. And, you know, again, like I said, I was raised on the show. I don't care what he says. That was a great show. The show, obviously, we were saying it's a drinking accidental drowning. Yeah, it's always got to be safe, everybody. The other thing to talk about, look, the market is a little bit asleep, but at highs, it's looking strong. Open is, I don't know what pun I'm going to give this, but 1.2 in shares volume, billion volume, and now it's saying 480, it's still going. I took 4 punch on myself, but we've taken 5 punch.
Oh boy.
It's just, like, this is completely insane. There's nothing to be slowing it down or spinning it or whatever. Like, there's no, I'm looking at mine here, what do we do? Eventually, either I take a punch from not getting a little trade on the stock and forward. Maybe it breaks 5 even. It's early the story in terms of like a stock up 110% doing 1.2 million shares in value is complete and utter entity. Sometimes you'll see for a few million. This is just a different level. With the open side of the coin, however, is what's going in the other direction in some of the in some crypto.
Oh yeah.
Because you're getting a little bit of Tesla came in. Tesla had to go all day, but I'm sure in front of you up because I actually just got now. 2 seconds ago. So shorting this in front of you up. I was long off the open. You see that kind of stuff. That was flat. But then I took a loss on the second one. So, and now we're short off the volume price. One of the relatively weak, even though it's technical on the today.
I mean, I was a little how heavy some of that selling came in open relative to the rest of the names. That's the only one that was relatively weak and strong to the downside. Apple as well is the only one that's pulling back today low. So I did have a short on it a little earlier. During the midday, I guess I had a bit of TQ short right here that I guess came into eventually got out of mode into there. And yeah, I was open to fills on open as well. So I did the reversion from 420s down in the fully covered way too early and have anywhere near what I should have been on that. But yes, it seems like it opened for a new high now, pushing $5. So that's absolutely crazy. Let's take a quick look at book. It's traded NASDAQ. So let's throw on some filters here. So take a look-see together and see if there's anything coming out of the dollar market. You can see right here. I gotta pull it a little bit higher. I really see the $5 just yet, but Knights has 3,000 watts on that one. At this point, you don't even really need the chart because we are pushing fresh hollow. This kind of screen I'm talking about now. Sorry? No, I'm sure book. Like, forget the chart at this point. One that I need to know is right here in front of me. That's how I feel right now. Let's see if the dollar market with that. So much selling on 98 cents, 99. So I'm just curious. I don't know if I participate, but I'm just curious about how $5 mark is going to push on open, and if it's open fresh, highs is well above that. Left size is actually shows up 5,000 plus. Thank you. Peaking back up ahead is Neil is definitely on that market sideways, pretty much validated, but within the upper quartile of the morning action as well. So yes, going to find some pretty solid strength, you know.
Well, speaking of that punch Tesla went up half, what do you give Tesla? No, not the way I see it taking. This is increasing volume as well. Here, let's see that. That's on increasing volume and really starting to back out. So I don't fight this on Tesla. It's okay to be wrong. It's not okay wrong in this market. And volume coming in, gets punching through those highs. I was sitting wob. Get it after I missed it here. But let's get this. We gotta get this run on. We turn off the fan so that we can do the rundown. And okay, I get what you guys are talking about. Because I had the fan us. Obviously, we're in between and the May show-esque. And so I didn't realize how much help we need here. It's just instant 5-3. Let's get down, start. See what you guys want to talk about. Boldly press. Talk a little bit.
Already, Neil. Far away. Welcome to the afternoon rundown, guys. You decided what we talk about every afternoon. The bigs are locked and they're loaded and they're ready to take yours outside of you. The only way to get yours up there is to go any day now. Super simple. Thanks again. You throw in that dollar sign followed by your 3 for 5 letter ticker. Automatic just serves 8:30 onwards, guys. So make sure you're winning every single day. Here at all, 4-minute average is really being led by the EU. Up 0.8%. You've got the Russell 2000 first of the 4-minute drives up a quarter, and the ES Dow both a little bit above that 0.5%. A good look for 4 major averages today. The first one, guys, that is by you. This was a triple-digit drives winner 3 times. And the second here over here open received 3 more votes than the second. Look, continued move here for open. It's achieved means, so to speak, especially after last week catch manager Eric Jackson could have fired open door saying that this started to reach, guys, $82 per share. I was all over this during today's show, and I'm sure you guys will as well. Open doors.
Oh, yeah. This is one of those, man. If you feel what I feel and you trade it like you should to trade, then it's time you're punching through. $5, everybody. And if you don't get the reference and you love Silk Sonic, and if you don't love Silk Sonic, you don't love good music. Baby. You just say Joe.
Who is
hell no, you didn't just say who Silk Sonic is. Oh, Joe, my man. Joey,
I don't know who Sonic is.
Huh?
I don't know who is that? Sonic?
Oh, you don't have nonsense. Nobody cares about it. That's a good guy. I don't even Let's be real. Everybody don't talk about like Aquila. Joe just means
I know Bruno Mars and Anderson. Like, I know who they are.
Yeah, but the group called Sonic.
Oh, is that right?
That's them.
Is this relative new or like? I mean, like I know Bruno Mars from like
3 years ago. I'm pretty sure.
And then I know Anderson like as of recently. And that's it. The 2.
They got like the band stuff. I'm a little bit slow. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Apparently, I can't leave the door open reference. And then anyone's gonna. It's a great song. Check it out again. But open $5. 1.2. It's about to break $5. I have a day-long trend that I'm working here, and it now pulls that one trade on it. It was a $4 break. I thought that of it break even. It was a straight unction scalping 4 to 4. I'm thinking the same thing through 5. That said, when it broke $4, it went up, came in like $3.95, pulled back, held the higher low, and broke out. This is almost too, it hasn't gone and made that testify, I don't think, yet. I won't do that same thing. Well, testify, hold back, hold pry, and then go. If there's a dip, trend line from the open. Trend line from the open, like make a few conduit. Somewhere in front is where I look for dip buy. This sucker's got such volume that you just take. I mean, the ability to trade multiple times you can. You just see up 180%. I'm not talking about buying it forever. This is more about momentum. This is a dollar stock than a week ago. This is a penny stock a couple weeks ago. It is an absolute blowout, and we're now the major resistance of this 5 level. So if we were going to do a nasty turn, it would be here. Here you go. There's big. That's about 490 on the chart, which is exactly where we're sitting right now. So 5 is ending a bit above that on the daily. I'll take a shot at it. Ridiculously sized off. That's right away and never going against me like the rate did. If it does, I'll just write it out. This is 1 punch through 4 and scalps my best stock tip. That's getting time. Well, who cares? Like if it goes again, and if it doesn't go away, then I'm gonna dip by.
Yeah, open is, I mean, I don't have much more to say open, but like I said, it's definitely open to new highs, and that's showing us extending above VWAP now. Did like this little puff as a short and a reversion. I did evolve on the 420 area test, and it did pull back pretty decently down at 6 and continues to step up above prior structure. And yeah, over a billion shade now, 1.25 we on the day. So interesting increase in the market on this thing over the past few days. For sure, and it seems like we're still very much on the side of this move as it's built up. Talking about this a little earlier today, and I think it was the anchor bob down from these lows. So we're starting to not extend and hold off of those, they extended off of current intraday moving averages as well. So starting to finally go pretty parabolic is been no sign of sight just yet.
All right, quantum scaling off today. Really no news. Moving up last week after Bini announced a breakthrough called Cobra. It's a process manufacturing breakthrough where it's poised to increase the production speed of its proprietary ceramic separators. They make the charge batteries for electric vehicles and other items. So Quantum guys selling off a bit today after a good week last week.
Yeah. First, you said Cobra was the first thing I heard. See, both dudes just, so Fading goes Cobra, and Shrez Cobra, okay? And I'm saying fail before y'all fail. No, man, G.I. Joe, son. G.I. Joe. That's right.
Nice.
I saw that movie in the theater, Joe movie.
Those are good movies. I like those movies. A lot of people don't like them.
Okay, I gotta be real with you. G.I. Joe movie I'm talking about, and the G.I. Joe movie you're
probably different.
Talking about G.I. Joe movie with actual people and it wasn't in the 80s. I'm talking about the cartoon one in the 80s.
Yeah, the cartoon was sick too. Yeah, on Cartoon Network.
Oh, here comes Joe.
It's all G.I. Jane, man.
Okay.
All right. Who's G.I. Jane? G.I. Joe's
You know that movie?
G.I. Jane?
G.I. Jane, like, she goes through naval training.
Maybe.
It's a pretty big. As a matter of fact, you know what's the slap? So the joke that Rock told was the G.I. Jane joke.
Oh.
That's what got him slapped.
Okay. Interesting.
G.I. Jane
I haven't seen it. It looks good. There's a 7 above the 7 on 90s, so I'm like definitely worth the watching.
Because it's okay. 7 is good.
That's my cutoff.
I feel like it was a little better than everybody. I give Quantum today a 3 unless we're short. Like, look at this at the old, obviously dump. Got a nice bar balance down 10%, which is always great. But it's holding. Let's go to the daily first. like it's holding really nicely. I just look at it like this A1 top. There's such going today in terms of runners and all stuff to find bullshit, whether it's the market song, you got the mega seven names like Amazon doing really well, Apple had a good day, like then you got all these things open, which is still about 47, trying to fit at 5. Quantascape, finding it hard to believe it's going to stand in a bunch of buys today. I don't know if I wanted to trade this. It's got great volume, but it's declining today, and I didn't pay for locates on this. So the notion of, like, say, shorting it if it gets up to around 13 area, I don't know if that's something I want to do. You need to let this one settle for the days here. It feels like just maybe the top, and then we'll get the other side of the V. Could be sorry on news. Just heard something about I just heard about crowds right in my ear. Oh boy. Like, I'll let you go. I'm going to see what I can figure out in the crowd.
Alright, they had knows. Quantitative first red day, long time. Let's measure how days we've had going into 16 days in a row. Straight back to back. After that gap, we consolidated. We tried to push higher, but consolidation for a few days, and then full volume further follow coming in on July 2nd and 3rd, beginning of the month, and a little bit of that anchored VWAP off like a gap up as well. First red day coming in right at the open, so let's see how that came in. I think prior low was 1350s, 1360. You can see nice little consolidation. Looking for egg consolidation, but when the pre-market comes in weak and pushes that prior day in a distinct way for the first time in 15 days, we've had back-to-back cuts. Yeah, might have a little bit of push or some wound up buying that has been, needing to be released, and then the sellers coming in off of the prior day, trying to break Saturday a little pretty aggressively. It was quite nice, but holding up pretty well here. Like again, it's been up for 15 days, so bigger picture pulled back a little. I think it's well within range. You can see how overextended it is on the daily, so a little bit of breather on the day today. Nice reversion that came in. It wasn't really why this one that closely, but once that's a morning session, you can see how strong that drop of that bar is, of that volume, as soon as those bars kind of separate, that selling is done. So nice little consolidation around VWAP as of right now. Quantascape, Neil.
We got a big news for Vietnam's green mobility shift and a major for VinFast. That's VFS on the NASDAQ. Starting at 1st, 2026, and will ban gas-powered motorcycles in its center, kicking off a nationwide move toward electric transport. VinFast is not in position to benefit. With your investment in EV tech, battery production, and charging networks, it has wrong heads up. While others scramble, Vince is ready, and this policy sharpens its edge. VFS over on that. Scan the QR code you see in front of me. Pull the things. Go and talk about it in BTS and back in. But a couple of sort men. I wanted to go to the strike story with several shares of cybersecurity related stocks, trading lower amid cyber attack on Microsoft SharePoint. So that was a while back. That was over at 1 o'clock, so it's a bit of a delayed reaction, but another headline. And this is coming from SEC. Again, whatever. Fake news saying, is Palo Alto Networks on a Sentinel-1 takeover? So that Sentinel-1, a 15% move. I don't wonder if, obviously, a situation like that, Palo Alto will get it, because they'd be the ones acquiring it and Sentinel ones up. I don't wonder if a certain that CrowdStrike has to do with just the bid drop when heavily used bid dropped or anything else. But, if you're trading security names, that's what seems to be happening. The moves relate closer to the story about Sentinel-1 than does an hour ago talk about security breaches. I think that's why these are moving. Could be there potentially at least a little bit of dead cat bounce. We'll send any detail on any potential deal calculation for Sentinel and Palo Alto.
And NVTS, Gray, Refrain, today, really no news, guys, but be moving into the overall semiconductor sector did make all-time, or not all-time, 52 weeks today. Look, I didn't predict this one that well in the midday show. Let's see what the books say about this one.
News? In no sleep right now with the volume with praise. It's just like right bad at the open. It was just a program buy on it. And unless you were the only really clean thing was there's your program buy late break here and then weighted averages. But volume is really died in this, despite the fact this is a reclaim. Well, it was a recline dollar on prior highs on index. Seemed like it was continue to squeeze a little bit here because of the significant level even for its kind of like just really feel like it won't now. GameStop seems to be going as well on a news story. Let's stop with read volume here. Like I'll like to see if there's anything GameStop continuing its rally from earlier, about, I don't know, 30, 40 minutes ago, pop to the side. But that NVTS, I'm just disappointing. I see Fred as a thinker saying NVTS will go back down to 8. Everything about the Wiz reactive here is suggesting it's staying out of steam volume-wise. That better of a fact of so many other small games running GameStop just literally open doors doing such ridiculous volume today that may be lost in the shuffle and run Steam. 100 million is great volume that you'd like to see continue. Yeah, I think this might be temporarily in the midst of a bit of a pullback. But on GameStop, yeah, you know, there's no chance of being euphoric when every single custody is moving. Despite the fact that Bitcoin was at 118 when we sat down, it's at 118,000 now, and it'll probably be at 118,000 when we finish the afternoon. But you know, please.
Sounds about right to me. Because NPS, yeah, it's interesting. I mean, from looking at it as of right now, a little bit earlier, a few minutes ago, bit of a step up, structure hold after whatever happened here in the 22nd. So I guess I would go back and figure out why this did happen from that burr. I guess we rose were $1.81, so traded below $2 and got that strong push. Post earnings as well. Don't know what that catalyst was there, but price action perspective, yeah, this hold has been pretty nice, aggressive on the day today. And yeah, saying no news, I'm gonna think something happened in the past few days which may have built into the movement right away. I see maybe a bit of a liquidity trap here because you had strong volume today on Tuesday, July 15th, after kind of the gap up and a low volume fade, which doesn't really fall through. By day coming in, you get that nice cleaned up going into the end of the week. Explosive, almost a parabolic off of the open. Yeah, small squeeze a little bit, maybe a little bit of a sharp happening there. Holding higher is now as well as structure holds above 8.5. So interesting with this one. NVS, gonna be on my radar going for the rest of the week. Let's see some stocks, man, some other stocks, they're running, they're doing crazy amounts of volume, and the market is definitely, when it comes to this kind of a setup.
Hotter than the office.
Oh.
Yeah, it's hot. Okay. All right, that's for staff for the Bellmans. The guys, make sure to catch that with us. Market recap show. It's going to be anticipated. A couple headlines on it. Bank of America obtaining their neutral rating on test, but boosted price starting up from 305 to 301. And separately, Elon Musk saying on X that now over 3 million Model 3s have been sold worldwide. Guys, we'll have to see how they do on deliveries on it.
Yeah, this is the thing. Like, the numbers now all of a sudden it's like hit accept and I prefer borrow on GameStop because it's we'll get to GameStop after we're running down. That one just came out and suddenly has given a window on my charts because the way I see it is open, it's GameStop. A lot of the big categories slowed down. In Tesla, I just got into it, and then now we'll just get 50 cents. I want to move to something which seems a little better, but Tesla resumes. When in doubt, zoom out. This morning looked like when we there's basically two trades like off the open. Were we breaking out, on which it did, and then immediately failed, or were we dipping back into prior high? Made the attempt to, and lost at it. Not holding the prior high, that little dip and restore for me is gone. It did me all the way down to 327. And now you've got the resist fight back in 331 on Tesla. Going to the earnings. The good news is that we've been away from the 50-minute 200 moving average. Bad news is we did not make a real. I kind of felt we got the 3.8. I felt like it was more like 340 to 342 that would be the resist. So it didn't quite get there. It's not news. You should have covered that breakout better. But I really thought we were going to get it to $340. So I didn't get that at all. When it was breaking 338, I think we were going to get 39, 40. That was a mistake. Sometimes, the stock is, I don't want to call it an only box, but really strong to go make 7 names out there. Maybe some profit take going into that earnings because of low risk. Either way, not punch. Usually the expected Tesla to happen when it was breaking away from like this on the daily. Just a very, very fail and a lot of profit taken through. You can break 331 to get exciting this afternoon.
Yeah, I think even your big trade, you'll see it here on the hourly. The local highs of this chart we've been building in and around the 367, the lows coming in at 270. We're pretty much flagging, consolidating sideways in this range, strong flush that we got, I guess, the end of May into June. You see right there all the way covering that range, kind of. We're trading between that range as of right now. So yeah, a little no man's land, perhaps, if you want to call it, as we bounce around and went up to release some pressure with the other. But strong selling came into the open today. After a strong close on Friday, it was interesting. I was actually looking for potential push lower to the prior day's level, and we didn't really get involved with it right off the opening in with the aggressive selling. Didn't really give a decent chance. Other than the VWAP, you can see even if it's away from the VWAP, others stepping in much lower than that. And as of right now, stepping up back into up 330 halves is without a 2689 is that holding up pretty well here on Tesla's. Start of the week, a little bit of a shake.
Move up for Bay Area on Thursday, kind of had it on Friday, sold off a little bit. That selling could use it today, losing $8. 7 and change we goes big Bay Area, no catalyst, but continues to run. We've been watching for a while.
Big area is filling in the gap Thursday pretty heavily here. Heavily is not the right word. It's just filling in the gap Thursday. And this is not the first time in the fail up around 8.5. So the last time it got here, Friday was here. Last time it got here, you completely reject of a 50 and then stairs down to 6. So the good would be bought right back up. It got reestablished 7, we high. If it's so much as $7, then that's bullish. At the end of the day, so as long as a whole $7 on the way back, you're putting another low in the midst of finally eventually taking up that 8 level and getting to $10 with a big level for sure. Well, I think BBAI is some play which is not necessarily done yet, but you're going to have to hold out that 7. Lots of profit takers on this one, as maybe small caps to do like a double up. Truly here, early stage, it's not going to be a valuation type of thing. This isn't going to be something look at the fundamental. Oh yeah, this is what it's worth now. That kind of the sort of true momentum play. Wanted to hold that $7 in the short run, and I doubt we get this afternoon. It just doesn't feel like it's not falling heavily enough volume for it to 7 for a bounce today. I think that's tomorrow when we type play to look for a bounce off that 7.
BBA. I haven't been keeping track of this one for the past few days, but with the strong move today, Neil, and that opening wick, once again, a full break of prior days has come in quite hot. And that high from, I guess, Friday was $8.60. Today's high, $8.59. Supply coming right back. You can see on Friday, selling off to near day low, coming back in today, giving it a little ping test of those prior days high, selling right back in, showing who is in charge on BBAI on today. Is this the top? I have no idea. It's been running for quite a while. You can see here we take this pop off, make it a little bit clearer look. Into spoilers held pretty well, but holding highs underneath a high of this $8.72. Sure, we didn't quite get to the 10 house yet, but we're building up briskly. I like the pullback in the 6, but then gave us some fresh highs back to the top of the range. Let's see how we continue to build. Stair stepping up pretty aggressively, Neil. It's surprising to say. Just in April, this stock $2.42, and now we're going to knock on the door of 9.
We've just seen knocking on heaven's door.
Oh boy.
I could see me there. Oh, Jimmy, you just don't move. I just paid for those GameStop. Like 2 seconds ago, tried to just short the stern. That's being tailed disappointing for GameStop up 3%. And I didn't see a specific 3 for GME. We'll check that. Really nothing. Nothing new here talking on GameStop. If you're wondering, is it just going because Bitcoin is going? Well, the answer would be Bitcoin doing not much of anything. That's not a real. That's her pool. There's no way Bitcoin did that kind of volume. Little candle. Yeah, we'll just head pretty much known on Bitcoin at 117.7. Actually, at 18 levels. I'll try to get up again at 24. Carney is both times. Let me go to open for a second. I'm going to jump in. Hasn't gotten to the trend line. As long as it's above the bottom, looking long, that breakout lane, the support, and the most dip level as far as 60 cents. I'll actually sat in front of it. I want to be long 5, and then we'll see about taking a break level, because why not? On open, but simply play OPAD or open. Offer the solutions, but I don't know it up. Looks like the chart is at least loosely mirroring it. And yeah, I'm reading an article. There's an article actually kind of has. I don't know. It looks like it's mirroring it, but not close enough. Like super close. And the way I usually lay this is if I see, okay, OPAD's going high as we skin open, it's holding the high, really breaking the top. I don't think they're going together. However, if you see open break structure and lose the trend, maybe you could look short this or get it out of your longs if that's the case. Open has done 1 billion shares. This has done 17 million. They're distinctly different at this point. It's an upward chart. I don't know how much it's following it, and it's going to come a little bit later. So yeah, I'm not going to touch that 110 fully. It just broke out. Look at the candle it just did. I moved it to a 1 minute because running open in this time. I might go for a minute, but you just had break on open. Tried it to $5. Instantly drops almost 10 minutes. Just like that. That's the difference. As crazy as open is, and we back to a 3 minute because for my like 3 minute chart's a little bit better. Like open, the liquidity involved in this is so good. Point. Hard to imagine. Like 130 minutes. Not only is there not halts, there's 0 moments where it felt like a chance to halt. And I was in it, broke for it up and did this pullback. And even then, you know, like gas is halt because there's enough liquidity and running $4, so it's go fast enough. Speech, I'm gonna get out of this dip buy in 5. because 5 is its own aid. Open once again by the dip till it stops working is the game for myself.
I'm going.
Just going and going.
Going. Here's 5 minutes right now. Is the, I don't know, I know that's a reference.
Go. Yeah.
And it's on?
That is good money.
Oh, yeah. Just going and going. Yeah, I remember the, yeah.
I guess you won. Get my reference. It all warms.
I don't know how you guys writing so hard.
No, man,
Wearing like 2 layers, right?
Who is taking on all of these, there's a bunch of like stuff that
I know why
taking out
we're sitting here.
clothes like that. I gotta have
I know the boys as well, but the dudes are like so hard. We're like, what's going on? Harder over there? Okay. Men's are always saying, all right, cool. I don't know. So how that's like, it's like men's not. So, yeah. Oh boy. Oh yeah, no. It's that $5 mark. I want to take the break. What's that? Nah.
You don't like the breakout trades?
I guess it's not common. If I wanted to long, I should have gone long with daily. What should I have gone long today? But you know, let's talk about this.
Go one.
Go long open, and then just have the 2 up on as a buy program.
You go wrong.
Exactly. You just run it up after taking the opening print. You're good to go because your opening Friday is hot. No, I'm kidding. Yeah. But the fact that we held Fridays pretty well after hours, set highs as well, and then break out of this $3 mark, I think it's $3 mark, because in the pre-market it seems like there was a little ice here as it couldn't get that $3, and once we get into the session, once we break this $3, I think be something, or even strong backs to that $3 level, which seems like a whole bit of you go confidence right there, and this as well. So yeah, a lot of places essentially get long on the day today, and this strong pullback as well. I liked the here, but definitely strong was to buy, showing up once again, you hold structure and higher. So yeah, stair setting side, I like the short here for us to scalp, but I definitely respect the trend on the pushes higher.
Take a break.
Take the break, yeah. I don't know. Like if I was in earlier, I would love to take some inventory today, but my bias is already a little.
Well, this is the fun part of it. What's hilarious is one again, and I'm genuinely going to get to Ray in a second. Is one more time was in the long and right trail left. I did hold on. I held on percent break even. I got a good 20% up there, and that was exactly what I mean, which probably the credit was usually get up here. I'm going to take 5 break. We just bought the 460 once into 490. So I'm going to take if it breaks $5, and I will have a Tilray here. So first off, I don't know where we're making catalysts in the cannabis space today, so I can't really explain that spike on Tilray. I will look. I do know that in a minute since we've sustained any big moves in the cannabis space, but don't at me because there's higher lows on these stocks right now. They are in some ways like the bottom form, or like a rounded bottom, elevation break. It just looks like Tilray's got to 75 cents. Now, there's nothing in volume today, which is like the second I didn't broke the high, instilling volume. I'm not seeing another get through it today, but I think that's worth putting. I'll probably put an iPad. If there's something that can get us to side on Tilray, that's worth giving a punch. We seem to be market right now where the runner every 5 minutes. And the way I like to play these is in quit it and don't try to be able about it. So if I see Tilray breaking the level, okay, I'll play 5 in 90, which is the 200 moving average. I'll try to take along in Tilray one days as it's breaking from that level. Get your 10 to 15% and get the you-know-what dodge before everything falls apart. That's the same thing with them. Like, It's going to keep taking shots. Like, buy it off at an obvious level. You can risk 5 cents. You try and make money if you can, and then pick up shit at $5 and risk again 5 cents, and try and make 15, 20, and then move on to the next. Me, that's the plan of action. I'm going to cancel my Tron on GameStop. You can clearly have missed stack, and let's go up to the desk.
Here's MFH and Neil was asked to explain ours. Everybody news dropped, but I can't tell you why it was up this morning. This morning, the company announced, that they're entering into a $2 billion equity line of credit agreement to launch what else? It's a lot of base strategy. The next line of steps with these treasury strategies interface, and this one's Solana, ticker FH, that's from Halt. For I looked into the specs one in terms of the vote. That's super significant here. $212 market cap are on the Russell 2000. Apparently, you have a clear of about 30.5 million shares. Short float 7.5%. Short's clearly winning out. This thing is now heading to dollar level. I also looked into this tickers, could not find any catalysts there.
I am sick and tired of these Mercury fintech shorts blowing up my Mercury tech stock.
Damn.
That's right.
Damn.
I just made you say that, and you know exactly what I'll say in your heads right there. I don't know anything about this company, but this seems pretty bad. A lot of the times, everyone was about to catch bottom. So I will say, times you will get this ridiculous stair step down, bless you, times 10 maybe. Sometimes you will get their step down, and obvious criteria will serve $2 and $1.30 are the levels on the daily where you might see it. I'm thinking that it just halted down, and there's a huge, huge green candle. If it holds the low, and there's a big if. All right, well, so I was about to say, like, if it's going to hold the low on 3 and close higher, I might take a shot off that bottom. I'm just waiting for, if it's not going to be down here, like 1 on that chart and $2 bills, it's pretty much 2 now, and it doesn't seem to be holding up just yet. Oh, no stopping done. Okay, it's slowed down, and it doesn't get past 490, but GameStop is right back at the high. Hello, GameStop. Right, GameStop. You get it to the 25. I'm going long GameStop. I'm looking for my shot to. And so if it's getting to here, it's going to be to the 25 level where I have to get John Del Segno saying Mars getting Punk. This is the thing. You
It's winning today.
It's up today.
It was. I checked earlier. It was up.
Bitcoin's not doing the thing except swing slowly to the side. So the fact Mars is down 3% terribly shocking. Because Bitcoin is not doing the thing. Well, they're also in custody as well. Mara, that's certainly been good for them. It's a sub-4 return, but it goes, what more can ask for? It doubles up into the big resistance at 20 likes, and nothing that shows strength. Big reversal, 2 reversals yesterday. This seems like a continuation. If we lose $1.5 on Mara, this further gap to fill. So open is at 495 and get there. I'm still taking that break there.
But I hear in Palo Alto Network today, I guess it was reported that the company was interested in buying Sentinel-1. CNBC coming out and saying that Palo Alto, there is no truth to the rumor buying Sentinel-1. So nice, long story short, people thought they were going to buy out Sentinel-1, said they are not buying out Sentinel-1, how the stock is trying to, I guess, bounce back, though, but it's pretty well, it's high here by $3
Version only of the price action to the news itself, as that comes in lately. I mean, oh boy, I gotta pull this chart so you guys can nail it.
Buying on buyout
market comes as well.
That's the thing. If the company's in it, then you really have to be careful. One, if you really like it, you're wrong. Like if you just don't like this one, and you like it, it feels and all that stuff, it is a good take of a downtrend. So I get it. Like it's actually pretty solid, the $19 level chart. Like the company, you're getting it on a break period, you're getting it on a break of trend. But if you just bought top on a day trade, that's a different. It would seem sometimes there's a when there's smoke, there's fire. notion that, okay, well, you guys might not be interested, but maybe somebody is. It would make sense to me, but settle down a bit. I think as long as it's bullish, should be holding about 19 years. But could revert. If it reverts back, you're really only at 19.5. Be a good place to look. The problem is, look at that's a lot of volume on the buy side. We haven't, so could easily just lose it because there's two buyers that got trapped short term that want to hold it for any kind of a trade. I hate to talk about it over and over again, but it did just 97. It's up at 92. Should be getting out to me that it makes the run at this far level. We'll see how big the size is on the offer, but it won't. It should pop in. If we break lows, you'll see 1 long pop in from it, and hopefully something like this happens, which is just traded up 10%. There.
At by Global X Canada. Savvy Canadian traders looking to put exposure to now into the NASDAQ 100 and P500 with beta-free X-day leveraged ETFs featuring built-in X hedging. This simplifies short market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active traders who are ready to take on the market. Read the full disclosure in the prospectus at Beta Pro CA. That's Beta Pro CA. Back to you.
The market's turn. I did get in a little bit of T2s there. Kind of eyes on Amazon as well as Google coming into their high, pulling back a little bit as well. So yeah, let's take a quick look at Amazon, see if we can swing on thing right here. If anything, let's see if it'll drop us a Vine. Amazon. So yeah, breaking trend. It's starting to make some things along with the rest of the market as the market pulls back by breaking through structure. We've been holding for the majority of the day. We were talking about, oh boy, we're holding up within top quartile. This is the first time since some fresh lows since that bid did this. When was that? Specifically at 10:30. So this bid lasting over about an hour and consolidated sideways since then, and then going 10 minutes to the last hour of the day, finally catching a little bit of a sell. So Amazon grinding up all day, definitely one of the critics for that market strength. Let's see if it can view up right here. You can see it a little bit better. Using on the side. As that comes in as well, so you can see as that crawl a little bit to the downside with increasing volume, pulling in as well. So interesting. Let's see if this break into leads to selling. The strong volume bars be convincing as of right now. Maybe we just make a higher at some point along the way and continue to bid up. The market has been aggressive strong.
What hasn't been strong is the quantum. So Rigetti, QBTS, IonQ, whichever one you get, they had some tentative breakout. IonQ was one this morning, but Rigetti took a little more at the high and starting to reverse. Rigetti's got more work to do to get down to that 16 bottom we got today. That was a great run off 16, but you got 2%. If we consolidate down here, I'm just going to get an offer first and just pay for. Interesting. I want to see if I like TS better because we can achieve TS for free. And what all with D-Wave was 1, 2, 3, 4. It's now 5 times it's pulled around this level. We're getting already breaking to the downside. I want to pick on a weak stock. I will get it on a reversion earlier. I said I will do one of those. If it broke a trend, it couldn't get the weighted average price. So only mostly work just give you the full fall through. But I want to track into the 16, about 45 as GameStop continues to go. And I open clearly edging because it took 497, and that is the top. It's now pulling right back in. That was long. It was off 460. That was distinctly like it was on. It was a gentle back and double bottom at 40. This is a heavy candle back. Wanted to see it slow things down and round top. The volume's so good, it's easy to back into this. But I'm just going to try and take pot shots that this doesn't break the $5 level here. So We're getting willing to go short, to consolidate at the bottom, waiting opportunity to get in the open door if it doesn't dive. And then the last one is also, Jimmy. I know the nickname for me is supposed to be me. It's still hold strength. 25 is a level that I feel like that's where I want to put the short. And it's very much holding. Strength still has a lot of it, and there hasn't been any moment where like it's super toppy just yet. Every one of those reversions look like here, it's kind of a trapper thing gets released again. There's a trap can as well, and at no point when I level 2 is weak, it's running as steam. It's a lot of strength in games, still particularly sore here. I don't want to do much. You don't want to force it in this thing. Ooh, the air is definitely up there. That's an okay move.
Nice.
Pushing it. You probably never see her up there. $1 below level on the box. And Tony Voigt, we just get to that insider 500K game. 500,000 shares or $500,000 stock. Hopefully it's 500.
$500, I hope so.
It better be 500,000.
Yeah.
Because someone bought $500 worth of games.
Who would have seen something?
Like that's a 500,000 share GME insider buying. We'll look into that. I did not see the story, but that's going to be the kind of thing that will get you to like in a midday spike volume, right? Like Bitcoin's not doing anything just for that story. But, this air's looking like it wants to test dollar level. Don't mind me a whole kidding. If we can do something pop off at $1, what is the deal with this? What is this chart? You gotta zoom it in because we use it so bad. No, I don't know if I like this one through a buck. I might prefer this as a fail of $1 when I see this. That's over cent with resistance, 200 over $1, like 107. And with a little loss of $1 here, there was resistance at 112. It feels like if we're ahead resist the buck, if this stock would need to burn 10, 112, I would get involved. And thinking continuation long. Still looking at an open GameStop and day trade. We can have a look at circle. I circle today. Longly and short, probably should catch it. Like I was long off the long weighted average price. That would then chop down here when it was breaking trend both times. I get rid of those. It doesn't. And now it's bringing a low. I think I just timed the short wrong. I tried to get it as it was breaking bottom. Like right in here. Now it's breaking under 220. You guys, 2% down, 220. Circle. This is at bottom race. This is what I was trying to work through earlier today. Thank you for this one up. I should be not worried about spaghetti and trying to weasel my way to Circle's got a ton of downside underneath 20 level. That's what I thought from earlier. Yeah, that's a good look, man. This, you know how much this can move. Of course, the second of it up, so it's accelerating the downside. Circle, anything under 2 looks like a good short. As long as if it gets back to that price, I think you want to. But if Open's not going to do anything, GameStop is setting up, then Circle will be the one. Circle there?
Yeah, maybe. I'm like, yeah, no, that is bringing it to my attention because this is what I was looking for. A bit of continuation after the somewhat, I guess, back at it, somewhat exhaustive move coming by today. Pushed all the way up to C2's version, 100% of a version at least. Pushing even for as we break the low, we pull down, I guess, 5% more. Down to, was it still 2s and some change? 25, I'm seeing roughly as that per day. Let's see that low is specific right here. So 35 now, 222.50. So yeah, in and around area, breaking the structure down now, holding around underneath. Is Circle on today? Look there.
Jamie, I did not see any insider purchases as of late to explain this. Most insider purchase I did see, of course, I'll talk, was from July 1st. So that's almost over now. A director named of James Goob purchased about just 5,500 shares, 5,575 shares. That leaves the view of the purchase 132,000 at the time they were purchased, but again, nothing to explainers that were currently being said in the chat. I could not find anything. The other recent purchase before that was director making a purchase back in April. So for the part, we had 2 purchases. I don't know anything else, guys.
I can answer this one for you. In the chat here, Silky Smooth. I wonder if I ever played drum. I did not. I actually piano when I was a kid. Yeah, believe it or not. Anytime I saw someone with a piano, they're like, really? I did all stuff that my brother just did. Very much, like my brother's piano lessons, and I'm like, when I'm doing that, with my brother and my own dad. We used to play like duets and stuff together. And
that's really cool.
We were in this like kid concerto thing when we were kids. Kid concerto when we were kids. When our biggest was like this subdivision of what was opening, our home city, Brampton, and I guess they had like the balcony or whatever where they display the houses, and like during the holidays, so they had like brought us into like holiday music because people were putting the new AAPL for the house stuff. It was like it's out of work. You try to, it's one thing to play, it's another thing, try to be able to play, like, thing in a group, and it's harder than you think. It's easy enough to learn a piece and play things on your own, but then when you got in time and rhythm other people, it's like incredibly hard. Really hard. I wasn't very good at it. But we're in a power hour. I want to take our circle if I can. It kind of sucks about open time. I'm like, the stock is up to break out. It's as if I'm in the jinx. That's my circle. Like I put the stop break long on this, and all of a sudden we're just there. Saves. I don't want this to go anywhere. Whoa, we just go in. Yeah. Oh my god. You saw me trying to replay. I was just trend line back on. And it broke the trend line. So it is going to be, I'd for locate it. Maybe not.
Jasper, did we open? Yeah, open doesn't have, we don't have locates.
It's free?
Yes, we got this. I showed it earlier.
Oh, I couldn't show it because I still had my break off.
That's fair, yeah.
That was silly.
Our system will not you intrinsically wire.
Right, so guys, I still had, my long, if it breaks dollars, look at this coloration. Now it's adly, this could halt. This easily halt 38.
Wow, that is beautiful action, dude. Oh my god. Holy, I haven't seen stuff like this in a long time. Actually, I gotta trick like this more. Because I was watching that. I was watching the 5. That's
unbelievable.
Straight.
They could joke
this straight line also clean.
That is clean. Okay, first of all, okay, hold on. Is it not halted? That's a different halt. That's a 47, 347 is the halt right now. So
people are trying to jump in with ass. Oh my god, so thick. 347s. Oh, there it is.
Oh, I got hit on the offer.
Boom.
We'll see how that goes. Well,
yeah. I mean,
$1 later.
$1 later, yeah. God. Funny, I was like, oh, sure, free. Boom. Straight down.
I can't believe it. That is, it's such a rookie move that I stopped at break long still there. Because, like, it just canceled the stupid get out of order. And when I was trying to get short here, I would have got filled. The affinity. Why is it rejecting? Why is it rejecting? Oh, that's right, because I have a buy. When you have the stop order, it's a limit of my book if the price breaks off. So the system says, you have a limit bid, do not sell into your own limit bid. Even though it's a stop order, it's just a different type of stop to be. Here, the faster one. Let me manage this. circle. Hop is in at 219 circle. The wall. This is happening. That's not. Yeah. Whatever. I'm gonna say that would have been a Kurt. That's spice. So we're gonna play this elevation on a circle. Bit in front of the low, which is about 17 chain. If we break that, I'm just gonna thing out here. In front of 15 as well. Just a pure consolidation breakdown circle. While we open, the tap on open. No, 285. Ooh, boy. I'm gonna put out limit on open. Is that stock? Is that I'm literally up my limit on open key that I haven't.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't done that in a while. It'll talk while I.
Yeah, no, I got you on. Yeah, that was absolutely beautiful, man. 347s open and amount of size just pushing it, just holding on this was beautiful. Unfortunately, didn't get it. It did break trend. I was watching the tape as well, excuse me. In and around 480s to 46, aggressive sellers kept on stepping in, and I did have eyes on it, and I was like, oh, well, this looks distinctly different earlier, so if you had further tape on this move on open, I would always suggest trying to see how 5 failure through pulled in. The tape was still distinctly different. And then just started to just get aggressive back to sellers just stepping in and taking it down, and then the whole thing just cracks. The push in breaks all of the structure instantly in a single net. That's absolutely cool here. Straight through V-Wells, so yeah, that's putting a lot of people off it. Again, don't forget, 1 point, so as involved, almost 1.1. I have 1.409 billionaires traded. Talk about the upside potential on Doc. I mean, most people probably only going long. But you could have definitely come into it, but I just believe you didn't have anything above 4.8 or 4.6 if you weren't shorting a bit of side into that 5 well. So
someone, they're shorters, they're shorters that are going to be, they're going to be over millions today. There's going to be traders that millions on this because I can't remember the last time something this long was that clean of a break. That was so super clean, the break. I shouldn't say whenever you shouldn't insert these, but I can't remember the last time I did something that I have it's had a limit on open order. Why is it pricing down for oh, I do have. I have a limit on open order. I'm like, why do I also bid? Completely useless. I don't need to bid. I have a limit on open order. So, again, as long as it's reasonable, then I'd be good. The tap is paying $3. I can price it. Where I want to go to. I'm going to just play 5. I'll just be nimble, not in anything else, no need to be anything crazy. I'll circle deck for just a second, and I kind of double did it at the bottom. Maybe the wrong decision, but I saw circle 217, and I punched it as the second one, and I got it all out of circle. I think I should join back here. That's not a real wick. Down a lot of room circle to continue to fall. And these charts a little bit for you guys. But these could still be going even further. So open would be open in just a matter of seconds. Like it's open in just a matter of seconds, and we'll see.
Sure, open too, because it's a 5-minute hold. This prince I'm seeing is at 3:02. Currently, it's 7:23. So. Yeah, I don't think it's a 5-minute hold. Maybe a 10-minute hold. Yeah, if it's not 5, it'll be a 10-15-minute hold. But there's usually a procedure to this. 5, 10, 15, something like that.
Well, it's 5, but after that, if it's 10 minutes, then you just don't know, my experience. I just whispered into my ear something Novo, North. Circle continues to head to the down of the market, pulling back in, and what is on with? That's kind of funny. There we go. Pulling that one up. No, it's not really moving earlier, but
it's an older story. Oh, I've been to call it now. Just this is like I said, I reported during the midday. What happened was the FDA announced that Novo Nordisk is going to stop, I guess, manufacturing some of its drugs as of November 31st, 2025. So on the line, they also announced the discontinuation of certain Novo Nordisk insulins at the end of December, at the end of the year. So either way, this is an old story, regardless of story, kind of wanted to provide context.
Never apologize for keeping all of our viewers up to what is going on. That's what we're all about here. So I didn't I look like, what? This is a story here? Look at the vlogs. Well, that tells you. There you go, story. And you're just hearing it now. Sometimes it'll just repeat old stuff. So it'll be tense, which means not open back up.
Well, 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
It should be a little like, that's what I call lead peas. Lead peas.
It's volatility all the time. It's volatility all the time. When it opens back up, looks like Circle it did test 15. So if I didn't get out too early in 15, I'd certainly be out when it bottom of the tail candle. So I think that short, at least temporarily, will look for somewhere else to do a shot. What was that sympathy stock? We were just talking.
ONAB. OPAD. Something. There's a pad in there. Called it.
The gigantic set, the second open move down,
you called it
as well.
Sympathy indeed.
Sometimes the easier thing to do. This theme is we see it all the time with GameStop. If GameStop did a curl or a gutted, missed the move, don't even worry about it. Just look out, and it wasn't even aimed from the it was always something cost. Or blackjack in the favorite play. Just be in the other side. Because what can happen is these are both 3 minutes. Open started going exactly at the clock. Already, so you could have had, look at this. You could have had this 370. It was already going, it was weaker, but you could have had this 370 when this is casting to the downside and you're yourself 10-15%. You still gotten this one underneath volume with price. It's now bouncing. You get it as a decent chance, big for recovery. Opens indicating a slower and intense open. So, my limit is still going to be pretty good. I'm going to be taking some as long as it's under about 315. We're going to move that to 3/4. Waiting is bouncing.
Yeah, this market's coming in here as well. You can see an aggressive push on both the ES and the Nasdaq coming into this pressure here as well. Market tailwind definitely on the side of the move when opens back up. Q's pulling back into V. I definitely heard a little too early. You can see I didn't get it full in TQ short. It was kind of a little bit earlier. Holding underneath this 89 morning high, well, couldn't really get that and started to, stay sideways. I saw selling, but it moved and just taking the scalp back down to the view. Not hope to do up, so I gotta do better with doing that. If we see this should open in about 15 seconds here, Neil. So let's see what we have in store. It's a 10-minute hold. It should open in 15 seconds. Well, now it's about 10 seconds. Let's see. There it is. Open right now. That's not bad. That's not terrible. That's definitely notable.
Oh, it's starting to get it again.
I'm sure it'll have to chop around a bit. First time it's halted today.
It was $3, I'm thinking 280, but it's all catching a pretty hefty bid, so, let's play this one by ear. Come on, break down to the low again. Get down to the low one more time. I feel like I should have taken more than. I've taken a third of it, and I feel like I should have taken this with it. When I saw that OPAD, when I saw that other one almost getting to the upside, I felt like that was a little bit of a hint. Someone just jumped 330 for a big seller. Come on, push it down. Get it down to the 20, down some 20. I just took some 21st and holding on to it in enough chunk. I want this to actually the bid. 3 games of all price. I don't want it out of the dot. I don't want this thing going up. Oh, price. Now you start to bid. So we go past break even. I'm going to get just over 2/3 out of the bid. It could hold to the upside before. It'll break all price well before here. All right, I'm gonna. Yeah, that was Phil. I actually got break even.
Nice.
That's a good
Watch out for the hub.
I'm already good.
Yeah.
Taking the whole trade, it's different being worth $4.50. Because if I'm short 450, maybe you're holding on to a piece of it. If you're short 350, I was short in the absolute minimum there, looking to see if we could break the levels. So I found the sum for the dream. Open probably a lot of the best stock today.
Oh, yeah.
And this kind of on $1.5 billion with the volume, but what a defense of $3. It's back to a up already. The stock cannot die. You can't kill it. You could use me, but you can't kill me. From?
Oh, I have no idea. It's probably some sort of, it's about a movie, right?
You know what the fish officer? Oh, no. That's today.
Oh, okay. Wait, haven't I seen Training Day? I'm pretty sure it's Training Day. I don't know.
I'm going to limit and say you've seen Training Day.
Definitely seen Training Day.
Of course you've seen Training Day.
It's when those two cops, they like roll around in the cliff, something, and one of the guys is like newer. Yeah, it's been a while.
I mean, that is a vague.
Yeah, could almost go by the other guys as well.
Rolling around in the car and they saw something.
Yeah, they saw things. That's probably like every kind of
literally
That's literally just from Law and Orders. Come on now.
Bad Boys O, right? Special Boys.
I don't know.
Too. 380s come right back in. $4. It might even hold up.
If it holds up, it's the greatest of all time. You can't hold up after that. You're gonna hold up.
You gotta hold down. Come on.
King Kong got ish unopened.
Oh yeah.
You know that one.
I don't actually know. Is that from King Kong? Or from King Kong? Oh, okay, alright. Well, as these guys take the nearly premise and goes home. What do you mean? I don't know. I don't couldn't really popular reference.
Is it from King Kong? Is that from King Kong? You see, this is the thing, and he's trolling you right now. Because you know, like, Obi knows that.
I don't know.
No, I know you know that from King Kong.
You and I don't know, but is it known that I know unknowns?
No knowns and known unknowns. You know where that's from. Like, anyway,
I know exactly where.
Artemis, yeah, my man just said King Kong.
Transformers, right?
Okay, but in all seriousness, there's something very, very weird about that open. Like, we've seen stocks, I've seen stocks like this before, but the way the buyers are stepping up here is impressive. This is very impressive. I'll get right back to this in quick because I don't use this very often. But we're getting the consolidation under the prior low, 630, whatever that is, 36. I just got a bird, so stop is about here at 2, adjacent to that level. Actually move it a couple of shekels down, as it was a little too far away. But I'm essentially playing to the low of the range, and let's see if I can hold on through any kind of a break. I mean, with the market pulling back, names have been with this entire time. All right, there's losing a bit a little bit here. What an unbelievable scale. I could be wrong with this, but I don't think I've ever seen